Ugh. All right. What's up, chat? CPBG rant about how you look like one of the Columbine shooters. did not. I did not see that, couch user. But thanks for informing me about that. That's goated. Let's go. Incredible. All right. Apparently PPG. This is loud. Let me turn this down a bit. I don't know much about the drama or whatever. Apparently that whatever Jigs girl he was messaging with or whatever, like definitely underage. Like Kate Lanius is another streamer in that orbit, and he's making like a video about it. So that'll be interesting to watch when that comes out, I guess. But yeah. I did see, dude, he's been streaming like just shirtless recently. I did see he was talking about Columbine. But I don't know, I just can't bear to watch any PPG with his fucking tits out, man. Wait, what? I don't know anything about that? I don't know much about it. I think it was like 2 to 3 nights ago. Well, no, I mean, it's been happening a while or whatever. I don't know much about it. I think it was just like telling that Jigs girl to fucking show him her tits and stuff. And with the Columbine stuff, okay, we covered the PPG drama. Yeah, I was just telling my chat about it because Calchusa brought up apparently PPG saying I look like one of the Columbine shooters. No. I don't know which countries export waxes. Probably fucking. I bet Germany got a lot of fucking wax. Okay, apparently Germany does have a lot of wax. I'm goated. Okay. I bet France has a lot of wax. Okay, number 10. I feel like Switzerland would have fucking wax. I don't know though. I'm trying to think. I don't think that Korea or Japan would really have wax. I don't know. I mean, China is always a pretty safe guess, I guess. Yeah. So number 3. Yeah, 8 days ago he was hitting on an underage girl. On stream he took the VOD down, but there were still some other streamers who were going to be uploading it soon. Damn. No, he's been talking to that Jigs girl for a while. I remember being like in VC one time when he was having like drama with her. Bro needs a new pair of underalls. Tired of streaming to 0. Let's go. Yeah, it's Jig's younger cousin. She's 14. Oh no. Oh, PPG, no. Oh no. I don't feel like Vietnam would have any wax. I don't know if India would or not. I'm gonna guess India, but I really don't know. But that's a good guess. Oh, shit. YouTube doesn't like udders. I don't know if I understand what you're trying to say, Michael. I'm gonna guess Switzerland. I don't know if that's right at all. Damn, South Korea. Yeah, Switzerland was horrible. Germany, the U.S. I should have guessed the U.S. If Germany was up there, China was up there, I should have guessed the U.S. Rigged. Medical instruments, integrated circuits, bananas. Tropical fruits, 23 billion. It's quite a lot. It's gotta be... There's no way it's a Latin American country though, right? Do any of them have 23 billion in exports? 23 billion is a lot. Thanks, Megan Kaufman, my mom. Dude, let's go. Incredible. Shout out Mom Fawn. Let's go. It's really incredible stuff. Wow, Ultimate Sports Tour. Thanks for the sub. It's gotta be... Also, medical instruments requires at least some, like, industrial base. I feel like Mexico would have, like, cars and stuff, and I think Mexico has even more than 23 billion in exports. Panama? Ah, fuck. Directly west of Panama. I mean, this is a fucking ocean. It's gotta be down more too or something. I mean, Peru, Ecuador, something like that. Cuba? No, that's east of Panama, isn't it? I don't even know if Cuba has 23 billion in exports. I don't know my east from west. Don't worry, I have to think about it. I literally typically just like think of the east and west coast in America. That's the only way that's the only way I get it usually. It's gotta be maybe it's just like it's just not far down enough to have the down arrow as well. Unless or maybe that's just some island that I don't know about. I'm trying to think what the fuck it would be. No, yeah. 300 kilometers west of Panama. It has 23 billion in exports. God, it's gonna be fucking obvious once I get it, isn't it? Maybe just... Maybe it's Nicaragua and it doesn't... Oh, yeah. Wait, is it in the... What the fuck? Ron needs a new pair of Utteralls? Dude, Michael, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say. I don't know what YouTube is censoring, but Utteralls is not a west of Peru, bro. It's northwest of Peru, but it's directly west of Panama, which I don't get. There's nothing. It's just ocean. That's just ocean. There isn't, unless there's some island I don't know. But it says it's southeast of Nicaragua, and that can include stuff in the Caribbean. Dude, am I stupid? Is there just something I don't? Am I just like? It has borders which aren't due east-west. Did I saw Tim Pool over the weekend? Awful. Like you just saw him. Oh my god, I don't know if you guys can hear the fucking... There's people working on our roof. I don't know if you guys can hear the loud noises. Not much I can do about that. They should be leaving relatively soon, but we'll see. Did he do some... Oh, I did see him with Pisco and the whatever Christian nationalist people. I didn't watch that full thing, but I watched some of it, and oh my... Dude, oh my god. Not this. Dude, I can't believe conservatives are fucking like this now. Although I guess I think they self-brand both as Christian nationalists.
Clock, that's bad, but not every people and other people that stumble.
Let me ask this real quick. What do you think about saying that transgenders can't buy guns?
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous, right?
Why?
Because the Second Amendment protects people's individual right to own guns. Right?
Yeah, but what if they're a biochemical engineered ticking time bomb to kill Christian children?
Like, what the fuck are we doing? Oh my god. Oh no, you literally saw him. Like I saw him and his family in Frederick, Maryland. Incredible. Mr. Poole is generally off-putting in its ongoing hypocrisies. Tim Poole is. I don't have many words to describe him. He's. You know. I respect the grift. Although I don't even know, like, he doesn't. I don't think he grifts in the sense that a lot of the things he says he doesn't like honestly believe. But
say something.
The word.
I don't know. I don't think he cares much for the truth. But yeah, dude, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. There's no way. Costa Rica is not like west of fuck this game. It's south as well. Should have just guessed Costa Rica because it's the closest fucking thing. God damn this.
A local law.
I dated a girl from this country once. That would make sense. What's up, Granite Joy? Have you seen Hassan Abi, another pro-Hamas Twitter guy, condemn Mandami for denouncing globalizing Intifada recently? No. Well, actually, I think How recent was that? I think I might have, but that wasn't that recent, was it? I really wanted to scream at him, but it seemed uncool since he had his kid with him. think you probably made the right decision. Who is Hassan Abi? Nice troll couch user. Hassan. You don't know who Hassan is? I don't think this was recent. It's new. I don't think it's that recent. Sanabi's a woke Tim Fool. This is real. Hassan, okay, Tim Fool gets the Russian money. Hassan gets the fucking Qatar money. Oh no, Mike Johnson. Oh no, what are we doing here? Today's revised BLS job numbers for two things. One, the Biden-Harris administration hid behind inflated job numbers to mask the failure of their policies. Oh my God, kill me. Two, President Trump was right to clean house at the BLS. No, he wasn't. How do you get that from that at all? Wall Street investors and policymakers rely on real-time, accurate economic data to make consequential decisions, not revisions years later. President Trump, there's no way to get this type of data earlier. It's tax data. The preliminary benchmark is based on tax filings. Based on tax filings, you can't get that data early. If you want to get the better data earlier on, fund the BLS more. Let them update the survey. They already have a plan to update the establishment survey to like digitize it because the response rate has been trending downward and it was especially fucked during COVID. If you want more accurate data earlier on, fund them more, give them more resources. Let them update the survey. Let them modernize the survey. President Trump and Republicans have known this all along, even when their forecasters didn't. No, they didn't. They just lie. They just make stuff up. They just make stuff up. And we continue to deliver a pro-growth economic agenda that puts the American people first. You haven't been getting any better job numbers. What do you mean? You guys been in office for, a little over 6 months now, right? And, he has not gotten particularly good job numbers, believe it or not. Oh my God. Sanabi read his experts earlier today, and he agreed. What? Oh, the El Kurd guy is the one initially condemning Mondami. Well, if you link it, I'll check it out. But goddamn. What do you mean? Oh, kill me. So I guess get Atari money. Wrong, you can get it faster if you just make it up. This is true. Which I saw Israel try to kill a bunch of Hamas negotiators and leaders in Qatar. I think they ended up killing not really the ones that they didn't kill the top senior ones. They didn't kill the ones they were actually apparently targeting. But they did kill some negotiators. The son of that dude, Hamas' chief negotiator, his office manager, and 3 other people affiliated with Hamas have been killed in the attack with a strike. Killed a member of Qatar's internal security forces and injured a number of civilians, the country's interior minister said. I think the, well, supposedly, they could just be lying, but apparently the top, actual people they wanted were not killed. Trump threatened to undermine negotiations. Group said as officials were discussing a ceasefire backed by President Trump, threatened to undermine negotiations with regards to war and direct attack on Qatar's territory, also risks antagonizing the Qatari government, destabilizing its diplomatic efforts into war. Hamas said Israel's right failed to kill senior officials in a group without specifying whether they had sustained injuries. So, they could just be lying and they could die later on. We'll see. But, yeah, even Trump... Even Trump was like, hey, I'm not, this wasn't ideal timing. Oh, man.
Mohammed El Kurd said, I've told you this on the phone, in person, and I will reiterate it publicly. What you think of the phrase globalize the intifada, our beautiful uprising against occupation, is irrelevant. What matters is that
our beautiful uprising against occupation. Oh my God.
And you mustn't throw them under the bus. We are facing unprecedented levels of state repression and institutional censorship. Both our political organizing and speech are criminalized, and we are confronting genocide for God's sake. That you choose to continue elevating Jewish feelings over the lives of Palestinians over the fact of genocide is nothing more than punching down on those who have helped elevate you. And not to mention, it is bad electoral strategy considering you are quite literally winning and need not to bow down to Zionist pressure 100%.
There's no way. There's no fucking way that not saying globalize the intifada or condemning that phrase or whatever, it's actually bad electoral strategy. There's no way. There's no shot. No shot.
I'm endorsing Mohammed's take here. 100%, he's right. The tens of thousands of volunteers on canvas for you in the scorching hot sun, they are not to be taken for granted. Their support isn't unconditional. Remember that.
This Israel dude really needs to chill out. This is true. Oh my God. I know, elevation of Jewish feelings. But even Trump was like, Trump doesn't care when Israel, blocks aid for 3 or so months, right? But well, they undermine something that he's trying to negotiate. Okay, when they undermine his chance to get the Nobel Peace Prize. Also, maybe I should do more writing on it or whatever. I'm fairly certain Israel was almost entirely responsible for what's that Metro? Israel's almost entirely responsible for breaking the ceasefire that happened the ceasefire that started in January. It ended in March or whatever. I could be wrong there. There could have been mistakes that Hamas made as well, but I'm pretty sure it was mostly fucking Israel. who did that. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and a friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of the attack. President Trump wants all the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of dead released in this war to end now. Wow. What's this Metro? I don't know if this is really gonna give me everything I need. Why did Israel resume war in Gaza? Two 10 a.m. Israel launched about 10 minutes of strikes from naval ships and dozens of warplanes after weeks of preparations for an offensive that was kept inside close circles in the Israeli military. Both officials spoke on condition and anonymity to discuss what was happening behind the scenes. What follows one of the deadliest days of Gaza war. More than 400 people killed in nighttime airstrikes on homes, according to the Gaza health officials, including 5 Hamas officials and women and children. Israel said it was targeting Hamas mid-level leaders and officials in Gaza who tallied death tolls do not distinguish between blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Israel broke the ceasefire agreement and said the Biden administration wants new terms on Trump. Like, yeah, I'm fairly certain, like, Israel was, like I said, essentially entirely responsible for this. I think there's probably a little bit of dispute over some stuff, but Hamas was regrouping amid the lack of war without giving up additional hostages. Like, I don't know, maybe you can make an argument about that, but yeah. Okay, what does PPG say about
But
me?
it's pretty sociopathic, man. That's fucking
true.
kid is the way he thinks.
Yep.
Right? His neoliberal patterns and shit like that, instead of not looking at the human being and how he suffers and shit like that. Not
Yep,
having
that's
no
me.
sympathy. Especially for
True.
Gaza's genocide. The
Yep,
genocide in
that's
Gaza.
me.
That literally looks like fucking non-fun, dude. Look at this motherfucker right here, dude.
True.
I would be surprised if non-fun doesn't go on a shooting spree. One of
That's me. Some solid man boobs. This is real. Dude, yeah, I know. I don't know why he's been streaming shirtless so much. He does have some fucking crazy man titties, man. He hates you and thinks about you liberals when he goes to sleep. Apparently I'm gonna go on a shooting spree. Oh man. Don't introduce him to me, lol. Called you a school shooter? Well, even the tan lines? Yeah, I know. Well, he's always wearing his fucking wife beater, or usually is at least. If you're not good enough, I'm the devil. Listen, the neoliberal mind, okay, Metro, makes me evil.
instead of not looking at the human being and how he suffers and shit like that, not having no sympathy.
That's me. I don't care about human suffering. I have no sympathy.
Gaza's genocide.
Especially for
the genocide in Gaza.
the Gaza genocide.
That literally looks like fucking non-fun, dude.
Non-fun can see into the
Look at this
neoliberal matrix.
motherfucker
This
right
is true.
I would be surprised if non-fun doesn't go on a shooting spree one of these days.
True. Non-fun only cares about shrimp suffering. That's true. Listen, I did raise money for the shrimp and not for Palestinian Children Organization or whatever, okay? But he hasn't met a real neoliberal. Neoliberals in real life want the poor to starve. PPG, I'm pretty sure PPG thinks I want the poor to starve at the very least. So there is that. Yeah. Oh my God, people. Obviously, another million faked jobs under Biden today. Dear Lord, kill me. By the way, you know what's funny? No one remembers this or cares about this. The like 800K revision or whatever that happened like last year, for 2023, I think. That was the preliminary benchmark revision. They did the actual benchmark revision later on, and it was revised up. I mean, it was still like in total downward, but it was revised upward from the preliminary. It was like negative 500 and something K jobs benchmark revision. My 500K jobs. Oh, it's just all gonna be new bullshit. Okay. Who's a more moral person, JD Vance or Destiny? Probably Destiny. 2023 is the year of contention, I believe. I think for the 800K job revision it was 2023, right? But this new one is for 2024 data. When I went to the neoliberal meetup in DC, all we talked about was how to make children in Casa starve. Makes sense. Yeah, that's what all the things are. That's what all the conferences are about. Funny how they bitch about bad BLS data, but they don't think of funding it better. I know, Bob Murray. It's crazy. I was talking about this tweet earlier. Like, it's like President Trump was right to clean house at BLS. Wall Street investors and policymakers rely on real-time, accurate economic data to make consequential decisions. This revision is not based on data you can get earlier. It's based on like tax filing data. Like it's you can't get that data earlier if you want better data sooner. Digitize the survey. They already have a plan. Wall Street Journal. Can we still plus unemployment rate? This shit. They already made a plan like a few years ago or whatever to modernize the survey. I think this is the current population survey they have a plan to modernize. I don't know if they have a plan to modernize the establishment survey, but presumably would not be that hard to, come up with a plan to modernize the establishment survey too and get the better data sooner. But oh my god. Final benchmark revision will be issued in March 2024 with the publication of the January 2024 state employment unemployment. Where can I just? I guess I can probably just Google this. My understanding is the final benchmark revision was like lower than the preliminary revision, and no one cares. They're just like, they just saw like the big headline about 800K jobs, and even though it later got revised to only 500K downward revision. They just don't care. But that's nice. That's great. It's a strange way to consume political information, but it's consistent. What do you think of the Ukrainian refugee stabbing? I mean, I don't know what you want me to say about it. I don't know what the... Oh, wait, from... Crime is bad, guys. Crime is bad. Actually, we'll just do... Am I insane? Murder is bad, guys. It's bad. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Murder is bad. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to. What you want to do? I know Bethan. I haven't read this. Bethan's Bulldog, my goat, wrote a Substack article about it. No. How do I pronounce this girl's name? She's Ukrainian, right? I have no clue. Doesn't show the failure of mainstream media. How is the meta-ironic crime is bad guy response any better than we are praying for the victims? What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know what you... That's my thoughts on it. Crime is bad. I don't know what to tell you. It seems like crime overall is still down, though, and it seems dumb that people constantly repeat they tell you the crime rate's down, but don't, I have video of X crime. The media shit, I don't know. I don't really know what to make of it. I mean, I'm sure there's some level of embedded wokeness in the media, but many in conservative media have suggested the fact that CNN, the Washington Post, and so on haven't had constant coverage of this crime is in some way a failure of their part. Charlie Kirk, for example, declared if a random white person simply walked up and stabbed a nice law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an apocalyptic, huge national story to impose sweeping political changes in our country. Now, as it happens, this is totally false. Random stabbings happen all the time in the country, as big as America, and they rarely get reported on. Elon Musk claimed that there were 74,000 articles the Associated Press ran about George Floyd, but 0 articles about Irina Zaruska. In fact, he was so sure of this that he even made it his pinned tweet, the thing everyone sees at the top of his Twitter page, even though this would imply that AP wrote 40 articles a day about George Floyd since his death. Many others have been making similar points, claiming that it was I can't pronounce this word, attempt to cover up the truth from the mainstream media. Notorious liar Schumann had tweeted out a picture that'll lead up with a stabbing, combined with a screenshot of the Axios article that said crime had been declining. Oh my God, really, Schumann? Let's go, incredible. She bravely declared, making an extremely subtle literary reference, "They told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears, their final, most essential command." Wait, that was Schumann who did that? I don't know if that was fucking Schumann who did that. I would just think so that, whatever. Damn. I wonder why a police officer murdering someone who would get more attention than a criminal murdering someone. Yeah, I know. But theater crime is rare in cities is such nonsense. I don't know if you've been to NYC. I don't think anyone is agreeing that it's rare. It's just that if you look at the data, it seems like violent crime has, been going down or whatever. But, like people, conservatives are dumb or whatever, and they try to use videos as evidence of the FBI like lying or whatever, which you can like make like semi reasonable criticisms of like some of the FBI statistics in like 2022. I think they had issues with when they tried to switch over to a different reporting method, and like not all localities were able to switch, so they, instead of using real data, they use like estimated data based on the data they did collect. But other than that, whatever. Something that seems really obvious to me is that that it's not currently a feature of our criminal justice system is that you need a way to permanently incapacitate people who repeatedly commit low crimes. It's like, sure, none of your prior 14 arrests was for something serious enough to justify permanent incapacitation, but we are allowed to just look at your full pattern of offending, include that 14 is just too many arrests, and you don't get to be free anymore. I mean, I think the issue is I wouldn't have a problem with that if we just made prisons less bad. I don't know, maybe by liberal, pretty hard or whatever. I think U.S. prisons are typically like pretty horrible. It seems kind of crazy to me that you can have the kind of conditions we have in U.S. prisons, and people don't care or whatever. But I'm all in favor of making prisons better. Hell yeah. But I don't know. I agree. I do believe, I think it is. I don't know if it's most crime, but it's a decent number of crime is committed by, just repeat offenders and not, new people or whatever. So, let's simulate a point system based on the driver's license model. I'm not joking. I mean, you could do that. I don't think that's a horrible thing necessarily, but. Conservative Party line seems to be the fact that CNN, Wall Street Journal, WP, and various others haven't discussed the stories, evidence of profound failure on their behalf, perhaps because they love crime or don't want to be called racist. I think this is fairly silly. There's about 23,000 homicides every year. Other crimes happen more frequently. The mainstream media can't make every homicide a national story unless they want to be exclusively devoted to discussing when people get murdered. And there's constantly homicides that can seem to point to in every conceivable direction. People are shot every day, which supports a left-wing narrative that we need gun control. People are let out of jail. People who are let out of jail commit homicides every day, which supports a right-wing narrative. We need tough on crime laws. So again, the policy cannot be wall-to-wall coverage of every single crime that can seem to fit any political narrative. What's more, this shouldn't be the policy. This shouldn't be how we make laws. Laws affect millions of people. Our assessment of some major policy shouldn't primarily be determined by whether it would have stopped some particularly heart-wrenching murder we witnessed on video. Truth nuke. Any law will harm people in tragic ways and benefit people in tragic ways. We should make policy based on the assessment of evidence concerning whether the harms are greater than benefits rather than individual tragic stories. The reason I support longer prison sentences for repeat offenders is I think there is strong evidence that this would stop a lot of crime. My view did not change from witnessing the murder of the girl. What's more, it would have been insanely irrational for me to change it based on that. A truth nuke. The assessment of policy shouldn't depend on single bad stories. I think I've seen this person before. Okay, or just disappear. Thanks, Substack. Just state the obvious, it's very good to use this one particular incident as a means to generate outrage and push policy, not because we want to index one particularly egregious and relatively rare event, but because crime in the United States more generally is and has been out of control for the lifetime to every single person reading this. You think it's out of control seems harsh. There's never been a single year that you've been alive that crime in the United States has been at acceptable levels. I don't know if that's... I don't know if I would say that. Out of control seems very harsh. Or similar crimes named after a singular victim. It gets laws passed. Well, I mean, if both of you, like Michael and Metro, are just going to make the point that obviously, it's politically effective to use those types of stories to get laws passed. I agree. I just don't think it's a necessarily relevant thing here. I mean, that is obviously, part of the reason George Floyd, I pronounced that horribly, George Floyd, that is the truth nuke true. What's up, localist Megan's Law? Real. Was focused on so much is, just because he was, that was a particularly, vile video, people saw. So it's, politically effective to, have him be the sort of poster, right? We'll make policy based on a viral murder video because this is a bad policy equilibrium timeline. This is true. It's all trauma, unfortunately. Same with the stabbing. Yeah. Which, by the way, Nicholas Decker wrote this article. I haven't read it yet. Apparently, he says the National Guard being deployed to DC was probably cost effective or whatever. Oops. When Nathan will analyze the economics of deploying the National Guard. Hey, I'm not the one that wrote this article, okay? Nicholas Decker wrote it. And it is a very Nicholas Decker-esque thing to do. But, the point is that crime is not actually rare, even if incidents look like this occur relatively frequently. To the extent that this can be used to do something about larger crime problem, that's obviously a good thing. I don't think anyone would disagree with that necessarily, but I don't even see conservatives conservatives don't even have policy anymore. Okay, there's no conservative for whatever criticisms you have of the BLM movement. At least there were never mind. There were certain sects within the BLM movement at least who had relatively clear policy goals. Conservatives don't even have that anymore. They just hate Democrats and are oh, look at fucking Tampon Tim letting all the prisoners out. Kamala Harris, weed. They don't even have good solutions. The most they'll do is say oh, guys, we need cash bail or whatever. And it's okay, well, I don't really disagree, but you know, seems like that's probably not the biggest issue. Trump is giving economists a lot of natural experiments for events to study, to be fair. This is true. Trump is actually, I mean, the meme, you know, is that like this is actually exogenous policy. Like this is like yeah. Progressive DAs are the source of the problem. Even Democrats can see this. Yeah, I think but I also don't even I feel like, I don't know, like post 2020, like if you look at, like I remember No Opinion has, I think, an article about this. Like even a lot of the blue cities elected like relatively harsh on crime, like prosecutors and DAs and mayors or whatever. Post 2020, truly random exogenous socks. No one knows what he's going to do next. Exactly. We have ACAB and they have nothing. It's over. Oh no. Yeah, this is the bad policy. Equilibrium timeline sauce drama. Anyway. On August 11th, the President administration deployed the National Guard to D.C. It is unquestionably a political stunt, but even stunts might be useful. In the aftermath of the deployment, crime has fallen substantially, while the National Guard themselves are primarily standing around tourist spots doing yard work. They free up police to work elsewhere in the city, and a substantial literature establishes that more police reduces crime. The question is simply whether it is cost effective. Just gotta hope he doesn't mess up the data. Well, you know, so far I don't think he's done anything to the BLS, right? Even after this recent revision, I think he made like a true social post about it, but I don't think he's done anything yet. We'll see, but so it's reliable enough to actually study this, you know. Progressive state and local governments, like New York, for example, have banned solitary confinement, which is my point. They will make the lives of countless correction officers and inmates worse for the sake of the literal worst people alive. Is solitary confinement effective at all? I don't know. I mean, maybe it is, but I'm not really seeing evidence of that. But anyway. To do so, we need to compare the cost of deploying against the value of crimes they are preventing. I'm ignoring the economic losses from the National Guardsmen being called away from their jobs, as I have no way of answering that, to which is not complete speculation. I therefore can emphasize this, makes the estimates of the cost lower bounds. The Intercept reports that it will cost at least $1 million a day to deploy 2,200 guardsmen, with the true cost not being known until after. This applies to a cost of $454 per day per person, which given their pay and other incidental costs does not seem unreasonable. In any case, $1 million is the lower bound. This is true. BLS data is undeniably cooked. Always has been, always will be. Unfortunately, it's the best we've got. What do you mean cooked? It's not cooked. It's never going to be 100% accurate. But it's usually the initial estimates are within like 1%. In fact, I don't think they've ever been outside of 1% margin of error with the final estimates, even from the benchmark revisions. Again. I heard Trump's new BLS guy float the idea of just ending the job report altogether. Hope it was fake news and doubt it, though. I thought he was considering suspending the monthly reports or whatever, which is not like that horrible. But the guy Trump nominated for the BLS is pretty crazy. Like he literally thinks we've been in a recession since 122. It's like, kill me. The amount of jobs are going to crash long term, so there's no point in even caring about the short term jobs before. This is so true, localist party. Oh my god, why would I care about anything other than what you localists care about, and self-sufficiency and vertical farming? I love that you're more establishment chill than I am. The issue, like, I don't even like. The issue is, there are problems with the way the BLS does its like surveys now, and like the current establishment survey and the current population survey are like probably not. They're certainly like nowhere close to the best we could do. The issue is like, if you actually understand the problems, you understand they're not political problems, right? You know, the fact that the response rate has fallen so much, that's not a political problem. That does not have a political solution. And it feels like if you give like an inch on anything, MAGA, like, it takes a mile. They're like, oh my God, you admit that look, I read this BLS thing on their website where they admit the data is getting less accurate. So Trump is actually right to do all this, like, it's crazy. What's
the
up, Pascal
greatest.
Johnson? This is true. You are the greatest. This is true. This is true. This is true. Been a recession since 2022. Seems weird, like weird timing. It's low key when things started improving, inflation and wage rise. I think. I mean, we did in 2022 see 1 quarter of negative GDP, right? But yeah, it was initially 2 quarters of negative GDP actually, but they revised. You know, classic BLS. Actually, it's the BEA does GDP, but you know, classic BEA fashion. Okay, did revise the numbers. All right. But yeah, like any of this shit, like it's crazy. By the way, this I found. Oh my god, I love this dude. Oh my god, I love this dude, Joe Coco. Is inherent. Accounting is part art. This is true. Most harms of public disorder are not recorded. Every time someone is menaced by schizo on the subway and attacked, every time a woman crosses the... Well, yeah, but I mean, that's always the case. Fuck MAGA, but a stop clock. But they're not right. They're not right, because they view it as a fundamentally politically problem. They think it's like all super corrupt. Like they don't actually... Again, if you actually understand the problems, you realize like they're not really political problems. They don't really have political solutions other than getting Congress to pass extra funding for the BLS to... you know, like modernize their surveys. Oh my god, I love this dude. This dude is so goated. I need to get this dude on the podcast. This dude has so much good stuff on, like, especially on immigration and jobs data. Oh my god, he has such good stuff. Oh my god.
Time.
I think I need to. How long have I been saying I need to work on this? I think we're going. Okay, listen. I'll do it. Okay. I need to just make the podcast. I need to film like 1 or 2 episodes with. Just give the BLS some guns. This is real. Like 1 or 2 episodes with like my lib buddies or whatever of like a podcast that's like more formal. That way, there's like 2 examples or something that like people can look at. Then I can email a ton of people and just be like, hey, come on my fucking podcast. Let's do this shit. Oh my god, I need this dude on it. Oh my god, I don't know if you'd be willing to come on at all and stuff, but this dude is so
the Biden
goated.
administration, I feel like do you want to have a rebuttal to what the president just accused the Biden administration of?
I think it is very, very difficult for anyone in any administration to rig or fake our economic statistics. Almost everyone who touches the economic statistics.
You can be right for the wrong reasons. Don't fight obvious truths just because they're not right. Okay. The issue is, like, their claim is not like the BLS data is inaccurate. Their claim is that like the BLS data is intentionally rigged to make Biden look better, and therefore Trump is right for politically interfering with the BLS. Like their claim is like their claim is like right in the sense that if I take like the most narrow version, which is just like get Manny Y on. I mean, if he would come on, I bet I could probably get Noah Smith on. I haven't seen Matt Iglesias do anything other than Sam Harris's podcast, but I don't know if he does. I don't know if he does other appearances or whatever. I understand what you're trying to distinguish. Yeah, I know. It's just that's a super frustrating thing or whatever. But yeah.
Statistics are nonpartisan, non-political, technical experts. There are lots of quality controls. They follow established procedures. And the political appointees who might sit in the leadership positions or oversee these agencies don't see the numbers to the last minute. There's not a way they could manipulate them, and certainly not with lots of people knowing and blowing the whistle.
And that is an important point as we...
This guy's very goated. I think he's been tweeting a decent amount today. They follow establishment procedures. This is true. Oh, also we got the this data today too. And people, by the way, it's also annoying. People don't understand I've been seeing people bring up the poverty rate. I don't know why they're not putting it in context, because one, this is the official poverty rate, right? the percentage of people in poverty, and that excludes government benefits, but even that is down. But I've seen like a ton of tweets that are just like, poverty at 10.6%. Trump is failing America. And it's like, well, I agree. I'd agree holistically with the second half, but I think this is just the official poverty rate, is it not? Non-fondism is the root cause of poverty in America. That's true. That's an truly incredible emote we got there. Oh, messes it up a little bit because it splits off. There we go. If I zoom out, zoom in a little bit. See how you're able to agree, despite the intent being incorrect. Well, yeah. I'm more willing to agree on that stuff because I don't think it's not being used as any type of like just political justification for a bunch of bullshit, but the BLS shit is, and the BLS stuff is more incorrect. The national official poverty rate 2.3 percentage points lower than supplemental poverty measure. Official rate used in its analysis includes unrelated individuals under the age of 15 to enable direct comparisons with SPM, referred to as official throughout this article. Unlike the official poverty measure, the S&P also considers geographic variation in housing costs and tenure when calculating poverty thresholds. So some part of the BLS numbers creation is cooked and partisan. I don't think it's partisan at all. I don't think it's intentionally cooked. If by cooked you just mean it's never going to be 100% accurate, I agree. But the real question is, which they obfuscate, is how much. I don't think any of it. I don't think any of it is partisan. Like, there's no evidence that any of it has like ever been partisan. Like ever. Like, I don't think it has. The BLS ever delayed like the release of data for anything that could ever be considered a political reason? Or is there any evidence that like any of the data has ever been released at a time to make one politician look worse than another? That wasn't just on like the regular schedule. Like, I don't think there is, and I don't think there's not even a mechanism by which people in the BLS can really like cook the data, like the actual data itself. I think if you saw politically biased BLS, it wouldn't be the data that would be fucked with. I think you would just see the like release schedule of it be fucked with essentially. You're right, my bad. Government workers have no personal bias. I forgot, my bad. Even if they have a personal bias, what's the mechanism by which their personal bias can even influence that stuff? Like, there's no... That's bad face juggling, by the way. Real. Progressives have basically ruined our life in New York City. Whether progressives even... Well, no, I bet they are more on the local level. I was going to say, how much have progressives even empower New York City? But I bet there's plenty of like local boards or whatever that have a lot of progressives on them. Whether it be uptake in public disorder, the asylum chaos, lax homelessness, enforcement opposing Amazon HQ2 in Queens, well, that's real though. Ruining selected public schools, you name it. Everyone here know why we shifted like 34 so Trump. Trump is like a cockroach. He can take the craziest shit over and over, and no one in space gives a fuck. I know. LBS statistics are useless. Yeah, I know. Localist, I'm aware of all your opinions. You don't, you don't. You wouldn't care even if they were accurate though, 'cause, like you just have it's not even like you don't think data's accurate. It's just that like you don't think any of the stuff they measure is worth measuring. It's like you don't think it's meaningful to get people out of poverty by having welfare. You don't think it's meaningful to even get people. You don't think it's meaningful to measure job data because you think every job is going to be obsolete in 30 years or whatever. I have some Orthodox Jews who play magic. Should I ask them about Gaza to bring down the vibe? Absolutely. The only thing I ask the Jewish people about when I meet them is about Gaza. The idea of disliking job data and then fired ahead of data is crazy. It would be unprecedented scandal for every other president. I know people don't care. People don't care. You don't get someone out of poverty by giving them welfare. They're still in poverty. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Yep. No, I know your position. That's why I said it. Hold on. I just want to find one thing real quick, guys. I just want to find one. I just want to find one.
Dear Congressman, politician,
I hate Instagram so much. It's so tiny.
CEO, if you saw this in your feed, you're safe. However, if you received this reel from your friend, congratulations. You're being officially blackmailed by the Mossad. I am holding a tape with
Americans.
This is what I got.
Not only in the states most heavily affected, but in
this is why, like PBG says, I have no sympathy for the Gazan genocide.
Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public...
Ooh. Cringe.
Service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards.
Biden's about to fly over looking like he sniffed a kid, and Democrats have veto cabal. Meanwhile, Trump is literally Epstein's bestie. I know. I haven't. I've seen a little bit of that stuff just on Twitter. That letter seems crazy. Not just a letter that Trump said Epstein. That seems crazy, but most of the shit in that birthday book is pretty fucking crazy. Okay, wow, no pictures. Woohoo. Like there's the letter is pretty crazy on its own, I think, and then the there's that, but there was also just that drawing of like Epstein at the like kid's birthday party or whatever, and then 20 years later they're on this fucking island or whatever. It's like, oh my god, dude, what the hell are we doing? Credence in Epstein didn't kill himself only going up. Oh my god. He loves Burger King.
By deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the Commission.
Do you know who Peter Henderson is? Nope.
Headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating.
Is this like a... Is Joe Biden? Is this pseudonym? Oh, okay.
Nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we...
Pedocon theory is real life. Listen, it's true what they say. It's, Pedocon theory is a theory, just like gravity is a theory, all right? Republicans are 500 IQ Sherlock Holmes detective linking every Democrat looking the wrong way to being pedos. I know.
To stop it.
Wow. Bro did not understand lump of labor. Okay, what the hell? Lump of labor fallacy. Democrat staffers don't care about illegal immigration. It's not a problem worth fixing to them. I agree for some of the progressives in Biden's staff. I don't know, like, holistically if that's true, but this is true. Sample text. Like Peter Schiff? No. You cool? I don't think so, brother. Trump administration has already taken multiple actions to raise costs for low-income families and push millions of economic deprivation. Ease your head, truth nuke, implemented regressive tariff policies that would disproportionately harm consumers with lower incomes. Then signed a one big beautiful bill, which includes historic cuts to some of the most effective government programs to support people's basic needs, including Medicaid and supplemental and SNAP benefits. As these cuts phase in over the course of the next few years, kicking people off their health insurance and food benefits, poverty will steadily increase. Your P. Trump has ever had sexual relations with a minor? What counts as sexual relations? I think I would put maybe 25% credence on Trump, like not like full on like sex with a minor or anything, but on just like having essentially maybe not like digital penetration even, but like just groping a minor or whatever, or even just like the shit he said about the dressing rooms even for pageants, right? Or just like that stuff, like maybe 20, like maybe 25%. As for like actual like anything that like in a court of law might get charged with like actually I think sexual assault can include just like groping as well, but like any type of penetration or like oral shit, maybe relatively low, maybe like 5%. But I don't know. Like I get more and more, more and more. I'm like, I don't know, brother. Maybe, brother. Well, OPM only accounts for pre-tax cash income, such as wages and social security payments. The S&P provides a more comprehensive view of family finances by including taxes and tax credits, as well as non-cash benefits such as SNAP, medical costs, health insurance premiums, and other common expenses. The S&P also accounts for geographic cost of living differences, while OPM poverty thresholds standardized across the United States. It is interesting that the supplemental poverty is higher than official poverty again. I guess it's not that interesting. You know, COVID benefits have expired, obviously. The letter was mad sus. There's a lot of like mad sus things. It's just like I don't know. Like I don't know how to. Some of the mad sus things I think could just be some of the mad sus things after Trump was in office with regards to like hiding a lot of this stuff. It might just be you think it's just going to be politically harmful to him, even if there isn't like super damning stuff in there. But you know, please turn off the filter so I can stop bitching about it. If we prove trustworthiness, we have earned our fate. I need to do the Nightbot shit. I don't have the filter, like I said, on YouTube. Is very annoying. And I have it on like the lowest option already. Actually, I'm pretty sure there's only like one option. It's like on or off, but you know. I'm asking for the none option. Yeah, but people will, you know, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. I don't even know, by the way. I don't actually know if none is like actually none. Oh no, it is. There's none, basic, strict, and hold all. Have it on. Actually, that's for comments. Where's live streams? No, yeah, for live chat, there's only none in basic. Hold on, I'll put it on none. I don't even know if it updates in real time. But I put it on none. We'll see. By the way, YouTube needs to fucking pay me out. What is this bullshit? If they do, we'll chase them off. Do my best to keep it mostly civil. Yeah. But no, I trust you, Michael, obviously. But the concern is just trolls in general. Oh, YouTube finally, YouTube did update my balance. Okay, let's go. Took a little bit. First, clients might put up their own list and make a congressional immunity say the names. Imagine it seems if they say Trump's name in Congress. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Who was it that wrote the Substack article about the whatever victims bullshit? Oh, God, who was it? I guess I'm probably not subscribed to him. I saw on Twitter just someone wrote a Substack article talking about whatever validity the Epstein victims. Nathan, do you have a driver's license? I do. I'm not a good driver, but I am good enough to have a license. Why should she still vote for AOC with Mitt Romney when she supports quality of life reducing measures? Because I think Romney also probably supports quality of life reducing measures. I just read through, dude, people will bring up Romney and hypotheticals all the time. I need to just read through his policy platform one day. I think there's a non-zero chance I would vote for Romney over AOC. I just have to know stuff. Do you have a real ID or just a normal state one? Mine's a real ID. I don't know why you need to know that, but I also have a passport. Dude, what the fuck? I'm so confused. I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through this post. It's not the average Scott Sumner post, okay? Why are we talking about Epstein and pedophilia? Oh no. When I'm driving 5 miles per hour over to 65 mile speed limit on Orange County freeways, I notice many motorists passing me. This is me for real. This occurs so often I've concluded most people are speeders. That is technical violation of traffic law. It's not surprising. Society has felt it necessary to create a separate term for people going far over the speed limit, say 125 miles an hour. Those are often labeled reckless drivers. You might say that speeding 5 miles per hour over the limit is less wrong than going 60 miles per hour over the limit. The financial penalty is certainly much lower. I got my driver's license in the mail. They gave me a real ID. I didn't want it, so I cut it up. Now I got to go back and get another one. First of all, they don't give you, in order to get a real ID, I don't know, maybe someone fucked up or whatever. In order to get a real ID, my understanding, you have to show them in the DMV office or whatever, your birth certificate and another form of identification. I think you need 2 valid forms of identification or whatever to get the real ID. They ask you if you want a real ID. You can say no. Maybe if you renew just online or whatever. But what the fuck is the point of cutting it? If they were able to get you the real ID, they already have all the information they need to get you the real ID. Cutting it up is not going to do anything. What the fuck? If they already have a copy of your birth certificate, they have it, brother. They don't. You cutting up your real ID is not going to remove any of the government's information on you. Real ID is becoming mandatory to engage with the DMV in my state. If not mandatory, so strongly encouraged. Not having one is clearly discouraged. I believe it. They've delayed multiple times, right, when it would be mandatory, right? But yeah, it is strongly encouraged, and it will be mandatory eventually for real one day. Yeah, I think like if you, I don't know for sure, I'm pretty sure if you renew your license or whatever here, like you basically have to get a real ID. There are many areas, however, where society has decided to extend the same pejorative term over a wider set of infractions. It's usually done to impress upon the public that the relatively minor infraction is also really, really bad. At the end, I'll consider an example the opposite, creating a softer term for something that seems objectively just as bad. I'll focus on society's view of the situation on my own. Please try to keep the focus in the comment section. Oh no. What's up, ZRT? What's the word today? You know, we got the job revisions. F. For the stream? Shouldn't be. Should be good. Nah, okay, good. Yeah, we got the job revisions today. We got Trump and Epstein shit. We got more the economic data that significant less people are talking about. That's the report on financial well-being or whatever that the Fed was able to put out. Actually, it's the Census Bureau or the Fed? I'm pretty sure it's the Fed, right? Could be wrong. Hold on. This is the Census Bureau, but there is also just Fed data that came out today, right? Real ID is unconstitutional. I don't want myself to be in a federally accessible database. I'm going to surrender mine and demand they remove me from the system. Okay. Nice one, localist. That I gotta look up. Which thing specifically? ZRT. I can probably give you a little bit. But my oppression, I know. Refuse realid.org. I wonder if they're in any way biased against this. I mean, if you tell them to remove your shit, then like maybe you're good or whatever, but I don't Real ID could become a Chinese-like social credit system linked to a global ID. Oh my god. A global ID. The globalist. Don't bite a lie. You can still fly without Real ID. No one says you need it to. I mean, if you have a passport or whatever, you can fly just fine without a Real ID. But you have to surrender basically the same data to get a passport as you do to get a Real ID. The vaccine passports. I know. Horrible. I could be wrong, but like I said, I'm fairly certain if they have the data to give you a Real ID, that data is already in their database. I don't think just having the Real ID is the thing that gives you, that puts you in the database or whatever. Maybe if you have the Real ID, you are put in a federal database, and only the state level DMV keeps your birth certificate records and stuff. It's a violation of Fourth Amendment privacy rights. That seems crazy. State DMV plan to digitize it, put it on your phone, and have remote access to it. Every time you use it, it'll ping the DMV. Oh, the World Economic Forum. True. Let's go. New World Order incoming. Yes. Yeah, hold on. If you want access, you have to pay extra for a passport and a passport card, and allot sufficient time to get those identification documents before you need access. I don't know if there's... What does a Real ID have that a passport doesn't? Like... You have to submit basically the same information. I actually think you have to give more information to get a passport. It could just be the case that the DMV had more information, but for the DMV, when I was getting my Real ID, all I had to do was show them. I think I showed them my birth certificate and social security card. For a passport, I gave them my birth certificate, social security card. I think I gave them my Real ID too. You have to fill out the form or whatever where you like list your like occupation, you list your parents and their occupation. Like I think you actually give more data for the passport. I just want my info in the state database, not in state or federal one. I think I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure passports are in a federal database too, but I don't even know. I don't even know if like it's strictly kept in the state system. I think if the federal government wants the data, they could probably pretty easily. Do they even have to? They don't even have to subpoena them, do they? Can't they? They probably just request from the state level DMV the data they need. In Germany, you legally need to carry your ID everywhere you go. You need to give your prints to get one. Well, horrible authoritarian. I mean, carrying it everywhere you go seems harsh, but I don't know how strictly that's enforced. Honestly, it would surprise me if it's not strictly enforced. But you know, I don't think I have a big issue with national ID cards, even if Real ID was a national ID card. It's pretty strict. Damn. How do you feel about data centralization, e.g. Trump Palantir? I think the concern with Palantir is obviously like that's a private company that I don't think has been independently well vetted, and I think people within the Trump administration have like personal stakes in it, right? So I think that's a big concern of Palantir that might not necessarily apply to other types of data centralization, but very alarming. Yeah, I don't just the idea of having some centralized database for some information, I don't hate, but the DHS Secretary can unilaterally change what Real ID is required for. There's nothing stopping them from saying you need it to board a train. Whoa. Good thing we don't have trains in America. I mean, I don't know the full limitations of it or whatever, but like that seems to affect you regardless of whether or not you have a Real ID. So, okay. Don't think cutting your Real ID up is really necessary for that still. That's my e-shill boy. I love the establishment. Here's our terms that have extended over an increasingly wide range of situations. Genocide. Most people believe that genocide is the sense of destroying a culture. It's less wrong than a sense of mass murder. Segregation. Most people believe that de facto segregation is less wrong than de jure segregation. Slave labor. Most people believe that slave labor, in the sense of exploitation of migrant workers, is less wrong than chattel slavery. This is true. By the way, I think on Thursday, Gibbs is hosting a panel. I'm not on it. At least I've not been invited to it. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. But about why Democrats support slave labor, aka immigrants working on farms, which will be interesting to watch and or be on. Gibbs, if you're seeing this, I'm free. But really, most people regard sex with teenagers as less wrong than sex with a young child. Rape for a given age. Most people believe statutory rape is less wrong than forcible rape. Forcible rape. I just don't want to be tracked, traced, and databased. I just don't think, like on the margin, I don't think having a Real ID is that big of a deal with that. Most of America's homeless live in shelters, such as motel rooms, but most people regard living in a street as being worse than living in a motel. Drunk driving. Most people believe, at least implicitly, that driving with a blood alcohol level of 0.10% is less wrong than driving with a blood alcohol level of 0.20%. By the way, the legal limit is 0.15% when I was young. Now it's 0.08%. Child labor. Most people view having 14-year-old children working as less wrong than having 8-year-old children work. Child abuse. Most people believe that spanking a child is less wrong than intentionally injuring a child. Schrodinger's slave labor, where millions come to the border to do it. I know. Oh, what's up, Corbin? Yeah. Obviously, it's dumb because people implicitly, when people like for example that like Daniela girl or whatever I talk to, whenever like MAGA makes the claims about like immigrants exploiting us or benefiting so much from coming to America, like they're implicitly recognizing like how valuable it is for the immigrant to be here, and like obviously it's not slavery or whatever. Yeah, like when like I said, the Daniela girl I spoke to relatively recently from the Jubilee video, and she was like, "Oh, Mediasan, do you care about helping the immigrant more or Americans more?" It's like, well, things can be mutual gains. Things, positive sum transactions exist, but also like I do think it is relevant. The marginal benefit for the immigrant is like usually like very high. Like the next best alternative for them is usually pretty Bad. You did great in debate at Corbin. It was Corbin? Are you talking about the I found Corbin through that. What's that girl's name? The RDR whatever the fuck girl. RGR. That debate. I don't think I watched the full debate ever though. Like the federal government chooses who immigrates to my talent in the scale. That's not really what happened. Look, I don't even know how you think that's what happens, localist, but slave labor where they voluntarily come to make a multiple they work at home. Yeah, I know exactly. I should find the study on this just so I can cite it or whatever. My understanding is like oh, what the fuck? There we go. MAGA or Clinton? Is that a serious question? I feel like we know where where I'm down in that one, Michael. I should find a study on the thing I've heard cited before is that like immigrants like tend to have like 7x the wages here than they would back home or whatever, and like 40% of that is attributable to like human capital gains. And 60% of it is attributable just to the fact that the U.S. has essentially higher, like total factor productivity and higher, we have more physical capital built up and stuff. It seems like the easiest slam dunk debate in history. We'll see. Yeah, I know the soy pill is going to be on it, so it'll be interesting. But I don't know who the opponents will be. So I trust soy pill though. I should send him that study actually, although I don't know if that's a good rhetoric, and I don't know if it's ever rhetorically effective to do that. By the way, according to who are immigration researchers that aren't George Borjas, according to David Card et al. 2013, actually, immigrants' wages typically 7x when they move here, and only about 40% of that is attributable to human capital, and the rest of it's attributable to, I don't know. I was running, by the way, you see the new Epic donation goal? We're getting so sidetracked. We're never getting through any of these articles. Let's go. I meant the ideas you so effortlessly throw at MAGA, correctly, by the way, described the left 30 years ago. I don't believe so. No, not nearly to it. Like Clinton, for whatever, like you sent the whatever Clinton video, like Clinton was like so sympathetic to illegal immigrants in that video or whatever. Like he did say like something like approximating, so what some of MAGA says when he's like, oh, sometimes illegal immigrants have jobs that otherwise could have been held by Americans or whatever. But Clinton, like there's a difference between saying that and then saying we're going to enforce our border more strongly and do like expedited removal for certain immigrants, and invoking the Alien Enemies Act, not giving immigrants due process, continuing to not give immigrants due process after the Supreme Court ruled that you didn't give immigrants due process, like this, posting deportation ASMR videos. Yeah. This is the fundraiser goal is a big stretch goal set at $600. Okay. The Unfuck America thing is having an event semi close to me. All right. October 24th. All right. At Liberty University, which is a big, weird Christian university. One of my old, like high school econ teacher went there, which is funny, but I know there's some content creative people that would be going. I would love to go. Isaac, if I do go, I'd go with Isaac and maybe one of Isaac's friends, and I think it would make a good IRL stream. It'd be fun, but I probably need. I will commit to going if we reach the very high $600 goal that I set, but the relevant thing is I'd have fun going. I will likely, there's a decent chance I'll go regardless of if we come anywhere close to the goal, which I don't think we will. But it'd be nice if we reach that goal and I could commit to going. Just package it in an idiot-proof way. Millions of people are going through huge trouble to enter in the U.S. and voluntarily involuntarily work while getting paid multiples of their income at home, yet it's slavery. Yeah. There are definitely intuitive ways to do it. Yeah, but like I said, that's the Unfuck America tour thing. I think they're following Charlie Kirk's tour. I looked on Charlie Kirk's website. I didn't see that he was going to Liberty University that day, but I did see that he was going to other universities in Virginia around that time. So he might just not have that one listed for whatever reason. But I was running through in my head, and I DM'd Isaac about this too. I don't think there's any way, in the type of debate that Charlie Kirk hosts, I don't think there's any way ever to optically win that for a lot of econ stuff. Like, there's no, in like an 8-minute debate, I don't know if he limits the time, but usually the debates he has for the Change My Mind thing at college are like pretty short. They're like under 10 minutes. Oh shit!
What time Weebase maxing?
Oh, don't worry. Thanks for the $30, Michael. I appreciate it. Don't worry. I do have the Bays thing in React today. We will watch it today. Don't worry. Because I know you want me to, and I got not that much better stuff to do. But quick rant first. There's no way for me to say, Charlie Kirk, don't you think that like firing the BLS head is like really bad? Like, he can spit out, thanks Don C for the follow. He can spit out like 20 different false things about the BLS and data revisions, and each one of those takes like 5 minutes to explain. And it's like, there's no way you're doing this shit. Or like, even if I also the by the way, the Jed Coco guy, I think it is a post I found him through. Like, there's no way if Charlie Kirk just repeats a lie like this, right? Which I've seen Charlie Kirk do, like look at the growth in native-born versus foreign-born employment. There's no way I'm like, okay, well, the CPS data essentially uses projected data from the population for the total population size, but uses monthly data from the current population survey to look at the share of the foreign-born population. So if there's an unexpected increase in immigration and the response rates for immigrants drop, mechanistically you're going to see an increase in the, native-born population, but that's not actually what's really happening. What's really happening is just that the, share of immigrants responding to the survey dropped or whatever. Like, there's no way, there's no way you can run through like stuff like this in a debate where Charlie Kirk can ever look good. Like, you just look like a soy person screaming. And Charlie Kirk is the Chad with the microphone in the booth saying bullshit. Like, I don't think there's any winning on a lot of that stuff. There might be on the tariffs. Do we get a slide up in the timeline? I was planning on getting to it soon. I just keep getting sidetracked. I was planning on doing it like second thing on stream, but I've gotten repeatedly sidetracked. But yeah, we'll do it after I read like this article and maybe talk about this stuff a little bit more. There's no way you're running through this shit in a debate like that. Pharisee really cared about the poor. She'd start in OnlyFans and redistribute the funds. Real. By the way, I do think I have thought about this before. OnlyFans is like an incredibly like top heavy like platform, and that like the top it's like actually insane. The OnlyFans inequality is like unbelievable. It's like the top 1% earn like literally like 80% of the income for OnlyFans or whatever. Ignore the OnlyFans shit that comes up when I type that in. Okay, definitely not contributing to that inequality. But I do think, I'm just saying, there are women who could be making a lot of money off of OnlyFans because they already have an existing following. Okay. Yeah, the top 0.1% of creators can account for a significant percentage of total earnings, sometimes reaching over 75%. I don't know what this is from exactly. This doesn't seem like an incredibly trustworthy source, but it's crazy. And they could be donating that money to the fucking shrimp. Okay? I'm not saying they have an obligation to do it. I'm just saying maybe they should consider it. I don't think it's that hard to get into the top 1% though, because most people don't dedicate that much to it. I don't think it's hard to know. I think the people I think underestimate the grind that OnlyFans creators go on. There's a reason these people have like 10 different alt accounts on Instagram, all posting like weird thirst trap like things or whatever. You guys see that video? Sorry, Michael, we're getting so sidetracked. Oh my god, I don't know if I'll be able to find this. Of the OnlyFans creator figuring out how the price elasticity demand works. OnlyFans creator, $8 a month. Problematic. I'm not gonna be able to find it. There was like an OnlyFans creator who made a video that was like, there's a lot of people who will only buy OnlyFans if it's like $8 a month and not $15 a month, and that's really problematic because if I get 300 subscribers and I do $8 a month, then I only earn $2,000 a month, and if you subtract the expenses that I have, then I basically make no money. That was funny, but I know Grow did OnlyFans, so she got 1% pretty quick, no crazy marketing. She wasn't even super hot. I mean, it might be possible, but I don't know. Bro, are you joking? Don't promote that mess despite the lucrative opportunities. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm not like super hardcore anti-porn or whatever. Okay, I am a gooner, one might say, but I do think that like OnlyFans, especially OnlyFans, might be more harmful than regular porn, even because of the sort of relationships that people form or whatever, and like the chat function and everything. But I'm just saying, think about the shrimp. Just think about all the shrimp, okay? Like, what about that OnlyFans model meeting their top subscriber? Right. I think that that might be evidence that it is more harmful. It's like people. I bet there's a fucking bidding war for that shit, bro. Like, I'm gonna need as many shrimp as you save to neutralize your activism. Well, they still die. You can eat all the ethically stunned shrimp that you want. So, but OnlyFans is like a lot less bad for the creator, no, but bad for Simps bank accounts. Yeah. Probably. Like I don't have data on this on hand or anything, but yeah, my understanding is that a lot of the institutional porn industry or whatever, like a lot of times it's pretty fucked up or whatever, and OnlyFans is a lot more chill because you're just like an independent creator. But yeah. Okay, anyway. In the comment sections, I noticed that many people struggle with nuance. If you say X is less wrong than Y, you're seen as saying X is perfectly okay or not a problem at all. Thus, people seem surprised by my claim that even after recent crackdowns, the situation in Hong Kong is still much better than on the mainland. In fact, this claim should not have been slightly controversial. And yet people conflate the true claim, bad things have recently been done to Hong Kong, with the false claim that things in Hong Kong are just as repressive as the mainland. Here's the Financial Times stories about Hong Kong University, illustrated both the negative. Academic freedom has shrunk, many say. Several of its academics have been attacked by Chinese state-backed media outlets in Hong Kong. U.S. human rights law academic Ryan Thorson, who was hired by HKU, was denied a visa in 2022 in a positive. The total number of students at HKU, meanwhile, has increased from 29,000 to 42,000, with the proportion of mainland Chinese students studying under government-funded programs rising from about 15% to 24% during the period. I watched an OnlyFans girl cook Andrew Wilson in an OnlyFans debate once. She convinced me of the grind. Let's go. Andrew Wilson has debated a lot of OnlyFans girl. I don't know which one you're talking about. But many mainland Chinese people who have studied abroad come to HKU for its Western education, said HKU science lecturer. They don't want to tell them the Chinese party line of propaganda. In that sense, HKU maintains a competitive edge. The world is it can be true that Hong Kong has gotten worse in several important ways, while also being true that Hong Kong is still freer than the mainland in many important ways. Scott Alexander directed me to an instant treat by Richard Hernani. Oh man, if Epstein was a pedophile, isn't it a really big deal? Pedophilia is legal among our European allies. Why is this never a foreign priority? Yeah, I've seen this shit before. It's crazy. According to Wikipedia, age consent is roughly 2 years higher in the US than in Europe. More surprising to me is the fact that differences seem sort of random, not correlated with cultural differences in a way that I would expected. Norway aligns with Spain, Germany aligns with Portugal, Sweden aligns with Greece, etc. And the same sort of seemingly random pattern happens throughout the US. I think there's a boring answer, where the law is more complex than just a single number, and whatever kind of weird trafficking Epstein was doing is worse than what the normal relationship these European laws are permitting. But assuming there's a substantial difference even after taking that into account, I think my answer is something like we got to divide kids. From adults at some age, there's a range of reasonable possible ages. We shouldn't be too mad over at other societies that choose different dividing lines within that range. But having decided upon the age, we've got to stick with it and take it seriously in a sense of penalizing such shaming people who break it. This is more culturally relativist than I expected to find myself being, so good job, Richard, for highlighting this event, the apparent paradox. Wow. Okay. I don't know if I care about the rest of the stuff. I was just curious. But yeah. Also, this guy wrote back in January, data revisions are coming. Which, by the way, fucking Powell in his speech, I'm pretty sure, said based on data from the quarterly census of employment wages, data available to date suggests that the level of non-farm payrolls will be revised down materially. The final benchmark revision will be incorporated into the monthly employment data in February 2026. Like, kill me, dog. No one is people might be surprised by the size of this revision, which is fair because it was like the biggest downward revision ever. Now, the fact that we would have the biggest downward revision ever in an uncertain time, right? And, you know, and during when data collection was getting just generally worse or whatever, like, it's not that surprising, but you know, it was not actually surprising to the Fed or anything. The QCW data is where they fucked me over on the establishments. Unbelievable. Did you look at the downward revision sorted out by sector a little bit? I think I saw that most of the downward revision was actually in like the healthcare and hospitality industry, right? It's fine. Okay, you know what? Even when Biden's job growth was not particularly good, all right? At least it wasn't all in the healthcare sector, okay? The majority was in government, I thought. I didn't see that, but it could be true. The economy is bigger than ever. So big. The numbers are huge, not tiny. This is a real Drumble. Welcome to the stream. Where's the, like, release? Don't they have a nice fancy PDF where they show it? Maybe not yet. They might not do that for benchmark revisions because it is just a benchmark revision, not the actual final revision or whatever. Yeah, I thought I don't know if I bookmarked it or not. I did see a tweet looking at it by sector, but that's it. Having liberals on their streamer grind is good for America. Congrats on liberalism, DDC. Well, I appreciate it, Rumble. With the greatest debt. So beautifully big. Don't you know the tariffs have brought in 10 trillion in revenue? Dude, it's crazy. Trump just gets away with saying, I think he literally said 18 trillion. He said it like, we're going to see 18 trillion in investment in the next couple of months. Like, we're going to see, like, literally, apparently 50% of our GDP, guys, in the next couple months be, like, foreign investment or investment brought on by tariffs. Like, what are we doing? I don't know if that was his name or not. I like this dude, the Michael Strand guy. I think it's this dude's cool. This dude needs to come on the Non-Fun podcast. Here's what save our economy. We must make them smaller to make sure our economy will grow big. Can I sort by author? Is this not even by him? It might not be by him. Nightbot will not control my free speech. Oh, is it yelling at you about all caps? Nightbot does that sometimes. Yeah, it's not even him. By the way, I read the Overshoot guy, who I don't think he's written about the recent revision or whatever, but he still says the job market is like pretty good holistically. It's just that immigration is kind of the big issue that's driving a lot of things. That one makes sense, but I'm glad your message got through. Yeah, oh damn, Nightbot. Unbelievable. Dude, I swear I made the Nightbot restrictions like pretty lax on caps, because it used to get mad even if people had just had like one word in all caps. But maybe I need to lax them more. I mean, I don't really care. I don't know if I can disable it, or maybe I should just make it like 999 letters or whatever. That can be in all caps. Look, unbelievable. This is what Trump is doing to Gen Z workers. Oh shit, thanks for the super chat, Rumble.
Destiny. That wacky gooner.
Well, I appreciate that you give me the donation instead of Destiny. You know, the marginal benefit for me, first of all, is higher because I'm not rich to begin with. Okay, unlike Destiny. But yeah, I greatly appreciate the donation. Thanks so much for the $20 super chat, Rumble. Hell fucking yeah. Welcome, buddy. Let's fucking go. I am a gooner, but not nearly as bad or as wacky of one as Destiny. Have no fear. Okay. Yeah. Okay, anyway. This might be boring to everyone else, Michael, so. But one of my viewers donated for me to watch this. Michael. We all know him. We all love him. So, I will watch it. And it's just something I need to learn in general anyway. put it at a later hour. I mean, I can if you want me to, but I don't have like a ton else planned for stream today or whatever. Steven the Wacky Gooner Man. So they teach bays in American schools. I think they probably do if you take I think it wouldn't surprise me if they taught at least some of him in like AP classes in my classes or at my school. Keep your viewers happy. Well, I don't know if I have anything better than this to keep them happy with, but certainly, by the way, if we don't get to it today, I can watch it either tomorrow or just off stream sometime. But I know you want me to watch it on stream. Oh, we should finish reading this at least. Estimating effects in crime is surprisingly true. Oh, shit, what the
Join my
fuck?
political party. The Wacky Gooner lives. Smile.
Bro upped it with the $50 dono. Let's get the fucking twerk break for that one. Let's fucking go, Drumble. Let's fucking go. My fucking goat. My fucking goat. My fucking goat. Listen, that sounds like a party fucking made for me. The Wacky Gooner libs, okay? I'm tired of the anti-gooning rhetoric from the left, alright? I am a liberal, okay? I hate Donald Trump, but you gotta admit, okay, sometimes the anti-gooning rhetoric on the left the left is probably holistically more pro-gooner than the right is, honestly. But you know. Yeah, thanks. I very much appreciate it. I want you to engage with it. Stop when he offers the opportunity to think. So yeah, maybe when viewers are trust off, I care about learning. All right. Anyway, okay.
I need to know if there is something better than twerk time.
First of all, I will just make a announcement if we're gonna add another whale to the non-Vaughn community. Okay, Streamlabs does take a smaller cut of the donations. Okay, if we have another whale here, it should Nightbot should send the chat in a second. But there I don't know if there's anything better than twerk break necessarily. There are a few other things. I mean, we got the sub button, obviously. So let people know they need to like and subscribe. Okay. We got a few other things. I'm here for the boring. You got reading in videos. Thanks, Saucer. Yeah, this is why you're the goat, Saucer. Let's fucking go. We got bikini time. But I very much appreciate $100 dono. It does really help me out. That pays for a month of restream for me. Okay, so that's just what I use to multi-streamed everywhere. By the way, we should, speaking of the videos and stuff, I think I'm a whale. I'm an orca. I'll refer to you as an orca from now on. Okay, I guess, you know, I respect how you identify. But you know, I don't know if there's a ton of stuff that's better than twerk break. Twerk break is kind of my magnum opus if I say so myself, but there are some other overlays I got. Okay, anyway, I use a basic difference in difference specification. I compare crime before and the day after to how much it would change over time. Change over the same time period in a prior year. The point of this is to control for seasonal trends. I get the data from DC crime cards. My exact search can be found at the link. I download the last 2 years of crime, or about 57,000 events, narrowing to the 2 weeks before and after gives me about 4,000 incidents. Crime has fallen substantially. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. So here you go. You can see how the crime was similar to last year and then has since diverged. The estimates for the fallen incidents of each type per day can be seen below as well. Hank Green tells me whales are fish. Doesn't Hank Green say everything is fish? I don't, sometimes I get like Hank Green. stuff, and I don't get some of the inside jokes, or whatever. I would not call that a DID. This is why I need the econometrics arc. I've seen this. I don't think I ever watched this fully.
With the fact that words have meaning.
But I've seen Hank just kind of say, and my headphones are totally desynced. God damn it. We're all fish in oceans of God piss. This is true. This is real. But I've seen Hank just say, like, essentially, we evolved to take the water with us. I just did a Nobel conference lecture a few days ago. I will. By the way, definitely, I will get around to watching that. I need to lock in. Okay, I need to pick a day to start hardcore doing that shit. But yeah. But you know, it's like we kind of just took the water with us.
So this is going to start out.
We're a self-contained ocean.
Meanings, all of them, and those. This is definitely a fish. Why is a bass to me like the most fish-like fish? I don't know. But is this a fish? I mean, yeah, it's not really fish-shaped. What about this? That's
lecture's made for the layperson. It's not locking in, just basic concepts. Hell yeah. Okay, bye, I'm swimming away. Don't go woke American values or gay values. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Drumble. Yeah, make sure to like and sub. So you can catch the next stream as well, so we can fund my caffeine habit and my what else do I need? My Spotify Premium.
On my We Never Left the Water shirt here, there's like weird fish here. There's an oarfish, that's like a long fish. There's a whale shark, what's that even? Mola? What? But interestingly, this used to be a fish, and this also used to be a fish, this as well. This is a silverfish, and interestingly, it was never a fish. It just reminded people of fish. We've had words related to fish for a very long time, and mostly what they meant was the thing that you think of as a fish. Not anymore though, and how we ended up there is very interesting. Now, the thing that means fish is kind of not what you think of as a fish. Or it is. It still is.
Man, I just realized I am a fucking Destiny clone, aren't I? I'm just watching Hank Green on stream now.
But there also it isn't. There's a fight going on, and I'm in it. I'm in the fight, and I want to be in the fight. I like it here. But how we ended up in that situation is very interesting, and also it leads me to believe that maybe sharks aren't fish, or whales are. What people think of as a fish has changed over time as our language has gotten more specific. Used to be anything moving around in the water was a fish. Starfish, jellyfish, cuttlefish, whales, seals, and penguins were not considered fish because they spent a lot of time on land. And people messed around with this. Like Aristotle was like, a bunch of these things are pretty different. As early as that era, we started separating out things that didn't have internal structures. So sharks and bass and whales, fish. But squid and octopuses and snails and jellyfish and starfish, different things that got different words. He had a whole system for dividing things up. Did they have blood? Did they have bones? Etc. But that was very different from what people thought of as fish. And people kept thinking of squids as fish, even though Aristotle was like, no, they're a different thing. When I was in school, people were still a little unclear on whether whales were fish. That was the 90s. In the Middle Ages, for weird logistical reasons, fish started to be redefined for a lot of people because you could eat fish during meat fasts, like during Lent. And some people didn't have access to like not just fish, but like any food.
I'm sorry for the non-econ
that
nerds.
wasn't meat. And so they started looking at different animals.
This guy's a total beta fish. Wow, incredible.
Definitely considered fish and could be eaten
nice
during
one,
Lent. Same thing goes for barnacle geese.
What's up, Bones? So not fun as an oiler? Well,
grew on driftwood.
I do apparently. Hopefully he subscribed. Okay, I don't know if he just stopped by this one time. Maybe it's a one time event. Okay, limited time event, but.
Like popped out of barnacles. You can see how maybe that would be a
also, he said he prefers to identify as an orca. So.
Fish. Also, puffins lived all their lives in water, so they were considered fish. Now, the jury is out on whether people actually thought these things were fish, but it really does feel like they did. Like, they looked at beavers and they were like, their tails are scaly, they live in the water, I don't know, kind of fishy. Now, if you look at the definition of fish in the dictionary, and the words there were just like, that thing you think of as a fish, that would be a bad definition. That would not be satisfying. It's almost weird that there has to be a definition of fish. Like, I don't know the history of dictionaries, but there must have been
Thanks to Trump, you are not taxed on your tips. Yeah, by the way, hold on, I just want to say, folks, number one, the list of jobs that can deduct tips White House does include digital content creators, and just want to say, first of all, certainly at least the Streamlabs doing me a big favor by calling the page where you can donate via Streamlabs a tip page. Okay, so these definitely first of all, these definitely are tips. Okay, in fucking arguable. Okay, if you go to your track tips Okay. This is all about tips. I'm not logged in. Inarguable. Isn't the actual impact of that pretty nominal? Yeah, Dylan Thomas, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, especially because it only goes up to $25,000. So, it's not like even if you were like a big streamer and you classify like all your donations as tips or whatever, you'd still only be able to deduct the up to $25,000 or whatever. And for me, it's like, I think probably basically meaningless based on the way I would file taxes. But yeah. Yeah, digital content creators are here, I believe. Yeah. So don't tell Stitch you're not on that. Stitch said he'll shill for Trump if he got super chats to be tax deductible. I mean, they are tax deductible, presumably up to $25,000. I don't know. Will there have to be a court case about it in order for shit to get decided, or does the IRS, can they themselves internally just decide that, or do they internally decide it, and then if someone disagrees, they sue the IRS, and then the court case rule? I don't know how the rules for that would be made, but presumably someone out there is going to try to deduct their super chats, and someone is going to have to decide whether that's allowed or not. And I don't know what that decision would be. But inarguable, okay, the Streamlabs donations, literally called a tip page. Obviously deductible. Obviously. No question. And then for the other stuff, I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to argue that they're tips. Like subs on Twitch are like, I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to argue that. I think maybe you could argue, I mean, you do get like emotes and stuff, and I guess you don't see ads if you're a sub, so maybe it's not a tip because it's like you do actually get stuff in return, like emotes and an ad-free experience. Super chats, though, you could probably still claim as tips. Now, Stitch is a smart cookie. Adam has a good intuition, even if he's got a bit askew, real. And also, I think it might be a little weird because a lot of the like full-time streamers usually have like an LLC that they run as like a self-enterprise or whatever. Also, this is an incredible freeze frame of Hank, I'm just realizing. So it's not like your personal income. It's like the income goes to your company, and then you pay yourself a salary, from that company, because that's just generally has, as tax advantage essentially. So I don't know if you could deduct tips from that in that sense. It'd just be revenue from for your company. I don't know. I don't really watch them, but I've seen some brain rot takes. Dude, the only thing I've seen of Adam and Stitch is them talk to a Boy, and I ain't a socialist, but oh my god, was that conversation agonizing? Agonizing.
That are managed by these institutions.
This is crazy. Oh no. They definitely given some, but mostly on point. I don't know if I agree with that, Michael, but like I said, I haven't seen much from them. Russia's attacking NATO ally Poland with Iranian. What the fuck? Is this conspiracy shit or what is Iranian shaded drones less than a week after President Trump hosted President Naraki at the White House as an act of war? And we are grateful to NATO allies for their swift response to war criminal Putin's continued unprovoked aggression and against free and productive nations. I urge President Trump to respond with mandatory sanctions that will bankrupt the Russian war machine and arm Ukraine with weapons capable of striking Russia. Putin is no longer just losing in Ukraine while bombing mothers and babies. He is now directly testing a resolve in NATO territory. Putin stated that Russia knows no borders. Free and prosperous nations. Is this real? Rock? Wait, this is on NATO territory? Well, it'd be in NATO airspace? It is NATO airspace, yeah. Polish and NATO jet scramble. Warsaw airport shut after Ukrainian reports of Russian drones over Poland. Incredible. Well, we'll see how long till the nukes are falling. No, I'm assuming, listen, folks, nothing ever happens. Okay. Russia's gonna come out. They're gonna say, oopsie, sorry, we didn't mean to have it in your airspace. And then Poland and Trump will be like, it's okay, Putin. And we'll all move on. Yeah, so it's pretty scary. Apparently, it was just a couple of overshot drones headed for Ukraine, but not good. Yeah, exactly. I doubt it was. I don't even know if. It wouldn't surprise me if that actually wasn't intentional on Russia's behalf. But also wouldn't surprise me if it was intentional and they're just trying to see how we respond to it. New drones are apparently entering Poland now. That's not good. That's not good. That's not ideal. Yeah, no new wars. I don't even know at this point. Putin's just wild. That's true. But like, Poland contributes like more than their NATO target, by the way, right? Like, I think they spend like over 6% of GDP or something. Oh wait, what? I thought it was more than that. I guess maybe. Well, 4.7%, almost 5% of GDP. Okay, close enough. They're fucking close enough. Okay. I'm not Poland spend more than that. Because I feel like I've read a lot about Poland like militarizing more. But you know, certainly if there's any Poland is a NATO go, yeah, exactly. Certainly if there's any NATO country, okay, that even Trump should want to defend. You know, target is 2% at least pre-Trump. It would be Poland. That was the Obama commitment 2014 stuff, right, or whatever. But I thought Trump. There's never been. I don't believe there's ever been an official commitment that like any NATO country like signed ever. But 5% of GDP. NATO. I think Trump said that he wanted 5% of GDP. NATO members agreed a 5% defense target. The question is whether Europe can deliver. None of this stuff is like ever binding or anything. By the way, I guess they did commit to it. Promised to raise defense-related spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. Okay, so Poland is already well on its way to that. You know, they got to tell 2035 to increase by 0.3 percentage points. Okay, I think they're good. And Poland has the fucking closed borders. Okay, Trump should like them. There was the same problem we did during the Articles of Confederation. Yeah, but I don't know how you would ever enforce any mandatory structure within NATO. Countries would just be so hesitant to join, I think, if there was that.
At least the last I checked the data. About 10% of BlackRock is owned.
Especially if you didn't have the like veto power for stuff, like for new countries joining.
I guess I'm more describing like in 20 years, In 20 years, could I imagine a world where Hassan is like a mainstream political figure who is able to command the voice, who's basically like literally?
I don't know. I remember this being like, dude, I was on a walk while I was listening to some of this, not all of it, because the walk I go on is like a 90-minute loop essentially, and it like dead ass like ruined my walk, like dead ass, like I go on my nice peaceful walk and I was just infuriated with how dumb they were being. Big lie Democrats told about violent crimes that it's systemic, and therefore no one's really responsible. The system is to blame. You found a bunch of nonprofits that don't do anything besides give jobs to unqualified radicals. The reality is a gross majority of violent crimes committed by a very small group of people, and we should be throwing them in prison. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, you can answer all you want. This is largely true. I don't, I mean, like I said earlier, I don't think I disagree with it. Like, I'm not a crime guy, okay? God, why does everything have so many fucking likes? Kill me. I'm pretty sure it is true that if not most of the crime, a large percentage of the crime is committed by like repeat offenders. We should probably just lock up or whatever. I just think that there should be higher minimum standards for prisons in the U.S. because, dear Lord, does it feel like the conditions in prisons are not anywhere close to what I would want in a developed country. Not fun to height and weight. I feel like I've said this before, maybe not to you, but I'm 5'6", 5'7". My license says 5'7". If I'm being honest, I think the DMV added an extra inch. My license says 5'7", and I'm like 111, 112 pounds. I'm pretty scrawny. I'm a pretty scrawny dude. You have very 5'6" twink opinions. That's true. 111 pounds, what the fuck? I'm a, like I said, pretty scrawny dude. A short king, exactly. It tracks.
Thank you. Well, Henry Fowler, now Laird, distinguished guests, welcome to the White House complex. For many of you, the White House is an old stamping ground. So this is really welcome back. It's not often I could just about form a new cabinet from people who are with me here in this room. This year we mark 42 years of general peace in the world. And that doesn't mean there hasn't been conflicts in that time. Obviously there have been. But it does mean that for 42 years, mankind has not seen the likes of the world wars that in the first half of this
missile,
century
not a fatty.
our civilization apart.
Missile muscle.
This peace has not come without sacrifice.
That's me,
Some
localist,
Americans have
for real.
fought, some have died to maintain it. And it has not come without resolve. It's come because America has been willing to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership. No one understands better than you here today that, like it or not, we are the leader of the free world. And that is not a role we asked for. It's a role that was thrust upon us by history.
Real? Truth noob, though?
Freedom throughout the world.
How long until I do Reagan revisionism? Or not even revisionism. How long until I go on the Reagan neoliberal defense arc, okay? How much money have you earned in a stream? From YouTube, I've earned, it says my chat revenue is $169.97. But there's going to be a little bit more from basically a negligible amount from ad revenue, and then on Twitch, I also got a Twitch sub, so another $2.
Geography is destiny, but let me say that destiny is much more than that. We are a global power with global interests and global responsibilities. We can ignore, but we cannot escape this basic truth. And any retreat from our responsibilities endangers both our national ideals and our national interests. All Americans can agree on the fundamental objectives of our foreign policy.
So $200? No, not close to $200. The ad revenue, like I said, is basically negligible.
Democracy, because it's right, and because democratic governments are less likely to become involved in wars of aggression. We want a growing world economy where free enterprise works, because that's the kind of world in which men and women will live the best and most materially, and I would submit spiritually, decent lives. And we want to work with our friends and allies to prevent regional conflicts and enhance the security of friendly nations. These goals have something to do with, or have to do, I should say, with something that's more enduring than day-to-day headlines or the narrow special interest politics that too often dominate Washington's agenda. It has to do with something we call the national interest, which is something every American has a stake in. Yet in the last few years, every old and worn excuse for not giving adequate financial support for the
OMG, I have so much to send you about Reagan's tax cuts, most pro-growth stuff ever.
has received an
I mean, if you send that in, I guess the stream chat room and Discord, that'd be goated, I guess. I don't, from the stuff I've read, it's probably hard to assess some of the Reagan tax cut stuff because there was just also monetary stimulus at the time as well, right? So, you know, what do we attribute to just the monetary stimulus?
You know the excuses. We can't afford foreign aid anymore. Or we're wasting money pouring it into these poor countries. Or we can't buy friends. Other countries just take the money and dislike us for giving it. Well, all these excuses are just that, excuses, and they're dead wrong. Give away too much money without return? The truth is that now and historically we've spent very little on foreign affairs in terms of the overall budget of our government. In the late 40s and early 50s, during the time of the Marshall Plan, we spent 11 cents of every federal dollar on foreign affairs. That figure has dropped to 4 cents on the dollar by 20 years ago and has continued to fall until in recent years we've been spending less than 2 cents of each dollar to support our foreign policy. And that's money that gets a big return. Is there anyone who believes that we in America would live in as good a world and be as secure if we could turn back the clock and undo the Marshall Plan? Today, our economic development aid goes to those same countries.
Nowadays, who knows?
35% of the market
A lot of
our merchandise exports. More than the total volume.
A lot of crazy people.
By Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, and China all put together. And for every $1 billion we export, we support 26,000 jobs for Americans. Just as important, Latin America, for example, will be as pivotal to our peace and prosperity in the next century as Europe is in this. If we ignore it now, we'll pay the price.
I wonder if there's any good data on that nowadays. It seems like a kind of silly metric outside of the political rhetoric, but we're seeing evidence that like roughly 38% or something of jobs are from companies that, you know, have exports, or that rely on exports to some extent. But that's about it. Did Pisco and Prime happen? It happened like a few days ago at this point. Yeah, Jay Chow. Yeah, I think it happened like probably almost a week ago at this point. We'll see if I even get to it today. I needed something else to put in the title, and that's been in the React list for a little bit. So
later. So what about the charge that we waste our money trying to buy friends? Well, the truth is that the money we spend on security.
If I lived under a rock called MTG, real.
Defending not only their security, but ours. What they can do because of our assistance, we don't have to do. And we should never forget that we aren't buying friends. We're helping friends. We're helping them open the roads of enterprise and opportunity for their own people, helping them build their own institutions of pluralism and democracy, and helping them defend
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Externally sponsored pressures.
You know, I assumed it wasn't
anyone who doubts
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I was trying to compute what it was exactly.
Feel about this should have been here at the White House last week when El Salvador's President Duarte, on behalf of his nation's people, stepped down from that reception platform over on the lawn and walked across the lawn to the color guard and kissed and saluted the American flag. Or maybe they should have been in Managua with our former UN ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick last week when cheering crowds greeted her. And as one of them said, we want what she wants for Nicaragua. And that's what I want too, democracy. True, full, and real democracy.
Real. This is why I have to fund the Contras. That's why I have to. Why are you watching Reagan? Just because one of my chatters, Michael, wanted me to. We were talking about USAID in my Discord server earlier, and this is apparently related.
Weeks. The Congress has been cutting foreign affairs funding to where it damages our nation's interest and security. We've already had to severely cut back economic and military support relationships with allies and friends who are very important to our security. And this is happening even as spending on many domestic programs.
Dumbass, lol. Wait, who's a dumbass? What?
For example, the entire federal budget increased by almost 2% in 1987. By contrast, foreign aid was reduced by 29% in 1986 and another 11% in 1987. Congress throws money at its own priorities, but ignores the priorities and the commitments this nation has to help build our national security. When it comes to special interests, too often Congress is like Adu Annie in Oklahoma. It can't say no. For the budget year beginning this October, I submitted a rock-bottom request that would still allow us to undo some of the harm caused by cuts in previous years and return to a level of funding that will not put our security at risk. But now the Congress is cutting again, and the amounts approved by the committees in both the House and the Senate are being considered by the Defense Authorization Conference are more than 15% below what we requested as the minimum amount necessary to do the job. In fact, as it stands now, the foreign affairs part of the budget is one of the few that has decreased. All the others have increased. Just recently, they did even more damage when the Senate attached 86 amendments to the State Department authorization bill. It's time for Congress to shove the special interest aside and return the national interest to the head of the class.
Whoa.
So I just stopped by today to thank all of you for what you're doing. If we can get this message out, I think it'll change some minds. It's not that the folks on Capitol Hill don't want to do the right thing. Most of them do. But they sometimes need a little encouraging. And as I've so often said, if you want them to see the light, make them feel the heat. I could go on with this and some of our things, but just to give you one set of figures over the last few years that might interest you. For every dollar of defense spending that they have cut, they have added $2 in spending to the domestic programs. And it comes out to about $125 billion cut from defense, $250 billion have been added to the domestic spending. So I think we're all on.
I think this guy talking about evil billionaires and immigrants. I'm confused. What percent of our budget is foreign aid today? I think 0.8%.
For what you're doing. Thank you.
Real. We might just be speaking past each other, Michael, in the Discord server or whatever. I don't like necessarily disagree with a lot of the stuff I said, but I think like I do just hold, and I don't know if maybe you don't agree with this or whatever because you are not the same type, not as utilitarian pilled as I am or whatever, but like I do just hold, like I think it is good to save a lot of lives at pretty low cost, and I think USAID saved a lot of lives at really low cost. And like you bring up, like, is not giving aid, or does not sending aid mean we're turning the entire continent into an open air prison? I just don't think I don't think it's like super relevant. This is 2015. It's got to be updated data on this or whatever. I don't think in this case, like I said, the difference between like omission and commission is particularly relevant. It seems like if you suddenly withdraw food and medical aid from like the most desperately poor people on the planet, like, that's, you are like, I'm fine with saying you're killing them or whatever, but like certainly you are doing something pretty bad. You're not good. You don't even have to hold that. There isn't a difference between omission and commission there. To think that it's still really bad to do it, but you aren't saving them? I mean, I think it's pretty undeniable that foreign aid saves at least some lives. Like humanitarian aid saves a decent amount of lives. And I don't know, like it seems very reasonable to assume that PEPFAR has probably saved millions of lives over its lifetime. As percent of budget 2024. That came out wrong. I don't know where I was going with that last one. Okay. But I think it's, it's a little over 1%, 1.17%. Although this jump is probably, Ukraine aid, I guess. And probably more aid to Israel after October 7th as well. Yeah. Wow. Keep saving these kids with HIV, they'll never learn how to work a sewing machine. This is true. But, I mean, they'll be alive to work at the sewing machines, bro. That's the whole point. We give them foreign aid just to keep them indentured sweatshop servants, okay?
Their own interest with minimal
who is against illegal immigration because now they have.
I don't remember this. I I don't think I could. I mean, I'm sure he'll respond. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but Dylan, I don't think Michael is like pro getting rid of USAID. I think he just had an issue with me, and I think under my server Grok's way of framing it. I think he was didn't like that we were saying it's gonna kill probably millions of people to get rid of USAID.
All the words?
I don't care about people's moral high horse. I want to expand the number of people in the world who can afford an iPhone. Not fun. Would a national porn ban be unconstitutional? I don't know. I would guess so, but I don't know.
Even
like, you know, my answers to these things, localist. I think you're, just trying to get your
fish, which everyone
just trying to do your thing, localist. I understand. I get it.
Like, I don't have to define fish to people. Children around fish know fish. But like, I guess we got to do it. But before dictionaries, like the thing you think of when I say fish is mostly what we were going with. That was most of human history. And what definitions today mostly do with fish is that they try to describe what you think of when you think of a fish. Cambridge Dictionary: an animal that lives in water, is covered with scales, and breathes by taking water through its mouth or the flesh of these animals eaten as food. I mean, no, like catfish.
I meant constitutional, but same effect. I don't think it would be constitutional, but I don't know if my understanding is that the Supreme Court has held previously that like obscenity in porn is like not protected by the First Amendment. So I don't know if it's the case that there'd be other reasons why you couldn't ban porn generally. I guess, I mean, so like obviously there's a federal ban on like child porn. So I don't know. It would violate the 10th Amendment. I don't see how the federal ban on like child pornography would not violate the 10th Amendment, and the ban on regular pornography would. Unless you locals, you might just hold this. If you want to hold that the ban on child porn violates the 10th Amendment as well, I guess you can do that. But
don't have scales.
Seems
Mudskippers
weird.
are evolved to not live entirely in the water, but whatever. Google a limbless, cold-blooded vertebrate
Gotta
animal with
text someone
gills
real
and
quick.
fins and living
So I
wholly
will
in water.
still
Again,
Hank Green's
mudskippers, but
content.
also tuna, maybe not cold-blooded, it turns out. Also, lots of fish don't have fins. So this is a bad one. Merriam-Webster is improving any of numerous cold-blooded, strictly aquatic craniate vertebrates that include the bony fishes and usually the cartilaginous and jawless fishes. So those are actually that's a little bit of foreshadowing for you. And that have typically. Also, you should have put typically on cold-blooded, Merriam. Wikipedia. A fish is an aquatic, amniotic, gill-bearing vertebrate animal with swimming fins and a hard skull but lacking limbs with digits. This is the best one, but it still isn't quite there. There are some fish that don't have fins. What all of these things are is an attempt to create a line that you can draw around all fish that excludes all things that aren't fish. Some of them do better jobs than others, but wildly, this is a very difficult thing to do. There are a lot of fish. The world is large. There's a great diversity of life. But you can see how these definitions are just an extension of what do I think of as a fish. Create a list of attributes that draws a line perfectly, including all things that I think are fish and no things that I don't think are fish. And this is fine. Definitions are for humans to use, and absolutely, even though a manta ray isn't really very fish-shaped, and hagfish don't have fins, and catfish don't have scales, I feel like they should all be included. But you get the idea. A fish is like a thing that you think of when you think of a fish. And that is often what
technically it violates 1A, but we accept it as a cutout and don't give exceptions to the benefit of doubt. I don't probably is unconstitutional, but should be constitutional. Wow, thanks, localist. Why does it technically violate the First Amendment, Michael? I don't think it was. Obviously, I think it was probably even understood at the time when the First Amendment was signed that it did not protect obscenity generally.
But there is another thing definitions can do. If I ask you to define a car, you will have to give me a list of attributes. I just don't actually see another way. You got tires, an engine, carrying a smallish number of people, doesn't have a flatbed, and that's imperfect, but we're kind of stuck with that. This is not
I'm not defending this, by the way. Sure.
In the late 1800s,
I want to make that
after
clear.
people realized
I understand. Like, I don't think you're. I understand. I'm just asking for like clarification because I don't. I'm not a legal guy, but my understanding is that like obviously the text is in the Constitution is not literally the only thing that matters, right? Obviously the intent of it, obviously there were like reasonable standards that we apply, right? We think about what the understanding was at the time. We think about we do consider the text obviously, but we also just think about sort of reasonably how it is reasonably interpreted. Is it a reasonable interpretation of the First Amendment or whatever to say that child pornography must be legal? That doesn't seem like a very reason. That's kind of on its face, prima facie, not a not a real interpretation, right? It seems kind of absurd to argue, but just clarifying in case I'm chip to the future, clip chip in the future. No worries, Andy, bro. Okay. Original meaning is the only legally binding interpretation. That's so true, localist.
Evolved from one another, it started to be pretty clear that there was actually a reason why fish tended to have all of these common properties. Upright tail fins, amniotic, two-chambered hearts, pumping blood, gills, and hard skulls. And instead of a list, we could have a definition that told us something new because it brought the definition outside of our minds, outside of the vibes, outside of what we think of as a fish, and into the real world. Not in here, out there. This conversation, which has now been going on for decades, is like a thing that's happening, and you're in the middle of it. When we moved from defining fish as the thing that feels like a fish to me to instead a list of things that include all of the things I think of as a fish and none of the things that I don't, that wasn't actually that much of a leap. That definition was still inside of us. A much better definition, but one that no one currently uses and is part of this fun discourse. No one's actually mad.
What the Constitution meant when legal force was added to it is the legally binding interpretation. Common
better definition
sense.
is when it actually describes something that
There's no debate over that at all.
Real world and the lineage.
The issue is localists, like, it really does seem like you're totally immune to evidence on anything. I don't think there's anything anyone could ever show you to change your view on, especially the Constitution and subsidiarity or whatever bullshit. And you don't even like the Constitution. Like, you don't even think we should have the Constitution. Like, you literally. Like you think that America shouldn't even, like, you think we should all just be separate states. You don't even want us to have any national identity at all. What evidence? As in, like, arguments that people make. As in, like, there are entire journals. Okay, I'm not trying to change my mind about abundance, AWR based. There are entire, like, legal journals where lawyers have these types of arguments, localists, and it doesn't feel like anything that you could read would ever move you even 1% on these things.
Fish, starting with the first common ancestor, a vertebrate with fins and scales and blood and a two-chambered heart and a hard head, is a real thing that existed in the real world, and that is the common ancestor of all fish. But interestingly, no current definitions of fish discuss lineage, because they cannot, and I will now explain that. There was one common ancestor that gave rise to all of the fish, sharks and manta rays and bass and marlin, but that common ancestor also gave rise to beavers and birds and the prop comedian Carrot Top. And this would actually be fine. Birds have a single common ancestor. They are a group that just includes birds. Dinosaurs have a single common ancestor. They are a group that just includes dinosaurs. And tetrapods,
So, you know what I mean? I study original meaning. You don't even know it? I don't think I ever claimed to, like, know, like, how many times, localists, have I, like, every time I talk about legal stuff, I, like, hedge hardcore. Can we admit we're not actually paying attention to Hank? I'm paying a little bit of attention to Hank.
and vertebrates all have a single common ancestor. They are a group that just includes tetrapods. The fish group includes three different groups: the bony fish, like bass and marlin, the cartilaginous fish, like sharks and rays, and the jawless fish, like hagfish and lampreys. The cartilaginous fish and bony fish split off from each other 420 million years ago, while tetrapods and bony fish split from each other 380 million years ago. 40 million years is a long time in evolution, and we are way more closely related to bass than bass are to sharks. So here's the problem. We are comfortable with the line that we drew around fish. Unfortunately, that line is drawn in such a way that it cannot line up with the definition of fish that is created when we remove ourselves from the equation and seek a definition that is about more than just vibes. And so, if we want a definition of fish that is about reality rather than vibes, and I understand that we may not want that, sometimes you just want to say fish are the things that are like fish, but in that case you do have to accept that whales only got brought out of that definition through careful science, but that's fine. But if we want a definition of fish that is about reality rather than vibes, that pulls the definition outside of us and into the actual biological reality of life on Earth, you can absolutely do that. We could create a group that includes all of the fish, including the tetrapods. The problem is, we already have a name for that group. It's the craniates. Any animal that has a skull is a fish or descended from a fish.
Next entry to 10-minute Kelkin Econ series. I mean, I guess we can watch it if you want. I mean, if we're gonna watch that, might as well watch the dev video or whatever. But if you want to watch it, I can.
Descended from the first craniate ancestor.
All words are made up. That's real.
I actually don't like that as a classification because it's just too broad, and we already have that. We've got craniates, but also hagfish that are craniates but not vertebrates are so different from all the other fish that I will happily call them not fish. Like the hagfish, maybe they're like cuttlefish and jellyfish, just something named fish, but not actually a fish. No one is making them be fish. They don't have to be fish. However, this doesn't actually solve our problems. If we cut the hagfish off and say, okay, fish is everything descended from the ancestor of all the other fish, we also have a name for that. That is a group that already exists as well. That's the vertebrates. And so, if we want fish to actually be a thing, we have to go one step further. Perhaps
I'm down if you think your viewers aren't. Well,
fish
I don't know
Perhaps
how many of
sharks
them
and
will be, but
are
we'll
just
see.
sharks and rays. And if we carve them off too, we would actually be left with a group that are fish and are not represented by anything else. This is the bony fish, the group that includes.
Real. Okay. Actually, hold on. I need to grab a drink real quick. We'll finish reading this. Okay. I hedge well. I really don't think you do, Localist. So it's just a secret trans vid? What? Trans vid? This is, yeah. I think you probably know this, Michael. It's Nicholas Decker, my goat. Okay, well, I actually unable to give you standard errors, crime data for day to day. It's correlated with itself. Each day is not an independent draw, and thus I cannot treat each day as an observation. Doing so would cause me to dispersely reject the null hypothesis far too often. How much should we trust difference? The difference is estimates is a classic reference here. Read it. One gets around this by clustering standard errors, which means to add up the numbers in each day, before and after, and compare to totals. The thing is, difference and differences require 4 variables, and now I only have observations. The model fits without any error, and I can report standard errors. The real truth is obviously somewhere in between, but I don't know by how much. However, we can use the point estimate in order to calculate the value to society. Calculation, let's go. I used to estimated variables for... I don't understand some of the... I mean, I watched... didn't I watch the first 2? Did I only... I might have... I remember watching the full first one. Maybe I only skimmed through the second one or whatever. Use the estimated values for number of crimes from Gaber 2016, converted to 2025 USD. I previously estimated, expressed my own strongly held views that the statistical value of human life is likely far too high, and also have difficulty believing that we would actually value preventing an assault at $25,000. This might be my own point of view talking. I'm a 24-year-old male, and people like me tend to actually enjoy fighting. Nevertheless, I need a value, and this will do. I'm writing this before I see what the results are, so the arguments that we are valuing crime reduction too highly are not seen after the fact. Sorry, it's after the fact carving. I am using the midpoints of the estimates. Multiplying and adding the valuations gives us a daily value of $1,344,000, which is a excess of the cost of deployment. The majority of this is from the homicide reduction, and thus largely from how we value a life. However, we can clearly say that deployment in the National Guard is at least defensible on the grounds of preventing crime. This tract of literature on policing crime, click in Tabor 2005, it's the closest to this. They use plausibly exogenous variation in terror alert levels in the aftermath of 9/11, which brought out extra police to tourist spots. Given what a National Guard are being deployed to, this is also exactly what is happening. Similarly, Tella and don't know how to pronounce that, use changes in where police are allocated in Argentina after the AMIA bombing, although their estimates are necessarily partial equilibrium, and can only show reductions in the area around Jewish centers. Chalfin, Hansen, Weisburst, and Williams 2020 use federal grants as an instrumental variable, and again find that police reduce homicides in a cost-effective manner. Future analysis might extend to where the city crime took place. However, this is a blog post, not a paper, and that will have to wait until the referee reports. Wow. So were we fucked? How so? I saw you watched it first. I remember at least watching it a second. It identifies as a fish, so it's a fish. Just let them do what they want. Yeah, true. Wow. Nice one, Localist. That passed by me. Was the money figure a net profit from having the ND and DC? It's the value of the reduced crime, I think. It's like, it's taking the estimates from whatever Duty said, this guy, with regards to sort of the dollar value of preventing crime. And then looking at the amount of crime that was reduced in DC. I don't think I ever read this article, but it does seem intuitive to me that some of the estimates for stuff like this are too high. But so we can conclude from this, figures that NG is a net good for DC. Well, in the sense that I mean, this is just like, I think I mean, he says even in openings, obviously a political stunt, even some may be useful, you know, it just from the point of view of like, technically, was the reduction in crime worth the cost of deployment? If you accept essentially estimates for how much the sort of statistical value of a life is and like assaults, which intuitively, like I said, I'd have to do more reading and have strong opinions, but intuitively it does seem very odd to value, you know, I think some of the value of life or whatever, it's like $3 million or whatever per life year or something, and it's like crazy. And like $25,000 for an assault seems wild too. But then, I mean, you should also just consider, one thing is that like the majority of benefits probably didn't come from the National Guard themselves, but just came from the fact that the National Guard essentially let the police force focus on actual policing and not the bullshit the National Guard is doing, picking up trash or whatever. And presumably there are like better, less authoritarian methods generally to achieve the same effect, would be like the relevant thing. So one of the mathematicians that gets paid, actuaries, real. Can you link the thing you want me to watch, Michael? I think I don't know exactly. Is it? It's this, right? This is what you want me to watch.
In 10 minutes, I'm going to try to. Willing to pay for each individual.
I really want to skim through this at least. I understand sort of the general concepts, so. Nice, yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna get a drink. Hold on. Let me actually, while I'm gone. Viewer retention. Road trip to vegan gain. What the fuck? Wait, what the? Why is Process hanging out with vegan gains?
Because earlier on my canceling Destiny stuff.
Oh, is she a feminist?
Yeah, yeah.
She says she's a feminist.
Real. Watch the bunny shower video. Loud, loud, loud. Let it watch over you. Treat it as a head start on what you will engage with if you degree. Yeah. I understand that. I need to lock in on some of the math stuff. Ideally, I register for classes tomorrow, actually, for the second 8 weeks. I should just see what calculus classes and stuff they offer. Just take those. What the heck? This embed URL no longer works. Please visit Reactive Fujitech to update your OBS source. What the hell did you try to do, localist? What? Paul apparently made a statement. Oh no. Actually, it might be good. Is it just gonna be... It was an accident. Tension during today's attack by the Russian Federation carrying out strikes on targets located in the territory of Ukraine. Our airspace was repeatedly violated by drone-type objects. An operation is underway aimed at identifying and neutralizing the objects. On the orders of the operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces, weapons have been deployed and services are actively working to locate the downed objects. We emphasize that the military operation is ongoing and we urge people to stay at home. The most threatened areas are the bunch of Polish made-up words. The operational commander of Polish Armed Forces is monitoring the current situation. And the forces and resources under its command remain fully prepared for an immediate response. So they're actively shooting down Russian drones over NATO airspace. Yep. Well, drone-like objects. Don't worry. I'm sure it's all just a big misunderstanding, guys. I'm sure it's just a big misunderstanding. Full escalation imminent. Nothing ever happens. You guys don't understand. Nothing ever happens, okay? Poland is going to come out and say, we found these drones and we determined that they were heading towards Ukraine. They didn't mean to go in our airspace. We're chill. Nothing ever happens. I don't know. Not good. Incredible. I agree with his assessment. Watch her come out with another 2-week deadline? Probably. Listen, anything that pushes Trump or like polarizes Trump into being pro-Ukraine. Isn't that good, all right? Why wouldn't it be more justifiable for Democrats to vote Republicans over Democrats? If ours pledge to expand USAID, Democrats pledge to cut it all. Like if you crazy hypothetical. Suppose the Republicans did good things and the Democrats did horrible things, then yeah, like obviously it could be justified to vote for Republicans, but you know, don't think that is likely to happen.
All right, welcome back to our second video on economics with calculus, where we're going to stick with using integrals again and give you a little bit more detail about integrals and clean up.
3M, the Russians just invaded into airspace. Who would you want holding the button?
Some of the things that
well, Democrat, not not Trump. I don't think there's Republicans incapable of holding that button. Like I wouldn't. I'm no Marco Rubio fan, but I don't think it'd be like horrible for Marco Rubio to hold that button. Hillary over Trump 100 times holding that button, absolutely. But Hillary's going to listen to her advisors. Hillary was Secretary of State for a while. I think obviously, yeah, I prefer Hillary. I mean, if they solely switched that policy position, would you vote Republican in 24? Maybe. The issue is, it's hard to consider some of the long-term shit. Just because I don't think Republicans have no fundamental decency. Okay, that's the quality. That's how I would describe the quality. Issue. I think everything Trump is doing is getting us closer and closer to that unitary executive, and it's hard to estimate sort of what the longer-term implications of that would be. You're telling me you'd vote for Trump if he promised to expand USAID? No shot. Well, I said maybe. I don't think I'm not necessarily sure Trump ever, but like I said, it's hard to estimate. I don't know how to weigh like the long-term effects of democracy or whatever versus like the expected life saved with USAID and whatever foreign aid in general. Listen, if either side donates to the shrimp welfare project, I'll vote for them. All right. Disagree, my dude. I'll let that slide this time, LMAO. Crazy day in foreign policy. New French PM. Nepal parliament burned down. I didn't see that. What the fuck? Who burned down Nepal shit? Israel strikes Qatar. Russian drone shut down a NATO airspace. What the fuck? Nepal's prime minister has resigned after more than a dozen people were killed and hundreds injured during youth-led protests sparked by government ban of social media platforms, widespread corruption, and poor economic opportunities. Security forces unleashed live ammunition, water cannons, and tear gas at protests in several cities. According to Reuters, at least 22 people have been killed. Okay. Incredible. The video to criticize the extent of executive... Oh my god, localist. Yeah, I understand. Yep, I get it. What the hell? Wow, thanks, Michael. Let's say J6 now. Never happened. I don't think J6 is the only thing I care about with regards to democracy. And Trump promised to expand USAID. How likely would it be they vote for Trump? Just to expand. So, in this hypothetical, are we saying Democrats are also, like, Democrats are going to cut USAID entirely? Or just Trump is going to expand it from... Yes? Then, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But, cut all USAID? But there's a non-zero chance or whatever that I would vote for Trump in that case. I'm committed to voting for whoever the expected value of voting for them is higher. It's just I don't know. It's hard to weigh some of those things because I do think, like I said, Trump like just is authoritarian. Like he just wants to be the unitary executive, and I don't think Democrats want that same thing. To say nothing of the other policies of Trump that I don't like. It's hard to, weigh that stuff. Okay, well, let's go. Wealthy Nepo kids are a source of outrage in the Bali protest. Dude, let's go. Let's go. Okay. That's why Nepo babies are good, okay. My fucking pro-democracy goats. I heard they were firewalled from only goats. Unbelievable. But it's still not getting the fact that executive branch shouldn't be legislating. That's true, buddy. Don't worry, we got rid of Chevron v. Chevron. What is it? What is it? Chevron v. Is it just Chevron v. U.S. actually? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, Chevron. Oh no. Chevron USA, the Natural Resource Defense Council. The Chevron decision, yeah. I saw the guitar strikes. I was talking about that a little bit earlier on stream. Bob Marley, I don't know if you were there for that. But I didn't see any of this shit with the Paul. I haven't really been. I haven't seen much from France at all. Not really. I don't really understand French politics. None of it makes sense to me. It just seems totally dysfunctional from everything I've read. But I don't really, I don't understand it. Did you see the old French PM's rant on the boomers? No. But oh wait, no, I might have not seen the thing itself, but I might have seen the like memes of it and stuff. It was just him complaining about like pensions and stuff or whatever, because like France spends an absurdly high percent of its budget on like care for the elderly or whatever. Thank God we have FPTP and not Coalition Gov. Like I said, I don't understand any of the parties in France. I don't understand the pension stuff. Yeah. It seems totally. France seems totally dysfunctional. It's like I'm good if you raise the retirement age to 67 in a country where they spend probably half their fucking budget. Okay, probably not half, but like 25% of their budget on fucking pensions. It's like we're gonna fucking riot in the street, and also every government is like a fucked up coalition government of like 3 different factions. That all disagree on half the issues. See, NYT has a new Fuentes puff piece. I saw that on Twitter. I didn't read the article. Well, luckily France has some succulent implementing a wealth tax itself. That's a problem. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's over. It's over. It's so over. What's up, Timothy? This can never happen again. We need to ban trains. Oh, sorry. I missed your early message. See the knife stabbing on a train? I did. This localist guy is extremely... Oh, you're just localist this alt account, aren't you? Let's go. Or knife control base. Let's become DFK. Discord. The best thing about the French is that they are the historical proof that no matter how tyrannical the ruling class, new science can always be done. I don't know exactly what we mean by that last bit. New science can always be done. Did you see the uncensored video of the attack? No, I didn't think there was a video of it. I thought it was only the... I thought it was only the screen cap. I thought people were complaining that they didn't release the whole video. They released it? Oh, no. I haven't seen it. I probably, makes it even worse? Yeah, probably. Obviously cannot watch that on stream. I guess I could do the 2012 YouTube 2 Girls No Cup blind reaction to it. Where they don't show it, but they show... their epic face reaction. Is it on Twitter? It's like really low quality. That's censored. You'll find it all over Twitter. This is like so low quality. Is that it? That can't be it. Oh, I don't even know if the audio is... That's censored. But is it literally just this like 27-second thing? This is uncensored, but you can't even see much. Okay. 2 girls, 1 cup, blind reaction. Oh yeah, here we go, okay. She sits down. I'm gonna skip. Oh, this is censored. What's your thoughts on the racial element of crime? Don't watch stuff like that. But I've been on the internet a long time. Wow. I've been wikied. Link in Discord. Not on Goons so lively? That's not true. But I have it on the, I have, been on Reddit before, believe it or not. Is this guy fighting the dude? What are your debunks to hereditarian arguments? How I've never gone in a race realism or hereditarianism arc, so I don't know. I don't know. I need to do more reading. It just sits there and it collapses. Yeah, there's a lot of, but do people wait forever to help her? I mean, she's not like moving by the time people get to her. I don't know what they were. Like, this dude waits until it doesn't look like she's moving at all anymore to try to help her. Maybe they were scared of the dude attacking them too or whatever, but. See Sam Hyde interview of Nicholas? No, I don't think I'm interested in watching that. Eventually they all get to her. Wow. Dax says you're kind of lib. Did you see Orin Cass and Iglesias debate? No, I saw Orin Cass talk to Noah Smith a little bit ago. So much blood. Yeah. I mean, if you conceal carry? No, I don't. I've never. I'm not like that. I'm not like anti gun really that much or anything. I don't have like super strong opinions. But I've never even like shot a gun. I don't really do that. I just forget how to spell Iglesias. Was it like over Substack or some shit? Go hunting on stream? Well, I definitely would not hunt. I don't know if it was televised. Oh, damn. Oh, was it at like a conference or something? Yes, at Abundance CC. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if they. What do they talk about? Is abundance just neoliberalism? Wow, what a incredible thing to talk about. I guess it says it was taped, but it doesn't seem like it's been released yet. So. Do you think the pythons in the Everglades are marginally good utility speaking? No clue. Don't know. Don't know anything about that. What is this? I've already shared some broad ideas at Abundance Easy Conference, the values of the movement, where's it going? Here are some additional thoughts I had while attending and reflecting an event. A friend mentioned to me that, to me recently that he was really excited about the abundance movement. I admitted I was too, but I was kind of afraid to admit it. Why was that? I figured out is because the thing that everyone is talking about. I'm most comfortable having a take on the news that is unique and different. What value am I adding to the world if I just say, this thing all the same people agree is good, and the main thing discussed in NYT is actually good. Maybe as a natural skeptic, my role is being able to credibly tell you when discourse is basically correct. Housing infrastructure costs are a major problem, blah, blah, okay. Impressed by how many national and local politicians were there. The bipartisan success here was due to Klein and Thompson doing an excellent job of solving the coordination problem in politics. Abundance has something for almost every major political constituency. Free marketers, techno-futurists, traditionalists who worry about the fertility rate and family formation. Wokes who care about racial justice, leftists who want to help the poor, and those with a general desire to see things move in a world of atoms as a sign of progress. You think raping a constitution maximizes utility? Probably localists, but, seems like you have very idiosyncratic views on the Constitution that are not much open to criticism or evidence. Contrast between abundance and other ways of seeing the world was made a clear topic of discussion between Oren Katz and Matt Iglesias on the topic of is abundance just neoliberalism? Idiosyncratic is what the document actually means. No, that's not the definition of that word. Which I thought was kind of odd. Instead of debating substantive ideas, it was about whether something resembles something else. I was told afterwards by a friend that the interview was for Cass's podcast, so I guess he chose the topic. The same person pointed out to me that he comes out of conservative subculture on display at National Conservatism, which Cass also attended and overlapped with abundance, in which just saying something like something is like something else is how you win, and NACON declaring an idea is one that Obama or Romney embraced, that is not new or fresh or speaking to contemporary anger is enough to make a point. This was an awkward fit at the conference where people actually want to understand the world and talk about ideas themselves. Cass asked whether Iglesias hoped to just go back to the Romney-Obama election. He responded that abundance had more of a focus on state capacity and made a few other points I forgot. To me, it seemed obvious that the main idea of abundance were not simply on the radar in 2012, most notably the difficulty of building housing. At one point, Cass asked what abundance has to say to people as workers or citizens. Did abundance have anything to offer beyond just giving people more stuff? Here he brought up the Life with Julia meme and asked if that was all there was to the agenda. Iglesias responded, "Sure, I guess she's happy," which drew laughter from the audience. What is this? Under President Obama for the past 4 years, Julia has worked full-time as a web designer. Thanks to Obamacare, her health insurance is required to cover her birth control and preventive care, letting Julia focus on her work rather than worry about her health. Under Mitt Romney supports the Blunt Amendment, which would place Julia's healthcare decisions in the hands of her employer and repealing health care reform so insurance companies could go back to charging women 50% more than men. Wow. Followed up by granting that, while it's true, there's more to life than material goods, Cass's movement doesn't provide people meaning by just making them poorer. Here, I think the essence is the essence of the difference between abundance and Cass's project, which is that while the former has straightforward solutions to real problems, the latter uses economic reasoning as a tool to justify certain aesthetic preferences regarding what the world should look like and implement a kind of 4D chess program that involves a bunch of unstated assumptions and a relationship between economic policies and non-economic outcomes. Truth nuke. Cass couldn't straightforwardly engage with ideas, which is why he chose this weird framing around owning Iglesias without having to debate economics with him, in which case he would lose. Truth nuke. This is true. This is hardcore. This is relatable. Also, Oren Cass is a retard. True. I have no clue what to make of Oren Cass, honestly, because he's smart enough to know some of the things he's saying are just stupid, but you watch Noah Smith and Oren Cass debate? I actually never watched that, but I saw they did it. I kind of assume it's going to be depending on the format, at least, it's going to be a lot of Oren Cass basically not engaging with the stuff that Noah Smith is saying. And I bet you're definitely going to see some of that, 4D chess that we were just reading about. Feel you learn more in class or textbook personal study? It just depends on the topic, basically. For math, I'm probably almost always going to learn more just like in class. But for some like economic stuff, for stuff I'm kind of more probably interested in, or like specific things or whatever, I'm probably going to learn more about unions from like personal study than I am from my classes or whatever. We don't start with Kelky on stuff about me.
Does free?
I guess I won't tell us, Rob. I mean, I don't know. You're gonna know all this stuff, I guess, but I would assume it's 2 weeks ago by now. But we can watch this. I am curious what they talk about. I predict no substantive engagement with any empirical evidence from Oren Cass or any sort of reasonably accepted model of trade.
Free trade with China advance free markets, or does it distort and wreck our free market?
Oh my God.
Free trade is the natural extension of free market. If you attempt to be for free trade with a non-market economy, you are not actually advancing free markets in any significant way at all. You're actually dramatically hindering them.
People focus obsessively on...
I don't think you're necessarily hindering them. I guess to the extent that we think that just free trade is beneficial to China, and it lets China grow more or whatever, and then to the extent that China's influence on the rest of the world, maybe you can make that argument. But I think even in the cases of non-market economies subsidizing their bullshit or whatever, I mean, that's not we're not really anti-free market. That just lets, that just looks like better technology to the importing country. There might be national security concerns you can raise, but
on the trade deficits and surpluses, on the imbalances, on the net amount. But basically, the more important effect is the gross, the total amount of exporting we're able to do. And so in that sense, trade between us and Europe is positive sum without trade, being balanced. Trade is positive sum.
Oh no, if we're talking about trade being positive sum, Oh no, this is gonna be painful, isn't it?
We're really excited to have you on because we've been talking about some topics over the past few months that you've been thinking a lot about, that you've been writing a lot about, that your thinking has in fact informed, and inspired and encouraged some of what's actually happened. And so before we get into some of the specifics, I wanted for some of our audience who may not be familiar, especially on the A6Z side, I wanted to just give you an opportunity to kind of introduce your platform, so to speak, or introduce kind of the main topics and ideas that you're affiliated with. We'll link to the book and some of the articles about kind of a newer conservatism, but maybe you can help define it in broad strokes, and we'll get to some of the specifics.
Sure, yeah, I'll try to keep it short. Let me know if you want me to say more about anything. But I founded American Compass back in 2020 with the mission to restore an economic consensus that emphasizes the importance of family, community, and industry to the nation's liberty and prosperity. And I suppose from one perspective, you'd say, like, well, that seems self-evident and unnecessary. But from another, I'd say it represents a fairly dramatic departure from the way economics has been conducted, economic policy has been conducted, especially on the right of center, but probably including the center left as well, and therefore really given shape to
just like me for real
past generation. So our view is that I think we have seen a sort of excessive faith in markets, and excessive assumption that whatever produces efficiency, whatever maximizes corporate profits, that too will be best for everybody, and that has failed in two respects.
It's crazy to me. We see the exact same type of post-liberal, maybe is the thought, same type of like anti-market bias or whatever from like the right, who cares about this shit, as from the progressive left. Oh my God.
That is, in fact, not best for everybody. You can get very unequal and distorted outcomes. But secondly, that even if you had the economic system operating the way you might ideally wish it would, that's not actually going to take care of a lot of the things that matter most to people. And that pairing of family, community, and industry maybe seems a little bit odd. Those aren't three things that always get paired together, but we see them as three things that are incredibly important to flourishing, both sort of human flourishing at the micro level, national flourishing at the macro level, that markets simply don't guarantee. Markets can uphold those things, but there's nothing in economics that says that markets will. And so the core of our argument is that if those are things that anybody, and especially consumers...
I don't know what that, like, markets are a tool, and they're usually the best tools for allocation of a lot of resources, for allocation of a lot of, I said resources, I guess, which is the broadest thing I can say, but, like allocation of most goods, most investment, most of this stuff is just kind of broadly helped by markets, and it doesn't like necessarily mean that you're going to have 100% security for every family all the time or whatever, but like generally they're sort of the best tool for growing the economy.
Conservatives care about, then they have to be willing to think about an approach to economics and markets that goes beyond just trusting that whatever comes out of the market is going to be good, and that then leads toward all sorts of interesting policy conversations I think
I wasn't so far praising to be let down. I don't know how much you know about Oren Cass, but he's he's an interesting dude.
For about a generation now.
I would like to know how restoring manufacturing, because I've been calling for restoring manufacturing for a long time for various...
Oh, I forgot Noah Smith's industrial policy pill too. Oh no.
Economic purposes, higher growth, national security, things like that. But I want to know how restoring manufacturing...
Nothing. He's like a... I mean, he kind of went over his sort of broad, weird conservative view or whatever. But like I said, he has like a lot of the same criticisms of markets that like the progressive left has, and he's like a big I don't want to say he's big in the Trump camp. Well, he's pretty big in the Trump camp. I think that's fair to say. He seems to be very biased towards supporting whatever Trump is kind of doing, regardless of what his own opinions on stuff might actually be. That leads him to a lot of weird places.
Manufacturing would strengthen family and community in America, and that's a nexus that I really haven't seen much evidence on. And I know observing countries like Germany and South Korea, where the manufacturing share of industry has remained remarkably high. So I see them with extremely low fertility rates, low rates of family formation, skyrocketing divorce rates, and in Korea's case, an extreme suicide problem. And so I'm thinking, if we could restore manufacturing, which I would like to do, how will that restore the family?
I guess those are questions at very different levels of specificity. Let me say a little bit more about the kind of the broader question first, and then if we want to
oh my God,
dive into the manufacturing piece, certainly we can. I think that
it is the 4D chess. Oh my God. The latter uses economic reasoning as a tool to justify certain aesthetic preferences regarding the world, what the world should look like, and implement a kind of 4D chess program that involves a bunch of unstated assumptions about the relationships between economic policies and non-economic outcomes. Oh my God, it's so real.
Point, Eric, about this is Econ 102 that I find myself on.
Oh my God.
It seems to me that a lot of the gap is between the sort of, I think, quite oversimplified models that we teach in an Econ 101 or an Econ 102 and the set of factors that are actually relevant in a modern economy. So, to give one example, if you are learning comparative advantage in Econ 101 and the wonders of free trade, you are almost certainly talking about an economy with two markets and two goods. They're almost invariably
It's a basic model it's not like meant to the basic two good comparative advantage model. It's not gonna like apply in the real world that often, but it's a basic model that like teach students about trade, and it does have implications for trade in the real world. Obviously. Oh my God.
Agricultural goods or something relying on natural resources, and you're going to see that if you change how much of each country produces and you trade some of one for some of the other, then both can be better off. And that's great. Totally agree. No issue with that. The problem in the real economy is twofold. One is that, of course, most of what's being traded is not natural resources where, maybe you're a place that grows a lot of avocados or maybe you're a place that has a lot of fish, but it's manufactured goods. And advantages in manufactured goods are a lot less likely to emerge from some sort of natural endowment of a country and much more likely to emerge from the explicit policy choices that the country.
First of all, so what? I mean, to the extent that you could say, like, we could grant ourselves a comparative advantage in manufacturing by doing, like, X policy, I think you can, like, have that effect or whatever, but it certainly does not have any implications on, like, whether or not trade is still positive sum. Like, it would still be positive sum in that world. Second of all, I mean, realistically, most of the trade in manufactured goods is probably, or maybe not most of it, a lot of it is probably just due to, new trade theory, economies of scale, rather than comparative advantage. And like, we I think obviously it makes sense to assume that having sort of a relative abundance of low skill labor is going to grant you a comparative advantage in, labor intensive industries like manufacturing, whereas being very capital intensive, like the U.S. economy, is sort of going to grant you a comparative advantage in a lot of, capital intensive goods. Like, that's obviously, it's not necessarily a natural resource, but the natural is, natural is very, like, weird to define or whatever. I think that there's just like short econ blog post about this. Again, I'm ignorant to his greater works, but bro is cooking so far. I think none of what has he said that's cooking so far. None of what he said has been very meaningful to me at all, and I think it's kind of mostly wrong. Drones are still flying into Poland. Rip. Sure. Guys, I'm starting to think it might actually not just be a misunderstanding. Question is, which features of the world count in comparative advantage? Swiss producers' strong work ethic and Canadians' use of English help determine comparative advantage. Economies of scale benefit producers who have come to serve a larger market. Market institutions and political systems favorable to enterprise can also help determine comparative advantage. But don't the Chinese government subsidies and other assistance to Chinese businesses also help determine the latter's comparative advantage? Similarly, aren't the subsidies to the aircraft maker Bombardier got from Canadian or Quebec government now part of their company's comparative advantage? Such interrogations related to an important argument made. Paul Crew in an article later published in the Journal of Economic Literature. What should trade negotiators negotiate about? Grubin argued that government regulations and taxes are part of the comparative advantage landscape. They do not change relative prices, but trade proceeds and should be left to proceed from that point on. Sorry, they do. Yeah, they do change relative prices. You don't understand the distinction between, I don't know how to pronounce that, truth and Platonic truth. Apologies if that was old Greek to you, but it takes time to spell out. I don't think any, okay. I don't really see how that could possibly be relevant to most of the stuff he's said so far, but okay.
Makes. I mean, a good example is, there's nothing about Taiwan's, there's no special silicon on Taiwan's beaches that make it the best place to fabricate advanced semiconductors.
But first, number one, Taiwan probably is just generally labor intensive country. Like, they are, like, natural, again, is a very difficult thing to define. It seems weird to consider, like, for example, obviously language is something that can determine comparative advantage in things. Is that like a natural thing? Is that a natural resource? Is that because, like, it's obviously something like very hard to change within countries, and that's just historically what it's developed over time within that country. but it's obviously not unfair to trade based on, you know, what kind of language makes it easier for you to interact with foreign consumers. But also, we just care about whether things are a net benefit. And Taiwan does have probably labor-intensive industries, you know, overall. Like, they probably do have a more labor, they probably do have a relative abundance of low-skilled laborers, right? And economies of scale. There's a reason other countries that do also have low-skilled laborers, we don't have semiconductors. It's because of economies of scale. It's because it's more efficient to have one facility produce a lot of these semiconductors than it is to have a bunch of separate facilities producing semiconductors, because they can spread out their fixed cost more, you know, like.
And so if you are expecting to just see everybody kind of have a natural advantage in something, and that's what we trade, you'll be very disappointed. You'll find that the countries that strategically attempt to develop an advantage in something get to excel in that, and some things are more economically valuable, have more spillovers, have more.
There is it's not low-skill labor. What, producing semiconductors? Actually, I don't think semiconductors are probably not necessarily low-skill labor, actually. But I do think it is true that, you know, it's probably more labor-intensive than capital-intensive. I could be wrong.
More security implications than others. The second problem, of course, is that you don't actually have to trade goods for goods at all. You can have the situation we have in the American economy today, represented by a $1 trillion+ trade deficit, in which you are exchanging goods for assets. And so if you imagine going back to your happy little, I guess in my Econ 101 class, it was fish and sweaters. And you imagine that, well, what if one country makes the fish or catches the fish and makes the sweaters, and the other country just issues treasury debt to buy fish and sweaters? It's not nearly as obvious to me that is actually a welfare enhancing.
Have you ever played Realm of the Mad God?
And so, you know,
Taiwan's workforce is skilled and super hardworking. Capital concerns absolutely dominate semiconductors. It could be the case.
That's one concrete example in the.
But nothing fundamentally. I mean, you just say like, that's probably because Taiwan just sort of has, you know, relatively intensive capital markets.
Trade space where I think there's a big problem. But one other thing I'd add that's even more conceptual that I think we've really failed to grapple with until recently is, you know, to your point about being free market enthusiasts, I too am a free market enthusiast. And the question is,
I mean, Noah Smith is not even like really a free market enthusiast. Like Noah Smith is industrial policy pilled. Like Noah Smith wants pretty heavy government intervention to build up these industries.
Does free trade with China advance free markets, or does it distort and wreck our free market? And we have treated free trade as the natural extension of free markets. If you are for free markets, you are for free trade. But I think what we've learned is if you attempt to be for free trade with a non-market economy, you are not actually advancing free markets in any significant way at all. You're actually dramatically hindering them. So that's one example of area. You know, we do a lot of work also on industrial policy, on financial markets and investment flows, on labor policy, on competition policy, but all of it.
But I don't think any of this, I don't know how much of this work is, I don't want to say none of it is like published ever. But when's the last time Orncast published something about trade to an economic journal? He's blathering on the at this point. Everything this guy says is blathering. I don't Has he never published anything? He could have just never published anything. There's no way. Foreign Affairs, books are Google.com, the Manhattan Institute, I guess. Cost of thriving index.
Template of asking, you know, if we look at the world as it actually is, if we look at what economics actually can and cannot promise, where are the places where policy is probably going to have to play a role if we want to get the kinds of outcomes we would actually say are good outcomes?
Just to follow up on that point, your proposed policies of reduced immigration, trade protectionism via tariffs, policy to increase domestic industry manufacturing, policies to increase fertility. Is your policy playbook actually similar to China's, or kind of turning us into China, or kind of mimicking or mirroring their strategy? Or
I don't think so. I mean, I guess I would say just because China is doing something doesn't make it bad. No. But of course, a lot of, virtually everything you just described were also policies that were the American tradition until very recently.
Do you dislike the Amish? I don't know if what do you mean dislike them? I don't have anything like personally against them or anything.
Had very high tariffs and built its domestic industry behind.
There we go, tariffs. I'm pretty much out. No, like he's like very incredibly pro-tariff, or maybe incredibly pro-tariff. The issue is he himself is probably not like that actually incredibly pro-tariff, but like because he's so committed to defending Trump, like he is like hardcore sweeps for all the tariffs and everything, and like it's incredible.
Protectionism. America aggressively restricted immigration. America had quite aggressive industrial policy, and so on and so forth. And of course, conversely, China, I believe maybe just last.
They don't contribute to GDP, and growth technological advancement are generally self-sufficient and humanitarian. I think Amish people probably have less sort of positive spillovers on people than sort of the average person. But I don't think it's like I don't hate people for essentially valuing, a type of, well, it's not necessarily a type of leisure, because obviously, they work. But I don't hate people for just valuing their religion or whatever more than the potential gains that they could get by joining the sort of more common or more traditional workforce.
Last week they announced they might be doing some sort of pro-fertility policy, but historically China has been the poster child for extremely unwise anti-fertility policy. So I wouldn't characterize anything of what we're doing as saying we should become more like China. I would say to the extent that we are going to operate in a global economy, we need
the word is likely lifestyle
for the existence of people, and that is unfortunately something that we have declined to do.
Oren, I have a question. Do you think that Trump's tariffs overall will increase U.S. manufacturing?
There's not going to be a very clear answer to this.
Manufacturing output and employment?
In the long run, I think it definitely will, because I think it.
How long is long? How long?
Well, let me kind of answer the question.
By the way, all the models I've seen, by the way, suggest that in the long run, you might see some increase in manufacturing output, but it's in the least important industries. It's in the fucking toy industry. Okay, it's in the. It's not in the strategic industries. It's not in the high-tech manufacturing industry that relies on a lot of inputs from the rest of the world. It's in the fucking toy sector. It's in a bunch of the sectors like that or whatever. Why is it doing this to me?
I think if the long run is anywhere upwards of a few years, I think it will. I think the question is how long does it take to actually change investment decisions, and then how long does it take?
Do you know who the economist Nassim Taleb is? He is a pretty good analysis of anti-fragile macroeconomic strategies. I feel like I've heard his name before, but I mean, you can link stuff. That's fine. Have you ever been formally employed? Not really.
But I would expect to see the results of some of the investments we're already seeing being made come online in the next few years. I think a good proxy is how long did it take Japanese automakers to set up in the U.S. after their imports into the U.S. were badly constrained.
Oh, he loves the Japanese automaker. Oh my God, dude! One of the funny things Orencast has done repeatedly, and Orencast knows he's lying when he does this. He repeatedly, and every single time he does this, he gets fucking ratioed. Repeatedly uses Japanese data about the price of exports. Yeah, here we go. Instead of American data that adjusts for the sort of composition of imported parts as well. Oh my God. Did you see this? I don't know. It's a video of Trump getting called Hitler to his face. Priceless. I have not seen this. Let's go. Why would Trump get called Hitler? Well, these are like pro-Palestine protesters, right?
Time to go. Time to go. Time to go.
Listen, it's nice to fucking finally see the pro-Palestine people. Also, what is he doing in Puerto Rico?
Time to go.
I don't know what Trump's doing in Puerto Rico, but nice to see them getting mad at Trump finally. Okay, usually they're only mad at Democrats. So I support it. Was mini Hitler? I thought you were moderately pro-Israel. I am moderately pro. I'm pro-Israel. In a sense, I don't think it's a. Do I have to spell out my position for the 100th time? I don't know how to classify myself. I think by most of the left's definition, I'm probably moderately pro-Israel. I think by you know, a lot of the right's definition, I'm probably moderately pro-Palestine. I don't think I would go so far as to say it's a genocide in the Gaza Strip, but like I do think at various times Israel has done sort of disproportionate airstrikes that have not discriminated as well as they're like between civilians or whatever. I think at various times there have been massacres that the IDF has done, even in the Gaza Strip today. Obviously, historically, I think they're even more prone to massacres. But, you know, I just, yeah, certainly, I don't think Trump is good for Israel. Thanks, Kyle, for the sub. Can you end all censorship on YouTube? It's getting ridiculous. I turned the thing off. It might not update until next stream, but I did turn it off. Can I link some IP shit? Or are you done with that discourse? I mean, you can link it. I don't have any issue with you linking stuff. I can't guarantee I'll read it or be that interested in it, but open stream, oh no. Orin Cass, close stream, valid sample. But yeah, anyway, what I was complaining about before, Orin Cass, for example, does this. He knows he's lying when he does this because he's done this like 5 times.
What?
And the Joey dude has always epically debunked it.
God.
So good at he uses like Japanese data that doesn't adjust for the composition of what Japan is exporting instead of the better American data that does adjust for that. But you know. Oops.
And then I think from there, a lot of it comes down to what we do on policy. Both, can we actually create a credible, long-term, consistent commitment to a tariff policy that makes people believe they should invest, and can we do the other complementary things?
Obviously, Trump has not even done that.
I think on kind of, maybe I would call it the supply side, the industrial policy to actually support investment, the workforce development. I think there are other things that we need as well.
There's no good. I wonder if they get into this ever, and I think I probably marginally disagree with Noah Smith here too. Actually, I think the best data basically shows that trade was probably responsible for about like 16% of the decline in the manufacturing share from employment, and the rest of it was just automation and shifts in consumer spending. It was structural trends that every country experiences. That's why even in countries I know Smith mentioned earlier, like Germany and South Korea and Japan, which have stronger manufacturing sectors, not only do you see, as Noah Smith mentioned, the sort of pro-family outcomes that Oren Cass thinks that manufacturing is going to deliver, but you also still see that the manufacturing share of employment is declined. Not IP related, but you might be, sort of, you haven't already seen it. I don't know if you're in the, by the way, if y'all aren't in the Discord server, and I'm pretty active in my Discord server. If you ever want to link stuff, like I said, I'm not going to be able to promise that I'm interested in some of these things. Oh, I saw a clip of this on Instagram Reels. Oh, not abortion. About Benji Pure talking about Israel. Oh my god, it was horrible. It's like Jency hates babies like socialism. This is true. Yeah, I don't think he uploaded this. He obviously would not upload a clip. I think he did pretty bad at it. Or like the whatever dude hosting it,
right? That is
was just asking questions like, do you understand why people are upset with Israel because like they see like dead babies? How many genders do you think there are? I'm not trying to bait you. I'm just curious. I mean, I think there are 2 genders. I think there are like I don't think non-binary people are like totally invalid. So I guess if you really want to rope that in, I guess maybe you could say 3, but I don't know. I think what a non-binary is, that they don't align with either of the 2 genders. It's not really like its own third gender or whatever. But
to be clear, since Trump announced his "quote unquote" Liberation Day tariffs, we've seen deterioration in manufacturing PMIs,
True.
Purchasing orders, investment plans,
and everything.
Every manufacturing you've had is slumping now, and notably beginning directly after Trump's announcement of those big tariffs. And we have a pretty good idea. When we do surveys of people who run manufacturing companies, what they say is exactly
true. But what metric are non-binary people valid? I just think that there's probably people who have internal identities and want to present outwardly that they just kind of don't align particularly with either sort of conventional there's a chart I'm looking for. Am I making this chart up? Did I make this chart up in my brain? It just kind of don't align with the conventional idea of either gender. My brain is no gender, real. There's a chart that I thought was in this post. How's that falsifiable? I don't know what evidence would like take exactly, because like certainly like people like self-report that feeling, right? So I don't know. I kind of don't know like what evidence you could present that would make me kind of doubt that. But if you just want to say sort of like externally, like it just isn't true that having that self-reported feeling sort of makes you non-binary or whatever, then like it's just going to come down to like, is there truly just like sort of one like unitary permissible definition of male or female or man and woman? And I don't really think there is. I feel like maybe he just removed the chart from the blog post. It was a good chart that this guy had looking at the surveys that Noah Smith is talking about. There's only boys and girls. There's no such thing as girl nothing and boy nothing. It's best to say one practice is non-binary. It's religion, not reality. True. Is localist a libertarian socialist? No, localist is localist. Oh, here it is. It's in this chart. Yeah. This is a good chart that this Matthew C. Klein guy compiled of looking at all these surveys. He looks at where manufacturing businesses in all the states where they do the surveys, or all the regions where they do the surveys, report their expected capex plans and their input costs, and like he just shows the I think these are Z scores. Or averages Z scores, yeah, of them. And it's like, hey, believe it or not, guys, tariffs make these manufacturing companies' input costs go up and their capital expenditure plans go down. And they've kind of rebounded. Some of them, if you look at the survey data a little bit more recently, they've rebounded a little bit, but mostly because Trump backed off of his most insane tariffs.
Exactly sort of what.
I know you're not into philosophy stuff, but in all seriousness, when it comes to understanding how gendered language works, I'd recommend Ludwig Wittheisen's book, The Philosophical Investigations. Will you give that a look in the future, maybe? Maybe. What exactly is it about? Is it like specifically about gender? It's 1953. It's about how language works, sure. I don't know, it just seems weird to me that we would hold that kind of just like is one only like one or like very limited sort of like acceptable definition of what something that I would say is complex, like as complex as gender is. Like that seems very unintuitive to me and doesn't seem like how we use language day to day. So like I don't think it's I respect those who use they, them pronouns, all right? So. I really would, a guy saying would believe review. Real. Well, that's good, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not that into philosophy stuff, I'll let you know. Like I said. If you want like stuff about Israel, like I have a geopolitics channel in my Discord server and stuff. I have a philosophy channel in my Discord server, okay? I have the stream chat server, my Discord server. If you want to link stuff, even when I'm off stream, won't ever promise that I'm gonna check everything out, but you can send me whatever philosophy stuff or Israel Palestine stuff or whatever. What is it? Haven't you told me about this dude before, Metro? I feel like. There are many problems with BLM, but the most important one was that the movement's claims weren't true. The kind of police are more of a danger to black people than black criminality. I don't know if that was a core claim of BLM. The claim that white people are a greater danger to black people than black people are to white people isn't true. I don't know if that was the core claim either. The claim that indecency, law enforcement, and criminal prosecution and incarceration will help black people more than it help black people isn't true. I think a modified version of that claim was the BLM claim. The claim that living in a society that rejects white norms, punctuality, blah, blah, blah. This seems rather insane to me. Russ are going sicko mode? Oh no. Am I on my redemption arc? You feel much more agreeable nowadays? Well, you're not being as annoying right now. So. But as soon as I get linked, what's that site you like? As soon as I get linked, Jewish Crusader going fucking bullshit and not anything like actually interesting or meaningful, that might change. It's like 2 dozen cruise missiles launched from long range into tactical bombers over Western Russia and naval vessels in the Black Sea have been launched against Ukraine within the last hour, while several groups of one-way attack drones continue to fly over northern Ukraine towards Poland. Uh-oh. How do I say, nicely say copium about your take on that tweet? I don't know. Maybe I just have a different memory. To me, certainly there are people within the BLM movement who would make claims similar to these. But kind of the core claim of the BLM movement was simply, black people probably tend to be, mistreated by law enforcement. I think that was, kind of the core, that was the big thing. The rewriting history we all lived through. I mean, maybe I didn't pay enough attention in 2020 because I was relatively young still, but I don't think these were really the claims of the BLM movement. Those were absolutely the essence of their claims. I don't agree. I don't know. I don't know how you'd prove it one way or the other, I guess, but NATO should just big ball and shoot down the missiles and drones over Ukraine to the threat. This is the time for the no-fly zone over Ukraine. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I mean, you can probably make that. You can probably make that. Like, if they're going to use Ukrainian airspace to fucking try to fuck with Poland, I mean, at least a no-fly zone over some of the border with Ukraine and Poland. My question to BLM, the whole awakening is why racial disparities still existed after 60 years of affirmative action. Why black people remain a dysfunctional underclass has led to people to buy into hereditarianism. I don't 100% disagree with that, Metro. But they absolutely had claims. Oh, sorry. Remember, they had no claims due to the decentralized structure to BLM org, but they absolutely had claims. This ridiculous attack on DEI as anti-merit shows that racism is living strong in America. Read previous post. Didn't I read that, yeah. Exactly, they're testing NATO with this, sending drones to Ukraine, now sending missiles to Ukraine, just showing strength and shoot it down. Yeah, I know. We should just have. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, people were concerned about this earlier on with the war. And I understand why, but if they are legitimately just going to fly drones into Poland, then fuck it. Do a no-fly zone over at least the parts that border with NATO countries. Does Poland have I don't know. I'm not a military analyst guy. I don't know how shit works. Does Poland have the capability to shoot down missiles that are within Ukraine that are? I mean, it probably depends on the type of missile, I would imagine. I kind of don't know the range. Why do you think racial disparities have persisted for so long? I don't know. No, that's not my area of expertise. I don't. I not really a hereditarian. I think a lot of it obviously is probably just going to be sort of racism in the past has kind of persisted into disparate outcomes today because, you don't see the same types of, you didn't see the same types of generational wealth built up with a lot of, like black people primarily in America. You didn't see the same types of whatever investments into these communities. You saw a lot of, there were obviously a lot of highways and everything like that. That was, not that I think that is the biggest factor, but that's kind of broad pattern of, we did have redlining and we had highways, tear down black neighborhoods, and avoid white neighborhoods. Sort of that general pattern is probably, you're just going to see those outcomes persist for a while. Rich people are pushing the attack on DI.
Basic economic theory would say, which is they're having a very difficult time sourcing intermediate input. So there's all kinds of things that we get from supply chains they can't source. And so as a result, they're cutting back on building factories. They're cutting back on investing and ordering more.
And any retaliatory tariffs are going to fuck with economies of scale. And, even absent retaliatory tariffs, if tariffs increase exchange rates, they're going to, decrease exports as well.
More manufactured people aren't ordering as many manufactured goods, et cetera, et cetera. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, the idea is that this is temporary and that once we reestablish entirely within country supply chains,
I have no clue,
this
Metro.
will reverse and manufacturers will start investing a bunch and we'll have a manufacturing boom, and that the manufacturing bust that we're seeing now, apparently as a result of the tariffs, is simply a temporary pain for long-term gain. We just have to stay the course. Is that an accurate summary of what you're telling me?
Well,
there was a I think there was a blog post, the sluggish renaissance of U.S. manufacturing. I think since 2014, you've actually seen like a moderate increase in a lot of manufacturing stuff. Like that was we were already sort of on this path of a manufacturing quote unquote renaissance before any of the tariff shit. And like Noah Smith just mentioned, the tariff shit is probably going to actually harm all these manufacturers, right? Certainly historically, that's what they did. Not that, by the way, you shouldn't even grant that like increasing manufacturing employment would be good, really. There's no reason intrinsically to value these manufacturing jobs over any other like service job or whatever. And you shouldn't grant that trade is even the thing that caused a decline in manufacturing employment. It seems much more likely that that's just sort of like structural things that every country experiences, and obviously. And obviously the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act also helped manufacturing. Like you did see a construction boom after those acts were passed because we subsidized the hell out of that shit. We subsidized battery factories. Poland could shoot down missiles over Ukraine as proposed it prior, but NATO hasn't approved so far. Gotta start doing that shit. Not so long as we don't fundamentally reform the welfare state, blacks were trending up faster than whites in the 30s and 40s. I think, the welfare cliffs are probably, Michael, like non-zero factor. It's hard for me to see welfare cliffs really being the main, or like that big of a factor, but I don't know what data I would look at with that.
Well, I guess I'd prefer to sort of answer questions that you ask instead of try to sort of give a yes/no to your statement of the case. The situation.
Well, I would like you to evaluate this. Tell me what you think about the fact that all the manufacturers.
We're like I said, I predict zero substantive engagement from oil and gas.
Indicators in the economy are flashing red directly after the announcement of Trump's tariffs.
Well, so first of all, I would dispute your characterization that they're all flashing red. I think in general, the distance between the sort of overheated rhetoric we have gotten from economists and the actual performance of the economy has been. been pretty dramatic on almost every front. There have certainly been.
We didn't even see that much inflation, guys. What?
There have been others who have said, actually, this is inducing us to make substantial additional investments.
Yes, because
dramatic on almost every front. There have certainly been a number of manufacturers who have said this has made life harder. There have been others who have said, actually, this is inducing us to make substantial additional investments.
If only there was a way of surveying, like getting that type of data from a lot of businesses and then like compiling it. If only there was a way to do that. Like maybe the surveys that Noah Smith just cited.
We've already seen TSMC.
I predict a lot of things are going to go like this, I bet. Whereas, no, like Orencast is not going to do like very substantive engagement, but rather it's going to do, well, your characterization, I think, is a little weird. Don't you know that economists were actually 10% wrong about X thing? So, false Iran Chips Act calls crowd out. It's not inconceivable that caused some level of crowding out, I guess, but it doesn't seem. Not sure if it's included in the piece, but the main evidence been that we saw an explosion in real manufacturing structures investment, but no change for overall structures to non-residential structures specifically. Reasonably suggestive of crowd out. I don't. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't see how that follows. His main evidence has been that we saw an explosion in real manufacturing structures investment, but no change for overall structures or non-residential structures specifically. Isn't that exactly what we see if there wasn't crowd out? Oh, is he saying it crowded out other manufacturing sectors and stuff? That's plausible. That definitely could be the case, but I don't think. Obviously, that was half the goal. we wanted investment in the industries we viewed as strategically important, and that's probably going to cause some level of crowd out with other. There was an opportunity cost of doing so. Absolutely, it's probably going to cause a decrease in investment in other sectors, but we're doing it primarily for national security reasons.
As one example, in fact, say that they are slowing investment in Japan to invest more quickly in the U.S. We've seen there's a very good story on drug makers in the Wall Street Journal. I think it was probably last week, saying that yes, they actually thought the effect of the pharmaceutical tariffs under consideration would lead to significant reshoring of drug manufacturing. So I guess if I look at both the economy's actual performance over the last 6 months and I look at the sort of more anecdotal evidence, I would say I think it's absolutely too soon.
I mean, it's just it was only 2 weeks ago. The economy performance over the last 6 months has not been particularly great. I mean, we had the GDP contraction in quarter one. The payroll data has not been particularly good. Now, I am the permanent optimist, okay? Mark my words, I tweet about this, okay? We will never enter a recession, okay? We're so good at it, okay? Everything is fine. We're doing great. But obviously, I think don't think I would tout the last 6 months of the economy as some significant success. I think it's been not insanely bad, but I think obviously all the things Trump has done has made it worse.
Soon to tell one way or the other. But I would say that what gives me a significant amount of optimism is that in fact, I do think you're seeing companies, generally speaking, respond to the incentives in front of them by thinking about how they will adjust their businesses accordingly. And so I think, the intermediate goods piece of it is definitely an important one that creates short-term challenges. But at the end of the day, if the goal is not
but long-term, I can't wait till the U.S. is producing every intermediate good that we need. Let's go.
Make America the assembly hub of the world, but to actually reindustrialize, you have to actually create incentives to bring back those intermediate supplies. You can't just say we want cheap intermediate supplies so that we can, I guess, assemble for re-export. And so I guess I don't know. I'd be very interested to know kind of what I guess you said all the manufacturing signs are flashing red. I haven't. That has not been my perception of the economic coverage over the last month or two.
Or in what data sources are you looking at when you're evaluating the state of America's manufacturing in the last few months?
Oh my God, I love Noah Smith so much. Oh my God, thank you. Yes, oh my God.
Well,
there's going to be no substantive answer here. I mark my words, okay? There's going to be more anecdotes.
I mean, there's manufacturing employment. There's, I guess one number I'm very interested to look at that we won't have for a little bit longer is Q2 capital investment, which I believe will get later in August. There is various, manufacturing sentiment indications. There is actual
Which no one's just mentioned, like they're all bad.
Industrial output, capacity utilization, these kinds of measures.
Industrial output is not significantly up. I think I don't know what capacity utilization is at, but Fred, U.S. Industrial output, I think is like up a little bit. Last I saw, but like not significantly so. Like you see a jump here, but it's not even like out of line. I think we saw like basically like yeah, it's back to like 2022 levels. Like woohoo, like we did it, guys. Not fun. If there's a less qualified black person and a more qualified white person, and a black person is chosen based on race, would that be anti-merit? Yes or no? I mean, I think yeah, it's anti-merit. I also don't think that's what a lot of DI stuff was necessarily, but. People like mass. A lot of DI shit, by the way, like was literally just like, let's put up fucking flyers in black neighborhoods so we get more black applicants. Like, at least in the federal government. But yeah.
I mean, we do an awful lot to measure the performance of the manufacturing sector, and I think certainly we saw in the immediate aftermath of the tariff announcements a lot of downturns and a lot of concern. But I'm not sure how much of that has actually been sort of borne out at this point, several months later.
Do you know what PMIs are,
right? Yeah, but so what are
So
well,
I mean,
I
so
don't feel free to educate me.
The Institute for Supply Management, which is a consortium kind of thing, they survey manufacturing people, companies. They call them up and they ask them, "Are you investing? How much are you investing? Do you have more orders?" Blah blah
and
blah.
it's
They do
contracted
surveys.
repeatedly.
And, it's pretty rigorous data. And so if you talk to them, here, let me read from a Bloomberg article from the first of this month. It said, U.S. factory activity contracted in June for a fourth consecutive month as orders and employment shrank at a faster pace, extending the malaise in manufacturing. Bookings.
But the long term, though, Noah.
An index order backlogs, blah, blah, blah. Employment index, which measures manufacturing employment, has fallen significantly.
I'm going to put any time Warren Cass is like backed into a corner or whatever, I think he is, by the way, just going to appeal to the 4D chess shit. He's going to be like, well, maybe some of what you said is true, but have you considered that historically families could afford to go to college on one income and factory jobs and lay children? Like, I bet it's all going to be that shit.
Then the Purchasing Managers Index, the PMI, is also below 50, which signals contraction in the industry. And this is, Bloomberg reports on this, Wall Street Journal reports on this. Everyone reports on this as a reliable first indicator of how manufacturing is doing. It's not perfect, it's but over the long term, it's pretty correlated with government statistics on how manufacturing is doing. And so I'm wondering, where's the alternative statistics? Where are the numbers I'm not seeing that show good news in the manufacturing sector since Trump's tariffs? Where is it?
Well, again, I just gave you a long list of other economic indicators we have that all seem to be holding up quite well. I don't think
they're not. Wait, no, they're not. I mean, like manufacturing, like manufacturing employment is not doing well. We're not seeing a rise in manufacturing employment. We're not seeing a rise in manufacturing industrial production. We're not.
Right, but no, those are just exactly the things I said I didn't think you would expect to see over the initial months of a policy like this, because you need to see, I mean, it literally takes several years to do
yes, the long term, yes, yes.
Think, one thing that really kind of frustrates me in a lot of these discussions is that I think that
yes, pivot to other shit about, why you hate economists so much, yes.
From the other side, right, when the argument was, okay, we're going to aggressively expand free trade, we're going to embrace China, and, we got a lot of initial negative results from that. But that's okay. Anybody who focuses on those doesn't sort of understand the long run and the way that everybody's going to actually end up better off someday. But then when we go in the other direction and say, hey, actually, reshoring is going to be a process. You have to shift incentives. There's going to be disruption. Here's the better thing we
The difference is we have very good reasons to believe. Well, actually, there are multiple differences. But one is we have very good reasons to believe the long-term effects of trade just are good, right? From both empirical data and from the models of trade that Oren Cass seems to fucking hate so much or whatever. Like, we have very good reasons to believe protectionism is bad long term. Oh my god! And even, by the way, even if to some, like, you could make arguments, and like there are obviously economists who, like there is such a thing as the optimal tariff. There are like plenty of papers out there from free trade economists. There are papers from Krugman out there saying, hey, under my model of trade, this is when a tariff could actually be beneficial, could actually increase the terms of trade in your favor or whatever. Even if you accept some of those cases, as like any economist does or whatever, you have to rely on the government to be making those right decisions. Have you read any papers on optimal tariff theory? I don't think I've read any like full papers on it, but I've seen a few cited. Like I've seen Krugman has a paper on kind of not the sort of traditional optimal tariff, but just about tariffs in under new trade theory. If you place tariffs on sort of the national enterprise or whatever of some other countries, and so if you're a big enough country, in some cases you can actually increase the terms of trade in your favor. So, do you believe tariffs would work if they were on sectors in which America has a relatively equal comparative advantage in? What do you mean by work? First of all, I don't know if we have a relatively equal comparative advantage in a place to the extent it's efficient to export or export that product or whatever. We're already doing it. Great, woohoo! I don't see any reason to like artificially try to not even really we're not making our comparative advantage any better necessarily by just restricting imports. In some cases there might be things such as like learning by doing, which could increase it, but I think those cases are pretty few and far between, and I don't think the government has the data to know which cases those are. By work, I mean it would increase employment in that sector. That's a very dumb metric of work. Tariffs are on almost anything can conceivably increase employment in a given sector, but so can any other retarded policy. Like, you could have a policy and deem it working, if it increases employment in the fucking. I'm trying to think of the dumbest sector. Like, you could have a policy of like subsidizing fucking pet care or whatever. And like, oh, look, guys, my policy is working so well. Pet care employment is up, 500% or whatever. It's like, okay, well, it's a dumb fucking metric of working because you're crowding out other better, more productive employment opportunities. I'm willing to assume this guy's reason is poor, but I do definitely want to defend many of the ideas. I think we differ in our axioms, thereby preventing transmission of such defenses. Probably, Michael.
You just kind of get stuck on a podcast with somebody reading you the results of last month's phone survey data. So I do think we have to evaluate a little bit more kind of, well, what were the things that we did or did not expect to happen over the initial months versus what are the things we did or did not expect to happen over several years, and to say that most of the economists' predictions of everything that was going to go wrong.
Yes. Don't engage with anything. Pivot to how much you hate economists again.
Yes.
I mean, what about the data I just read you? What about that? I mean, that was an economist predicted, tariffs would interfere with supply chains, trade in intermediate goods, and this would lead to contraction in manufacturing. That's exactly what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that prediction has gone wrong.
Yeah, I guess I meant more broadly everything from, the direction of the dollar to the performance of the stock market to the level of retaliation we should expect. There was a sort of consensus model of here's what's going to happen if you impose tariffs.
Right, yeah. See how he didn't engage with the data, and now he's just pivoting to, well, I think economists were wrong about inflation in the stock market, guys.
It's all folly, and that world has not played out. So I do think it's important for those who were sure they knew exactly what tariffs were going to do because they took Econ 101 to kind of...
Please stop at localist. KVG may not be the most qualified, but she's unworthy by most standard. Well, localist hates the Supreme Court in general. Like local, I'm not like reading most of what he says or whatever, but there's no changing localist's mind on these things. It doesn't matter. It's not interesting.
Actually step back and recognize that it does seem the world's a little bit more complicated than that.
I agree that the world is complicated, and I agree that there's a lot of uncertainty over the impact that tariffs will have. I can also tell you the predictions that I know that economists...
Horn looks like he's 5'3", probably is.
That is one prediction that went the opposite way. However, I do think that if we're talking about important effects of tariffs, the effect on manufacturing has got to be an important one. Because the whole idea of tariffs...
That's the thing that both Orrin and Trump cited.
Trump's tariffs. Maybe not Biden's tariffs, but the whole idea of Trump's tariffs is that this is going to lead to a renaissance in manufacturing. And I understand that, yes, in 5 years you could see something different. And if that's the argument, if that's what we're placing our hopes on, then let's be explicit about that. Let's say we expect to see short-term pain for long-term gain. But I will say that economists predicted pain in the manufacturing sector, and that's exactly what all the data are showing us now.
Yeah, I've been extremely explicit throughout in discussing tariffs that there's short-term pain associated in various axes. I think, frankly, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more pass through to consumer prices than we've seen. I would certainly expect to see an impact there as well, and that the long-term gain here. I mean, a few minutes ago, I said I would expect to see this over the long term. You said how long? I think I said 3 to 5 years.
No longer asexual Noah Smith is OP. This is true.
A manufacturing sector that is performing differently. I think the good news is that there are other dimensions on which we should see things sooner. Capital investment, construction, and so forth are going to be a leading indicator of that. But I'm not sure who out there was saying.
By the way, I feel like employment in the construction sector and stuff. Like that's my understanding is that's falling primarily because it turns out, guys, if you start deporting all the fucking immigrants that work in the construction sector, they stop showing up to work. Okay, if you do raids in those sectors, you don't see good outcomes for that. But
saying like, if you impose tariffs, then like manufacturing employment will magically materialize in factories that haven't been built yet. Maybe someone was saying that, but it seems a little bit unfair to take that as the pro-tariff argument when it's obvious.
Oh, sorry. Would it be okay if Trump put pressure on the WTO to enforce IP laws on the international stage more? First of all, like I view it. The first thing I'll say, like, obviously, it's very. What's the right word? Not bad faith. Maybe bad faith is the right word. It strikes me usually as bad faith when people are like, okay, I know Trump historically has always complained about trade deficits, and Trump seems to have a fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits and thinks trade is zero sum and has all these like dumb misunderstanding. Like the man just likes tariffs. He says tariffs are the best word in the dictionary. And then you say like, but don't we think that under like one narrow case, like it could be good to like better enforce IP in China or whatever? Like, so, for one, that usually strikes me as bad faith. This is not what Trump's concern is. Trump has just very big fundamental misunderstandings of these things. But it's going to come down to essentially how how important I view IP protection is. Companies. Scott Sumner kind of has a post about this. Companies, when they trade with China or whatever, are taking a risk that they know that their IP, could be stolen or whatever, but they still view that risk as worth it. I think there could be maybe some cases where better IP protection would be good, but I also don't even know how much IP protection is good in general. Like I don't have if IP protection is like super hardcore, not even just unfair, but unfair and just bad, just restraining growth, then I even care if like essentially an unjust law is broken by a foreign country. Tit for tat, so real, Michael. Dude, YouTube censored the word tit. Incredible.
Obviously not the actual basis on which the argument is made.
But I'm saying that economists were right about this, the problems in the manufacturing sector that we're now seeing. Like, it was a correct prediction by economists.
That sentiment would turn down in the initial months.
Dude, IP theft hurts hundreds of American companies. What the fuck do you mean? Right. Well, obviously, like IP theft. So all I said is, one, there are a lot of companies that are right here we're not told that much of the so-called stolen IP was voluntarily provided by our big corporations, so they earn large profits from doing business in China. Like, there's that for number one. Number two, like I said, obviously IP helps the people who have a monopoly on whatever their product is, but hurts the people who don't. To the extent that IP hurts more people than it helps, I don't I don't think we should restrict trade with China, which I view as broadly beneficial, on the basis that they are violating IP that I view, or that in this hypothetical would be not beneficial. IP incentivizes R&D. I agree.
I'm not sure that anyone gave a month timeline for it, but the idea that this would be generally bad for manufacturing would cause.
I don't really care. We're supposed to be the steward of a global fair trade game. It hurts us when we allow people to take advantage of our forgiveness. The U.S. doesn't even engage in fair trade. What do you mean? When we did NAFTA, we subsidized the hell out of our corn farmers and sent a bunch of Mexican farmers out of business. But then we wouldn't accept Mexican tomatoes because they were subsidized on Mexico's end. The U.S. is not engaged in fair trade. To the extent you make the argument it's just good for us to do these types of subsidies or whatever because America first, you can do that, but certainly it doesn't. The U.S. is not a fair trader or whatever.
Cause contraction in the sector. That's what we're seeing.
And again, all of this seems very stupid. When this is not Trump's main goal, Trump is also putting tariffs up on all of our allies who abide by these trade agreements, allies who have like less than 1% weighted average tariffs than us, allies who sign deals made by Trump himself. Like,
and we know the mechanism by which this happens, which is disruption of intermediate goods trade.
Well,
And
there's obviously I think Oren is saying that, acknowledging that there would be some short-term pain for long-term gain. No, as you described it.
then I suppose we agree, but if you acknowledge IP incentives, why would you be skeptical of it? Because obviously the constant benefit, right, that you have to weigh is the cost of granting someone monopoly power over whatever they invent versus the benefit of that incentivizing R&D. So obviously there's a case where it would go too far, essentially, where like obviously if you just granted people a patent for 200 years, right, on something, like you would see the output of that good be pretty heavily constrained, and they would have monopoly pricing on that good for the next 200 years, and that's broadly bad for the rest of society. It's bad for consumers who otherwise would be able to buy the good if it was cheaper. It's bad for producers who would otherwise be able to produce a good that can't because there's a patent on it. It's bad for sort of the overall growth rate because there are a lot of inventions made on top of other inventions, and you can't necessarily innovate with something that has like a patent protection on it. So you're going to constrain other future innovation even. Like, yeah.
And I think he's also acknowledging that, saying that, feel free to Oren to edit this, that, yeah, it does make sense that economists predicted some sort of, decrease in employment because the factors haven't been built yet, et cetera. But you're also saying, hey, economists didn't get right what would happen in the broader market and with the dollar, to which Noah also sort of acknowledged, especially the part around the dollar. Feel free to edit any of that characterization. I have a broader question for both of you, which is, what would cause you to change your mind about the long run? What would need to happen or occur such that you have a different view of sort of what is the long-term effects of these tariffs?
Well, I think for me, as I was saying, the sort of intermediate question that
it isn't a solution to make patents expire at a reasonable date so that they aren't exploited. I thought that's how the IP system already. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's not the only solution. But yeah, there's one solution that we already have. I was just using that as a conceptual example for why. Obviously, just because I agree that patents incentivize R&D does not entail that I think all patents are just, or that I think patents, indefinite patents or whatever are just or anything like that, or that it can't be unjust, or sorry, that it can't be just to violate a patent insofar as the patent laws are themselves unjust.
What I'm most interested in is what happens to capital investment. At the end of the day, the sort of sequence of events that you are trying to influence with tariffs is to induce relatively more capital investment domestically.
What is he? I mean, I guess he's talking about the long run, and in the long run, we would expect uncertainty to fall, but uncertainty is also not good for capital investment, and the tariffs have caused a lot of uncertainty.
Expand domestic production capacity. I think if we see that, and frankly, in a lot of ways that was already at elevated levels because of other things that Noah and I agree on, like the CHIPS Act, that I've often highlighted was dollar for dollar an extremely effective way to start boosting investment. If we start to see those kinds of investments now in other sectors of the economy, also if we see that at a sustained elevated level over an extended period of time, that would be the kind of over the next year to 3 years sign that this is actually doing what we want it to do. And then the benefit that we would get if it actually works out is that we would see then in the longer run a significant expansion of manufacturing capacity. We would see that in output. We would see that in manufacturing as a share of GDP. We would see that in employment. And then in a lot of ways, what I'm most concerned about, if it's working, we need to see it in the productivity data, because manufacturing productivity has actually been falling over the past decade, which is a huge.
There's not even really good evidence that tariffs increase productivity even within the sectors that they are protecting. There's some evidence you can find for that, but there's also evidence that contradicts that. For example, like there's that paper, I think it's either Yoon 2000 or I think it's Yoon 2000. But there are a few papers looking at like labor productivity during tariffs like in the 18th century. Sorry, 19th century, 1800s. And they find that it doesn't actually seem that tariffs increased labor productivity even within the industries that they're protected, to say nothing of productivity overall, right? Because it's conceivable that tariffs would increase productivity in some sectors but decrease productivity in other sectors, and they would lead to a net decrease in productivity, right? Generally you just see exporting firms have a lot better increase in productivity than import substitution firms that are protected from foreign imports. Because I mean, just think about the incentives. Like the exporting, firms are the ones that have to compete on the global market. They're the ones that have to compete for market share. They're the ones that interact with foreign buyers, and the very interaction with foreign buyers of exported products probably increases productivity and leads to better management. We have evidence, for example, from Egyptian rug makers that Egyptian rug makers that exported their products tend to have better management practices and tended to have faster productivity because the interaction between foreign sellers or foreign buyers rather, essentially transmitted certain information to them about how to manage their company better, how to do shit better. Whereas import substitute, firms protected by from import penetration, they still face domestic competition, I guess, but the whole point is that you protect them from competition. They face a lack of competition. They don't have the same incentives to innovate. They don't have the same incentives to do that stuff because they're granted artificial government protection. Anyway, brilliant freeze frame we have here.
And so if we are actually seeing investment in a renewed and revitalized manufacturing sector, that absolutely is going to be, and we better expect will be, much more automated than the kind of manufacturing we've had in the past. That should show up in the productivity data as well.
So I have another question here, which is that you've often talked about the what you see as the shortcomings of economics, as a discipline for predicting the effects of tariffs, and economic policy in general. When you're predicting the effects of tariffs, what do you rely on? How do you?
Ooh, I love Noah Smith so much. Yes, this is such a good question. Yes. Oh my God.
Do you make those predictions? Do you have some theories? Do you have some, other countries' examples?
Oincast, by the way, has no actual model. All the Oincast stuff is the 40 shit that Richard Donati was talking about.
Going on historical examples, some other discipline like sociology.
Or I don't want to say he has no models. But yeah, this is Sorry, Irwin 2000 notes that if tariffs have a positive effect on growth, it would come through increased productivity in the manufacturing sector. Yet he finds that productivity was actually rather stagnant in the manufacturing sector, and that growth occurred due to the intensification of the use of capital. Given that tariffs would discourage the importation of capital goods, this suggests that we would have been much richer if we had fewer tariffs. I think this is also, this is the paper I was trying to cite. Irwin 2000. I mixed up you in 2020 and Irwin 2000. Okay, I think I said you in 2000. Klein and Meissner, 2024, are able to use highly disaggregated data from the American Guild of Age to show that tariffs reduced labor productivity. Recalling the Millet's Autoviano model of trade from earlier, we would expect that a contraction of the size of the market to reduce the average size of firms and reduce average productivity, which is exactly what we find. Oops. Lastly, Yoon 2020 was unable to find evidence for learning by doing, that is, a fall in marginal cost as the number of units produced increases in the American context.
Or perhaps just some stuff you thought of on your own. Like, where are your predictions coming from?
Well, I guess I'm happy to answer that in detail. I figured, Noah, that you were going to touch on the prior question also, but I'll just
What's
add
the prior question, I'm sorry?
Oh, it was basically, no, what would, and then let's circle back to Noah's question after this, but yeah, no, let's hear your take on what would cause you to be excited about the long run for tariff? Like, what would need to change, or you need to see for you to be like, oh, actually, it's actually having a long run positive effect?
Boom in manufacturing investment, for sure. If we see that, if we see the U.S. manufacturing sector actually get revitalized in a major way, that'll be exciting. So far, we're seeing the opposite, and if that turns around at some point, that'd be great.
I don't even
imagine a world in which it does.
To the extent that crowds out other more productive investment, that would not be good, by the way. But
turn around. Like, what needs to happen for that to happen?
Oh, you mean what do I think would actually cause that to happen? I think one thing would be industrial policy. I also think that in terms of tariffs, we should have essentially entirely free trade with allies. I think that would be a wise thing to do because Japanese manufacturing and European manufacturing don't actually threaten America. In fact, we gain much more from pooling our markets so that we can attain scale, similar to what China does, because China is pretty much the only competitive threat we face, and which all our allies are facing at the same time. And we're fighting with our allies instead of pooling our resources to stand up to China. But that's my, that's.
But don't you know that the fucking Japanese don't take our fucking cars, bro? Can't wait.
For me, right there, I read about all these things pretty extensively during the Biden years, and I thought this is what we ought to be doing. But I think industrial policy is a big missing piece. And also there are various capacity building policies like infrastructure, education, we train manufacturing workforce. One really reliable thing we see is when we have really good vocational schools, you get better factories. Just train people to work in factories. Tim Bartik has done a lot of work on that. And then, pretty much, I think that it's pretty clear what to do to affect a manufacturing revival. right now, so one of the big indicators that I look at is factory construction, and factory construction has to be adjusted for the price of building new factories because we don't want to just make a chart of inflation, right? But when you look at factory construction, real factory construction, you saw this enormous. You saw it basically flat at a flat level for decades and decades at a fairly low level. Then you saw this enormous boom during the Biden years, and all the factories concentrated in the areas where Biden's industrial policy was, sort of incentivizing factories, chips, batteries, and other things like that. Just this enormous boom. And that now, since Trump got into office, you've seen that boom go into reverse. You're seeing the pace of new factory construction falling since quote unquote Liberation Day, and that's a bad sign to me. But I accept that in 5 years we may see something else.
I'm just genuinely curious because that was when I mentioned I'm very interested to see in August what the Q2 factory construction data looks like. What data is out there already on that?
It's called total construction spending on manufacturing in the United States, and you can look at that on Fred. You can look at that anywhere, and it shows the just in dollars, right? You can also look at it as a percent of GDP if you want, but I prefer to look at it in dollars. And then you have the producer price index for new industrial building construction is the price of factory construction, PPI for new industrial building construction. And you can see that under Biden, this just increased a huge amount, and then under Trump, it has decreased a bit so far. And we'll see if it keeps decreasing, but to me that's a bad sign so far.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I would just echo some of what what Noah had just said about some of these other factors that I think are really important as well, because I think both in terms of what it takes on tariff policy, if you really want these tariffs to work, stability and certainty is incredibly important. And this is a criticism I've had of the Trump tariffs since the beginning, that if what matters is not what people think the tariffs are going to be this week versus next week. What matters is if people actually believe these are what the tariffs are going to be 3 years from now, when the investments would start to pay off or not. And so that's stability in the tariffs, ideally meaning
never speak too harshly against Trump, though, okay? Because then he'll be excised from the movement entirely, and no one's going to listen to him anymore.
Actually,
lizard, what?
Legislate some of this instead of having it both subject to legal challenges and a lot of changes in executive orders are both really important. And then, as Noah said, I think the industrial policy side, I think the workforce side is incredibly important as well. So, if as we've been talking about, if you ask me, do I think tariffs are an important positive step toward reshoring manufacturing, I would say yes, absolutely. If the question is, how far are we toward the policy package that's going to get us maximum bang for our buck, I would say there's certainly a lot of work still to do. And that maybe connects then to Noah's other question about sort of, well, how do you evaluate these things? And, in my mind, I think the right way to evaluate them is, I think a lot of the frameworks that economics provides us in terms of thinking about incentives, particularly thinking at the margin and so forth, are exactly the right way to assess economic policy.
Okay, we got that much. Okay.
What's really gone off the rails is in over-reliance on a set of assumptions that don't necessarily hold, and then over-reliance on a set of models that sort of requires those assumptions. And so, this is where I think we've seen
okay, so what do you use?
Frankly, a lot of very bad.
That was Noah's question. Is what do you, if you think all these models or whatever are based on assumptions that are flawed or whatever or bullshit? What are you using? Price theory guy Brian Albrecht has a good article critiquing Cass's view on this, but I don't know, it seems like broadly those are the kind of fundamental assumptions hold, and even in cases where obviously not every assumption is going to 100% hold 100% of the time, but sure as hell seems to get us a lot closer than whatever the hell Oren Cass is doing. We don't even have to rely on assumptions for models because we can look at empirical evidence, and I mean there are going to be certain assumptions even within empirical data or whatever, I guess, but certainly probably not as controversial as the ones Oren Cass is. So the ones in the theoretical models. So let's just look at the historical data, the empirical data. Oh, look, tariffs actually didn't help manufacturing employment in Trump's first term. Oh, look, protectionism historically does lead to lower growth rates. Oh, look, tariffs historically do lead to decreased net employment.
Forecasts come out of, for instance, the prediction that, free trade with China will benefit American workers and will be making and selling more to them than ever before, and so on and so forth. When that sort of assumed a certain policy environment in China that did not exist. And so I think, in a sense,
I'm not sure it did necessarily. And also, it's not incoherent to argue that on net, a trade with China probably did increase our welfare, right? Certainly to some extent, you can argue that trade with China decreased the manufacturing share of employment. And I mean, there is the, Arthur Horn and Hansen paper or whatever about the China shock, but there are obviously issues that people take with that paper. But for one, they didn't really account for increased exports, and if you include that, that kind of offsets a lot of the a lot of the concerns that they had, or a lot of the flaws that they mentioned, or whatever. But it seems like holistically it probably did, and certainly even if the China shock had some negative effect in the short run, and Orcas really complained about this earlier because you say trade is good in the long run, but you're not considering protectionism could be good in the long run or whatever. But the China shock is over essentially. The implication that you can draw even from literature that's like, oh, it turns out the China shock did have kind of negative effects. It's not that we need tariffs now. It's just that kind of going forward, we need a better way to think about free trade or whatever. But certainly none of that gets you supporting tariffs, let alone the universal style tariffs that Trump is doing now.
Of a business owner, look at it from the perspective of capital and ask, what are the best opportunities to earn a lot of money? I mean, this goes all the way back to Adam Smith and The Wealth of Nations and The Invisible Hand.
What are we doing right now? No one disagrees that
automatically works by magic. His argument is that if you actually have incentives aligned, and in fact,
no one disagrees that tariffs can increase the incentive for domestic production, at least insofar as the trade is in final goods. Obviously, if you have tariffs in intermediate goods, then you will just see that essentially operate as a tax in the business or whatever. But insofar as trade is in final goods, all else equal, a tariff is going to increase the incentive to build or to make that stuff here because you increase the potential producer surplus. But that's not really what's relevant to any of the stuff.
The first one he lists is if you have people preferring to invest domestically over investing overseas, then their pursuit of private profit will also advance the public interest. And so for me, the question is, what are the incentives for people?
Hold on.
The first one he
I don't think that's really
preferring to invest domestically over investing overseas. Then their pursuit of private profit will also advance the public interest.
First of all, I think what Adam Smith said is that people are going to naturally have a home bias, and that they're just going to be biased towards investing domestically compared to overseas. Pretty sure that's really all Adam Smith said. I don't think he drew any implications from that, but I could be wrong. And secondly, the thing that you complain about all the time, Oren, is that we have net capital inflows. Okay.
And so for me, the question is, what are the incentives for people pursuing private profit? And if we have policies that make it the incentive to offshore, to try to bring in cheaper labor, to try to use financial markets to extract additional capital out of firms, then those are the things that people will do. And so at the margin, I think we have to ask, are the policies that we're pursuing ones that are pushing incentives in better directions or pushing them in worse directions?
So let's go back to this idea of where you get these ideas. Like the idea that tariffs will do this and that to help manufacturing. Where does this idea come from? Where did you get this? Did you just sit there and think common sense wise it sort of sounds legit? Or are you using
Oh my god, I love Noah Smith. He's actually so good. He is OP.
1800s when we had high tariffs, and just sort of saying, well, we grew fast then and we had high tariffs then, so high tariffs will increase growth now. Or where do you get this idea that tariffs will help manufacturing and the incomes and prosperity of the average American?
Well, I guess there are a few ways to answer that question. I mean, I think one, as you noted, there have certainly been times in the past when we have used a much more robust tariff agenda.
I mean, I cited the data for that. It's pretty mixed at best.
And conversely, our decision to drop tariffs and forego them has conversely produced a lot of the things that I think we've been a lot less happy with. I think if you look at somebody like Paul Samuelson's work, I often point out that in his seminal textbook, Economics, he kind of goes through the arguments for and against tariffs, and basically at the end of the day acknowledges that any country could pursue a beggar thy neighbor strategy. And it, I'm sure there's a whole field of kind of optimal tariff theory, but that the core case for the United States to embrace free trade, and Fred Bergsten makes the same point in this.
The only good economics data or model to the are the ones about optimal tariff theory. All the assumptions in optimal tariff theory definitely hold today, right? That's definitely
70s isn't.
That's definitely the case. It's totally not any issue is with intermediate goods and optimal tariff theory. It's totally not the case that not having trade being final goods but rather intermediate goods actually complicates some of the optimal tariff theory literature. That's totally not the.
Actually, an economic case, it's a foreign policy case, and so. I think you can also look at the policies of a lot of other countries around the world today that have obviously had a lot of success promoting manufacturing and industry, and they certainly tend to do it in a more protectionist way. And And so, I mean, I guess it seems to me there are a lot of signals all pointing in the same direction. I might ask you kind of.
3 things are true, okay? 1, some countries are successful. 2, some countries are unsuccessful. 3, all countries do industrial policy. From those, we can deduce that 1, every successful country does industrial policy. And 2, every unsuccessful country does industrial policy. It's meaningless. Why you should rely on data? And then if we're looking at like other countries doing protectionism or whatever, why don't we just look at the manufacturing share of employment across countries and then notice, hey, look, actually the manufacturing share of employment just kind of broadly follows the same hump-shaped pattern in like every advanced economy and even in developing economies. Like maybe that's an indication that's not really trade that's the main factor there for the manufacturing share of employment. Or even the manufacturing share of GDP, which follows the same hump-shaped path.
The converse, what would be the reason to believe that, free trade with certainly with a country like China was going to be good for our manufacturing sector?
Well,
I don't know if anyone held that, strictly speaking, would be good for manufacturing alone. Now, I do think, like I said earlier, it probably only had relatively modest effects on the total manufacturing share of employment in the U.S. Like, I think you can maybe, like I said, contribute about 16% of the decline to it. But the relevant thing is that it's a gain overall, not that it's only going to help the manufacturing sector.
Don't necessarily know people who did predict that because I was a kid. And when I look back at economics papers on the topic, I don't see much I don't see many, economic papers saying free trade with China will be good for the manufacturing sector specifically.
But then is the implication that tariffs on China would be bad for the manufacturing sector?
What I'm saying is that I don't know. So when you're asking me to justify the supposed predictions of people, I don't know who made those predictions. And so I don't know economic models that do predict that. For example, if you take the, dumbest, simplest Econ 101 model of trade, in existence, which is, the comparative advantage model of David Ricardo, that would predict that trade with China would be bad for our manufacturing sector because the idea is if China has comparative advantage in manufacturing, we have comparative advantage in services, or maybe agriculture. I don't know. We'll trade the things that we're good at for the things they're good at. It's not a very smart model. It's pretty basic. It describes some things that happen, but not a lot of things.
Right.
And then if you use a sort of a slightly more advanced model called the Heckscher Lean model, which predicts that capital-intensive countries like America will do more capital-intensive things, labor-intensive countries like China in the 1990s and 2000s will do labor-intensive things. That predicts that we'll lose lots of manufacturing jobs to China. So those basic models would predict that the U.S. manufacturing sector, or at least U.S. manufacturing employment, would do poorly in the face of China.
If you disaggregate by the way, if you disaggregate another way of viewing the Heckscher also model or whatever, I always forget how to pronounce it, the HO model, okay, is if you disaggregate like high skill labor and low skill labor, like you can get the implication that, the US is going to specialize in a lot of high skill labor stuff and China's going to specialize in a lot of like lower to mid skill labor stuff. And, that seems largely true. And from that, you don't necessarily get super harmful effects for the manufacturing sector because a lot of the manufacturing that still happens in the US is sort of the more high-tech, capital-intensive or high-skill labor-intensive manufacturing, right? So, like, you could actually see, sort of maybe, like, low-skill manufacturing be offshored, but it would allow the U.S. to specialize in higher-skill manufacturing industries. What's up, Hugo?
Trade with China, but that America overall would become enriched because of other effects in the service industry and other industries. And so when you're talking about these predictions that free trade with China would be beneficial for our manufacturing sector, I have to say, I don't know where they are. I don't know who made them. I don't know why they would have made them.
Yeah, I guess I'm just making the point more sort of thinking about it as a counterfactual. We could either take the view that yes, tariffs are probably helpful in protecting a manufacturing sector, or no, they're counterproductive. And you were sort of asking me, why would you believe that these things help? And I'm saying, well, I think there are a lot of sources that would point to them potentially helping. What I'm less clear on is what is the argument from the other side? What is the argument that, actually, if you have, that we should get rid of our tariffs to help the manufacturing sector? Because presumably one or the other has to be true. Either tariffs are good for the manufacturing sector or tariffs are bad for the manufacturing sector.
Oh my God.
They're good for the manufacturing
I mean, that's obviously a way oversimplification because what the tariff is on is going to matter. Whether or not it's on intermediate goods, for example, and what effect the tariffs have on exchange rates and exports is going to matter too. And what effects the tariffs have on uncertainty is going to matter as well. But okay, buddy.
Sector. I took you to be saying you think.
And then also, by the way, like you can get to, obviously no one denies that in certain cases, tariffs would be beneficial for certain manufacturers. The relevant questions are like, one, is that still a net benefit? Because like there's no like maybe Orange has some because he has this weird American conservative bullshit view or whatever. But there's no reason to believe that like manufacturing jobs are just like intrinsically good or whatever the fuck. So like if consumers benefit, even if some manufacturers lose, and if other producers benefit, by the way, you know, it's still a net win, even if some manufacturers are hurt. And then, two, what was the initial thing? Oh,
I'm suggesting they're good for the manufacturing sector.
Even if you want to help manufacturing, you focus on whether tariffs are the best way to do that. And I don't believe there's evidence that tariffs are the best way to help the manufacturing sector.
I took you to be saying you think they're bad for the manufacturing sector, but I'm not sure that's where it breaks down for me, right? Because at least vis-a-vis China, as you were just saying, I don't know who's saying they're bad for the manufacturing sector.
So whether tariffs on China could have been used to help the U.S. manufacturing sector in the face of Chinese competition in the 90s or especially the 2000s when the China shock happened. Whether that's true, I don't know any analysis of that. You know, there's definitely reasons why tariffs would have hurt the manufacturing sector, and there's reasons why it could have helped. For example, if you had used tariffs as a kind of bargaining tool to force China to stop undervaluing the yuan, which it did to a significant degree in the 2000s, that might have worked. In fact, I think
I don't even agree with that.
we should have done that. But then notice that that's using tariffs not as a policy in and of itself, whose direct effects encourage manufacturing, but as a sort of bludgeon, a tool, you know, a threat, a tool of economic warfare to force China to stop doing something that harms our manufacturing sector. And the best outcome would have been us using the threat of tariffs to force China to not undervalue the yuan, but then not actually following through with the threat because the threat worked. So I think when you look at Paul Samuelson's, work on strategic trade, he talks about this basically using the, threats of something that would harm, game theory, right? Something that would harm both.
By the way, it does seem relevant. Because like obviously, the quote unquote currency manipulation that China does or whatever, obviously, the concern is that that affects exchange rates and that's going to affect our trade deficit or that's going to harm our manufacturing sector. You might not specifically see the same effects in the manufacturing sector necessarily all the time, but like the budget deficit also has big effects on the current account deficit too. Like that affects exchange rates too. Monetary policy affects exchange rates too. There's no reason to believe that China pegging its currency to the dollar at any given rate is like any more harmful for the manufacturing sector than like the U.S. running a persistent budget deficit, which lowers our domestic savings, which tends to lead us to, have a current account deficit, or expansionary monetary policy leading to a, decline in exchange rates, or I guess technically that would devalue our dollar, and that would presumably help our exports, depending on, never reason for a price change, but depending on other factors. But if you had a contractionary monetary policy, the opposite would happen, right? But the problem is not that we lost manufacturing, though the extremes aren't healthy, but that other players aren't engaging in the spirit of the game, much less the rules. I don't even it just doesn't seem like those things have that big of an effect, in my opinion. I've never seen data that suggests that those stuff has like that big of an effect. Like in most of this shit about even China's IP theft, a lot of that comes from the fucking rent seekers, bro. It comes from the fucking dirty rent seekers doing their bullshit.
Both countries, but harm them more than us,
right,
using the threat of that, but not the actual thing, because the threat works.
Right.
And so I think that using tariffs as a threat and using tariffs as an actual policy, protectionist policy to grow our own manufacturing industries behind protectionist walls, which is a thing lots of people talk about, and which Alexander Hamilton certainly did talk about. Those are two very different things. And so I think, if you're asking me what would I personally have gone back and done if I could do the 2000s over again, I would have said threatening China into not undervaluing the currency would have been a good idea for our manufacturing industry and for us in general. But that doesn't mean that tariffs are a policy that if actually implemented, help manufacturing.
But surely you can't use tariffs as a credible threat unless you're willing to actually impose them. I mean,
that's right. The idea is they hurt us, but they hurt them more, and so that's why they are a credible threat in the strategic trade idea.
Right. So if we
hurt, but it hurts ourselves. It hurts us.
But if we take China today, which clearly is not sort of playing by any of the rules of free trade and shows no openness or willingness to do so, how then are we supposed to react to that in your framework?
So the idea of game theory is that actors are rational, and that if you have a credible threat, the threat doesn't need to be used in equilibrium, because if you make the threat, then the other person will back down, because they're rational actors who give a best response to a best response, right? So, however, if you have irrational actors and you make a threat to harm them by double the amount they harm us, but to harm both people, and then you end up carrying through with the threat, the fact is everybody gets hurt. And even if they get hurt more, In a war, that's what you want. In a war, you take casualties in order to inflict greater casualties upon the enemy. If we're looking at economics as a war, where hurting China is more important than helping ourselves get rich, or have higher living standards, more prosperity, whatever, then fine. That's certainly an argument you can make. But if we're talking about helping our manufacturing sector, helping our people's living standards in general, hurting them double the amount we hurt us is not a particularly attractive proposition, as I see it. People realize, Americans, they don't think of trade with China as like a war where hurting them is more important than helping us. They just want stuff. They want prosperity.
Well,
and I think so far, the
populist rhetoric that a lot of people buy into kind of does view it that way, unfortunately, sadly.
And again, if we're going to say the course 5
But
years,
in practice, the revealed preference is not that. So
10 years, eventually things will get better. Okay. But that's what the communists said, and it didn't end up working out.
Ed, this is wrong, but my understanding of your view was that you were more sympathetic and maybe even in support of some targeted tariffs towards China, but that the tariffs towards our allies to you just didn't make any sense. Is that right?
Exactly. That's right. And the reason is very simple to explain. It's the reason of scale. Now, you won't get this in Econ 101 or even 102, but you will get this from Paul Krugman's Nobel Prize-winning work, where he talks about the importance of scale for manufacturing industries and for industry.
Do they really not teach that in Econ 102?
General, but manufacturing is the most important.
New trade theory school.
Industry that this works for. Whereas the more stuff you can sell, the more units you can make, the lower your costs go. So if you can make, 1 million cars, you can make cars a lot more cheaply than if you only make 10,000 cars. The more you can make, the better you get at making stuff. Now, China has unprecedented internal scale because they're a country 4 times the size of America, right? So they can make just tons of units of stuff. America can't match that.
And also, by the way, he might get to this even. Depending on the assumptions that you make about consumer preferences, like if consumers have a preference for, or if consumers value variety, you don't even, with new trade theory, like you don't see negative effects from even to like certain sectors from trade, and you can actually see benefits. So like if 2 countries export cars and they engage in trade under a sort of new trade theory framework, if consumers like variety in cars, as in the real world they do, you can actually see both countries' car sector be helped overall, rather than sort of one country's car sector losing out versus the other country's car sector. So under that framework, there isn't even a good reason to believe that trade would harm a lot of these manufacturing industries.
Just our domestic market. We can pay more per car, but in terms of the scaling effects depend on how much you make, how many cars roll off your assembly line. And we are just such a small country compared to them. We're one.
Assume that each firm produces only one good and the production process for these goods is characterized by increasing returns. For example, there's a fixed cost to entry and constant marginal cost. Consumers have a taste for variety and benefit from there being more goods. We impose a zero profit condition such that firms will enter up until the point that their expected profit is zero. Then, as the size of the market increases, the total number of firms which can exist also increases, and consumer welfare increases.
Quarter their size. This is like us trying to match China is like Germany trying to match us. Germany can make really high quality stuff, but they can't match us volume for volume, and so they'll never be able to get the scaling from only their internal market that we get. And so that's why Germany focuses on exports. So what we need to do is find some other countries where we can say, our manufacturers get scale from exporting to you, and your manufacturers get scale from exporting to us, and we both get scale. And then we have this mutually beneficial agreement to scale our manufacturing industries such that we're not playing only in this tiny domestic market, such that we have a large market too, so we can compete with the Chinese because we can match them for scale. Now, the only way to do that, given our small size, is to get other countries to pool their market with us so we can get scale. Right? We need Europe and Japan and Korea and maybe India, which is the biggest country of them all, to partner with us so that we can scale, but that requires some reciprocity, right? We need to have our manufacturers be able to scale by using their markets, but their manufacturers also need to be able to scale by using our markets. And then, as Krugman showed, we make, our manufacturers and their manufacturers make similar things, but slightly different things, slightly different versions of the same thing. We'll make Harleys, they'll make Kawasaki's, so then, competition happens by differentiation. That's fundamental to Krugman's model, and it's what we actually see in, for example, US, Japan.
All right. What is Orcast going to do? Okay. Are we going to see some general deflection about, why economists get things wrong and why all these models are bullshit or whatever? Or are we going to get him just saying, but fair trade though? Or are we going to get, what else could we get? I think one of those 2 options is most likely.
Trade. We make broadly similar stuff, but
or is he going to say, but long run though?
Not exactly the same, and both can flourish. So that's drawing from advanced economic theory, not the basic stuff you get in Econ 101. That's what I would do.
It's a bit dense to dive in at the moment, but an article in your Discord would influence your morals and positions, I'd hope. It doesn't seem particularly interesting to me. Okay.
to resist Chinese manufacturing, I would get scale by pooling our markets with our friends. And if you look at what, for example, Elon Musk has said, Elon Musk said, we need a complete free trade zone with Europe so that we can all scale. Now, if there's one American who actually does know about manufacturing, it's Elon Musk, and who's the only entrepreneur who's been able to successfully scale manufacturing in America, even in the face of international competition. And it's been pretty incredible because his supply chain...
Well, I mean, Tesla is protected from Chinese EVs, but...
far more domestically sourced than most manufacturers. But when he says we ought to combine our markets with, Europe's markets so that we can all scale together, that's directly out of Krugman's theory. It's directly out of lived experience in manufacturing. So that's what I would do. And then
I bet we're just going to get Orncast deflecting to, but Europe doesn't take our cars, but Japan doesn't take our cars.
And then, penalize China.
I mean, I should say I agree with almost all of that and would like to see that as the American trade strategy. I think the concern I would have is that, those three countries that I think Noah rightly focused on, Germany, Japan, and Korea, relative to their GDP, our trade imbalance with them is as large as it is with China. When you describe Germany's strategy as export, that is, of course, Japan's strategy.
It's even dumber. It's even dumber. We're just going to complain about bilateral trade deficits. Really, that's the response to this bullshit? A bilateral trade deficit? Hamster, probably not. What the fuck is that server?
Korea's strategy, certainly vis-a-vis the U.S. Vis-a-vis the U.S. And so, just talking about the size of the...
But even in these countries, which Orncast thinks whatever they're doing, bullshit they're doing, you still see declines in the manufacturing share of employment. They still have declining manufacturing share of employment. They still have a declining manufacturing share of GDP.
The trade balance in goods between the U.S. and Japan.
Oh my God, we're not even looking at the total trade balance. Of course we're not. We're only looking at the trade balance in goods. Really? Not only are we complaining about a bilateral trade deficit, but we're complaining about a bilateral trade deficit in goods. That's the thing that is so evil. That means it. No, I agree about economies of scale and all the stuff you just said, okay? But having considered bilateral trade deficit in goods, are you kidding me? That's meaningless. I already told you, it's a friend of mine's Liquid server and has a politics community and owner of it. No, I probably don't care.
Japan turned imports from certainly a lot from China and others. But it seems to me a fundamental problem that the U.S. is dealing with in ideally constructing that sort of trade model is that these key countries that we want to be our allies in scale.
By the way, I don't know why he should answer the question about, what evidence he's using or whatever, because there isn't even good evidence that trade deficits in manufacturing or trade deficits overall actually have any significant effect on the manufacturing share of employment. There's actually, if you look at the data, it's like a very slight relationship between higher trade deficits in manufacturing and a higher manufacturing share of employment. I need to enter my email. Oops, well, whatever.
Are themselves pursuing this kind of export, but don't import model. And that's why I think it was very interesting to see, the EU in the start of the agreement that they've been announcing with the US. You heard the EU leaders say quite explicitly, we acknowledge that we're going to have to do some rebalancing here. So I know, Noah, maybe you just disagree that there is an imbalance there, but it seems to me that as we move toward that model that you're describing, if it is going to work for the US, there's going to have to be a significant shift in the behavior of these trading partners.
Right. Okay. So I actually have an important response to this, which is something I think that almost everyone in these trade policy discussions gets wrong, which is they focus on net instead of gross exports. So let me give you a concrete example here. If we export 0 to Germany and Germany exports 0 to us, and then we go to exporting 10 billion to Germany.
This is true as well, obviously. Like you could, he might get to this too, but you could obviously decrease the trade deficit by just shrinking the economy a fuck ton, but that's not a benefit, obviously. We'd have lower absolute. We'd have lower gross exports, but a lower trade deficit if we just nuked all of our major cities. Who's this Rox Fistic guy? Is he another pre-intelligent? He's a chatter of mine. He's a chatter of a few different people. I've seen him in Pisco chat before. Seen him in he's probably been in a lot of other Twitch politics chats. He's just a cool dude.
Exporting 12 billion to us. We've opened a trade deficit with Germany, right? We now have a $2 billion trade deficit, but our exports have gone up by 10 billion. And this is a good outcome. for us because it allows our exporters to scale, because what matters is the gross amount, not the net amount. People focus obsessively on the trade deficits and surpluses, on the imbalances, on the net amount. But basically, if and of course only the people watching on video can see this, but if, here's Germany, here's us, if they both grow and Germany's grows a little bit more, that's actually a good outcome, even though we have a trade deficit, from the perspective of scaling our manufacturing industries and of course increasing GDP. But scaling our manufacturing industries and getting manufacturing power, the deficits and surpluses matter less than the total market size available to our manufacturers. And so I think we, obviously trade deficits are always a sore spot because people have an inherent sense of fairness and they worry about this stuff. And that's fine. I understand that. We need negotiations and we can try to rectify those things. It's complicated because there's also financial effects on trade deficits, so it gets hard. We can talk about that later, how to fix trade deficits. But if you're I think the more important effect is the gross, the total amount of exporting that we're able to do. And so in that sense, trade between us and Europe is positive sum without trade, being balanced. Like trade is positive sum. And I'm not talking about comparative advantage, your standard Econ 101 stuff, right? I'm talking about advanced Paul Krugman stuff. I'm talking about what Elon talks about. I'm talking
Turning 18 less than 7 days? Well, congrats, Hamster.
about just manufacturing.
I'm turning 20 in 14 days.
And scale economies. And I'm saying the total amount we export to these allies is more important than the delta at the edge.
Right.
Of deficits.
But it seems to me that assumes that the act of trade itself is somehow expanding total demand for manufactured goods. And like what I mean,
it is.
But certainly not by 1-to-1. I mean, if we talk about like cars as an example, and you ask like
that wasn't Noah's principal point is it doesn't matter if it's 1-to-1 or not.
U.S. car manufacturers have a bigger market in the 0-0 case, or when the U.S. is exporting 10 billion of cars to Germany, but Germany is exporting 12 billion of cars to the U.S. Unless you've created an extra $2 billion of demand for cars, you've just reduced U.S. car sales, right?
So
openness on fair trade and practice trade was not a major source of declining manufacturing employment. It's not what I'm looking for.
The point is that you do. So if we export $10 billion worth of cars to Germany, I'll talk in numbers, but I'll talk in dollars, but let's assume it's all the same price. Yeah. Okay, of course. So if we
kill me. I think there's a chart in here. Literally just texting here at one point. That just says like, hey, like countries that have larger trade deficits in manufactured goods actually see like slightly increased shares of manufacturing employment relative to countries that have don't run trade deficits in manufactured goods.
Export 10 billion more to Germany, and Germany exports 12 billion to us, right? And so then what matters for the total amount of cars we can make, that our manufacturers can make, is whether the induced reduction in domestic sales is larger than the induced increase in exports to Germany. So
right. All right, Noah Smith is right here, and what he's saying is more intuitive and relevant to the shit. But another thing that's relevant for the long term that Oren Cass keeps talking about, okay, this is fucking long term gain, is that even in the long term, you would not necessarily even expect the all these tariffs and building up American manufacturing and building our own competitive advantage in these manufacturing industries or whatever to even have a significantly positive effect on the manufacturing share of employment or the manufacturing share output. This from obviously Behind the Curve. I've quoted this a few times. Okay. These people note that as economies capture a larger share of foreign market in a particular product, the comparative advantage productivity effect is likely to diminish as export share increases. Their point can be illustrated by thinking about two extreme cases. Case 1. The home economy is too small to affect world price of its exports. It can sell as much as it can produce competitively without reducing prices. If faster manufacturing productivity growth increases its comparative advantage in manufacturing and shifts its export supply curve outward, manufacturing employment will increase. This is intuitive. That's what Orencast thinks is going to happen to some extent if we do this type of industrial policy or whatever. Case 2. Economies are specialized. And home economy exports account for the entire foreign market for manufactured goods. In this case, as demand for manufactured goods abroad and world demand is inelastic, the employment response to faster manufacturing productivity that operates through the trade channel will be negative and complement the effect that operates through the price inelastic domestic spending in the home economy. Basically, easiest way to think of this, if demand is inelastic, if we see a productivity increase, output is going to increase. That's going to reduce prices. But essentially, there's not, because demand is inelastic at the world level. In this case, we're essentially not going to see enough of a increase in the in quantity demanded and the number of products bought to make up for the falling price. So you're going to see negative employment effects overall. As economies increase their shares in foreign markets, they will be moving from the first case towards the second, as the elasticity of demand is likely to be inversely related to their foreign market share. The Matsuyama critique will eventually lose its relevance for large net exporting economies. Together with the inelastic response that operates through domestic spending in the home economy, the increase in the MES associated with trade will eventually decline. Therefore, even in economies with manufacturing trade surpluses, the profile of manufacturing employment as income rise will be hump-shaped, and as the negative impacts and more rapid manufacturing productivity on both domestic and net exports dominate the declining positive spillovers from agriculture.
Germany exports 12 billion cars to us, and our domestic car sales go down by 6 billion, let's say, right? Our domestic car sales go down by 6 billion, our exports go up by 10 billion. Our total car manufacturing has gone up by 4 billion, even though we're running a trade deficit and Germany's car exports to us have destroyed some domestic demand for American-made cars. But the amount they destroyed was not sufficient to balance out the amount our exports gained.
Right.
And so the point is that when you have two countries and they start trading, does the number of cars that people consume go up? Absolutely. Does it go up by more than the number of cars, than the imbalance, than the trade deficit?
Go up?
Pardon?
Why does the
number of cars? Oh, because cars are cheaper.
Oh, we're gonna get it. Oh, Japan doesn't take our cars. Oh, Japan tariff, chicken tariff war. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, yes. I'm so close. Come on, let me release Horncast.
Remember,
please.
We're scaling.
Please.
That allows us to make cars more cheaply. And when cars are cheaper, people buy more. You get that second car, that third car for your family, and even people who don't own a car could now have a car. You can also get more expensive cars, but that's another story. But then, but scaling, just in terms of scaling, if we drive those costs down by increasing the size of the market, then people are buying a lot more cars overall. And so, if you look at vehicle ownership in America, during the time that Detroit was facing this incredible competitive pressure, right? Like you actually saw Americans buying more cars, and you saw people in these other countries buying more cars, and then,
But you also definitely saw a decline in demand for the American-made cars, right?
You saw a decline in domestic demand for the American-made car.
No, total.
Right, but if you look at GM total vehicle production.
While you're looking that up, let me just make two related points. One is that this strikes me as
Can't wait. Yes, come on.
a classic example of what goes wrong in our economics dialogues, where
GM sales were going up.
Oh my God, yes. Pivot back to this. Yes.
Total sales, even despite the competitive pressure from Japan, from Germany, GM's total global sales. Were going up.
Domestic production in American factories.
Domestic production.
That's not relevant to his
that's
point.
That's fine assembly, by the way. You've also got to look at component production. Yes, total output. If you look at total manufacturing output in American auto industry.
It seems to me there are two problems here. One is that you see we have the intuitive view that if you have a trade deficit, that's probably bad for domestic producers.
I agree that view is intuitive. The data doesn't support that.
Have the seemingly thoughtful and nuanced economist view that no, we have to focus on gross, not net, because we're expanding the pie. And then
that's not even the fanciest economist view. You're not even aware, Horncast, of the fancier views.
Actually, that was relying on a bunch of assumptions about expansion in total demand and so forth, which aren't necessarily actually true. And here in particular, I would highlight in the aggregate, they are definitely not true. And the way that we know they're not true is just by looking at the trajectory of U.S. industrial output, which has essentially flatlined since 2007. Now,
since 2007, that's right. But during
isn't it kind of weird, Horncast, that it flatlined since 2007 and we haven't signed any of these major free trade agreements in 2007? Isn't it kind of weird that it went up all the way through NAFTA, that it went up all the way through the China shock, that it went up through all these periods that you think American manufacturing was sold out or whatever? Do we think it's really only weird when we saw that decrease after 2008 when something else happened in manufacturing? Was it manufacturing productivity stagnated after 2008? Oh, that's interesting. Isn't it crazy how how output is way more correlated with productivity than it is with trade? Man, have economists ever considered this? What the hell?
Time of the China shock, it didn't actually flatline, it actually rose.
Yeah,
true. Thank you.
There. But if we're talking
that's during the time when we lost the most jobs to China.
Oh, I agree. There were a number of different things going on. I'm just talking about in the actual trajectory.
Oh my God.
Of the American manufacturing base.
What's up,
it is
North?
Not that demand for manufactured goods suddenly fell off. It is that virtually all of the increase in demand, that historically a substantial share would have gone to domestic production, has instead gone to imports. And so
when I look at
that huge trade, that huge trade.
That's not really true. Why would that only occur after 2008?
Deficit we see does in fact map directly to a.
I think you've seen, obviously, I don't know if Oren Cass, has any opinions about this, but like obviously, it's very similar to what I was talking about earlier. The same way demand is, inelastic kind of at the world level in the case where economies are specialized in exporting their products or whatever. You just kind of broadly see, at the sector level of just all manufactured products, demand is inelastic. And if you see the types of productivity increases in manufacturing that we saw up until 2008, and kind of weird that after 2008, that both output and productivity stagnant. Kind of weird that that's the case or whatever. But if you see that, you're going to see decreases in the manufacturing share of employment because essentially, like I said, the easy intuitive way to understand it is that productivity is going to increase output. That's going to push prices down, and there's not going to be enough people buying because demand is inelastic at the sector level. There's not going to be a sort of as big percentage increase in the amount of products bought as there is a decline in price. So you end up with the net effect on employment being negative. You'd see just broadly both across countries within the U.S. across income quintiles, as consumers get richer, the percentage of income spent on manufactured goods just goes down. There should be a table in here that demonstrates that point. Yeah, look, spending on goods as a share of total consumption in the United States by income quintile. You can see for all income quintiles in the U.S., it is on a downward trend since 1986.
Decline in domestic output. And that's...
Why don't you read about what the U.S. did to Haiti and Jamaica? If you still believe the U.S. was ever the steward of the global fair trade game, after doing that, you were too far gone. Are you talking to Michael, right? Hugo, because I never said the U.S. was the steward of the fair trade game. And in fact, I said, I don't think the U.S. Is that much of a fair trader. I mentioned, for example, NAFTA. During NAFTA, like we still subsidize the hell out of our corn farmers when that's something we get very mad about, China doing with regard to their like solar panels. And I think there was another case. I remember reading about this, but I don't remember the exact circumstance. I think there was what was especially like hypocritical or whatever was that like Mexico had like some subsidies for tomatoes or whatever, and like we just like refused to take in the Mexican subsidized tomatoes, but at the same time we were subsidizing the hell out of our corn farmers that ended up in domestic Mexican markets.
That's the thing that people are, I think, rightly quite concerned about.
But if you look at when our trade deficit was big, so our trade deficit was much bigger before 2008 and then shrank dramatically after 2008. However, that's true. That's just a fact. Our trade deficit shrank enormously after 2008. However, that is when our manufacturing productivity flatlined. Okay.
True.
And that is when our
Noah Smith, my
industrial
goat.
output flatlined. Is after 2008.
Noah Smith, my goat.
Okay. Now, when we're looking at the 90s and the 2000s, this era of hyperglobalization, we see industrial output rising, manufacturing productivity rising, but we see the biggest trade deficits we've ever had. So that's a big fly in the ointment.
Oh, he's so goated.
The timing there just doesn't line up at all for this sort of naive idea that trade deficits destroy U.S. manufacturing. Now, when I'm looking at, I searched and found an Economic Policy Institute report on the U.S. auto industry, and I see a chart reproduced from Goolsby and Kruger, 2015, showing seasonally adjusted lightweight U.S. vehicle sales. Okay, and I'm seeing an increase over the course of the 80s and 90s, and employment fell here, but output appears to have risen, as you got robots and machine tools and stuff like that.
Oh, he's so goated. Oh, he's so goated. No, and now we're gonna see no substantive engagement from Oren Cass. He's gonna pivot to either fucking like he always does. Well, economist assumptions flawed. Blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna tell you how I arrive at my conclusions though. Or we're gonna see. I'm very surprised we've not gotten but Japan doesn't take our cars though. I'm very surprised we've not gotten that yet.
Manufacturing grew and grew during the era of hyperglobalization, and during the increase in competition from Germany and Japan in the 80s, and even during the initial increase of competition from like China and the new Asian industrialized countries in the 90s and 2000s. Our manufacturing even grew a little bit during the China shock when our manufacturing employment fell. Our industrial production actually rose a bit, and that was during this era where trade deficits were like much larger than now. That timing doesn't fit the naive story that we're dealing with, that trade is a zero-sum game and that trade deficits destroy American manufacturing output. It just doesn't line up. And so I think this is a case when, actually thinking about the economic ideas deeply is a little more helpful in explaining some of these patterns than simply doing the common sense thing of saying, well, we're selling 10 to them, they're selling 12 to us, we're losing, and therefore our manufacturing industry must be getting destroyed. And that said,
I dropped Milton Cooking in the Discord. Yeah, I mean, I assume there's nothing in here that I'm not gonna know or whatever, but we can watch it after.
I do think trade deficits present a problem. If they're too large, if they're for the wrong reasons, if we're just borrowing to consume, it's a short-termist consumption loan basically that we don't need. So I do think trade deficits are a problem, and also it violates people's innate sense of fairness and reciprocity. So I think that when we have trade with allies, we should work to make sure trade imbalances are minimized.
How would you do that?
How would I do that?
Yeah.
I don't know why we care about that really. I agree insofar as the trade deficit is sort of reflective of the U.S. having a lower savings rate because we have such a high budget deficit. That is primarily used to finance consumption rather than productive investment. That can be bad, but it's not really an issue with trade deficit. That's an issue with, the U.S. running a budget deficit primarily for consumption now rather than productive investment. But, Orncast doesn't even... the implication from that, by the way, if you believe that's a problem with trade deficits or whatever, is that trade deficits, guess what, aren't even caused by trade. They're caused by domestic decisions about how much to consume or how much to save and how much to invest and how good investment opportunities in your country are.
Just negotiations say, you know what, we'll open our markets to you if you help us rectify some of these imbalances.
But what if our market's already open and that in fact is contributing to the imbalance? I mean,
Well, we can offer a lot of other incentives for these countries.
So, but
there's
the
tons of other
argument
stuff
is we should offer.
Yeah.
I just want to understand the logic is, okay, so we agree there are imbalances. We agree that's a problem.
We could defend them militarily.
Well, it seems to me we've been doing that.
Right. We could say, all right, we'll step up our commitment to your defense if you help us do this, or we'll various other things. Our markets.
This fascinates me, right? Because it seems to me that we're like, if you think about.
I hate. Oh my god. We are good little consumers. This is true. It's so funny. Orncast is like hyper. He's like, no. Do you really don't have an exact plan laid out for how, in the case where we are already defending an ally, but we have a trade imbalance with them that we think is a problem, how exactly we're going to incentivize them to come to the table and negotiate a deal to reduce the trade imbalance? When Orncast doesn't even. Orncast barely has a plan for any of the shit that he wants to do. His plan is just. It certainly doesn't seem to be much more nuanced than Donald Trump's plan, which is just tariff fucking everyone, even intermediate goods and everything. And then, he's not even Orncast again isn't even relying on the good data to make any of these claims. He's just making shit up, dog.
Okay, what the Trump administration posture has been.
Are you giggling because you're imagining a world of free trade between the U.S. and its allies, and you're very enticed by the possibility of the scale this would offer our manufacturers?
No, I love those things. I'm giggling because it is an interesting inversion of what we are seeing happening today, where the Trump administration argument is, wait a minute, we have an extraordinarily open market. We have been defending these countries, and the result has been these imbalances. If we are going to sit down and negotiate with them over that, exactly to your earlier point about game theory, we should use market access and our commitment to their defense as tools to force them into a position that we like better. And based on everything you'd said up until the last minute or two of the discussion, that would seem to me to be...
By the way, every single deal Trump has had so far just leaves at least 10% tariffs up on even countries that we should consider our allies, like the UK, for example. That's obviously something Noah Smith is going to be opposed to. That's something in theory Orncast should be opposed to too, but...
be a position very consistent with your views, but then...
And it doesn't seem like it, I've seen no evidence that any of this nuance, this is not even particularly nuanced, obviously, I don't think, but any of that thought process is going into Trump's tariffs that he's doing. You have people within the administration being informed of the changes to tariff policy while they're testifying in front of Congress about the tariff policy, right? You have the fact that Trump just seems to listen partly to what his advisors, the last advisor who spoke to him, we saw when Peter Navarro took a trip or whatever, or was absent for a few days. The reason he paused the Liberation Day tariffs is because other advisors took advantage of Peter Navarro's absence to advocate for that pause. You see, for example, Trump just repeatedly, historically, has complained about trade deficits. The formula that they use for the reciprocal tariffs was just based on the trade deficit in goods divided by our imports from the country. So, certainly... it seems like a big focus of Trump is just the fact that he fundamentally doesn't like trade and doesn't like trade deficits and really likes tariffs.
when we got to the point of actually saying, great, what should we do about Europe? It was sort of like, well, what else can we bribe them with? Can we offer them even more market access? Can we promise to spend even more on their defense? And I'm just not sure why that's the approach we would take.
I don't know. So if we're saying that we're going to use the threat of tariffs to establish a free trade zone, that's, but because of game theory, because the idea that actors are rational and we won't have to use the threats and hurt both us and our allies, if that's the idea, then I have to say, well,
that's not really what Orncast advocates for.
It's only a credible threat if we're nuts. The idea that we would hurt ourselves and China, the idea that we would use tariffs as a threat against China, a country that, we wouldn't mind seeing taken down a peg, seems rational to me because you could use that as a credible threat. If we follow through and hurt China more than we hurt ourselves, that's a credible threat. But hurting Japan and Europe more than we hurt ourselves, but hurting both of us, actually just lets China win. So it doesn't seem like a credible threat to me.
At least Orncast is willing to debate, even if he's retarded. Yeah.
First of all, it doesn't seem like a credible
We get non-fun Orncast debate.
threat. So this doesn't seem like a good negotiating tactic to me, because if we go through with the tariffs, as we currently are going through with many of those tariffs, not all of them, but 15% or something on our allies. Okay, if we go through with that, even as we surrender to China, but that's another story. Even if, if we go through with that, okay, it just means China wins. And so it's not a credible threat. So that's my first point in response to this idea. The second point is, if this is your argument, we're back in the realm of tariffs are bad, but they're a good threat because we're threatening to shoot ourselves in the foot, in order to get this free trade equilibrium that we like. So the idea is tariffs are bad, free trade is good with our allies, but we need tariffs. We need tariffs as this tool to threaten them to sort of, get the free trade with allies through the back door. That's very different than saying behind these sheltering protective walls, American manufacturing will regrow because economists don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so those are two important points. The fact that this is a non-credible threat, and the fact that tariffs as a threat are different than tariffs as a long-term actual policy. And we appear to be doing the latter. So those are two important counterarguments, I think, to what you're saying here.
Yeah, I guess I would just say on the first point, first of all, it apparently, at least at the moment, is a credible threat. I mean, the administration is using it, and I think certainly the reporting on the EU negotiation indicates that they were quite frustrated by how credible the threat was and the extent to which it therefore forced
I think they're frustrated by how
to make a lot of
stupid Trump was doing.
I do think the sort of other way of looking at it, which is like,
Trump was being, but oh my God.
Well, the U.S. has to kind of first and foremost be thinking about everybody's well-being, so these other countries can adopt policies that really are beggar thy neighbor, and we can't do anything about it. That is
yes, say the car. Say, I know it's in you. I know you want to say it, Orncast. I know it took a lot from you not to mention it earlier. Say, Europe and Japan don't take enough of our big ass SUVs. I know you want to say
certainly
it.
The kind of post-World War II, we must preside over a liberal world order argument. I don't know how much sense it makes now, given the costs that the U.S. is sustaining under the status quo. And so I do think that the negotiations are. It is not as sort of clear-cut a game theory as you were describing.
Also, it's likely that the tariffs, at least most of them, will be ruled illegal within the next, 2 weeks, I think. I think it's on the Supreme Court docket. And then, it'll look like a pretty good decision on Europe's end to not retaliate, essentially say, we'll give you some investment, even though the EU has clarified they have no way of mandating this investment actually happens. It just represents commitment by some of these private companies. But,
And then on the second
40
point,
chess, master negotiation.
And quite satisfying, perhaps, to the extent to which we are landing in a very similar place at the end of this, which is, my view about certainly the so-called reciprocal tariffs, and the way the administration has spoken about the reciprocal tariffs, is that they in fact see them as negotiating leverage, and their goal was to strike deals with these countries, but to have these countries commit to balanced trade. I mean, that was quite explicitly.
What does he think the increased investment, into the U.S. is going to do to the trade balance?
But I think Stephen Mirren's remarks on this, the Hudson Institute, are clearest. We seem to agree that tariffs on China do make sense, and that our relationship with China.
Well, not all, but tariffs on, I would say, strategic industries with China. I don't think we, need tariffs on Chinese clothes, because if China makes clothes, that's not a national security threat to us.
Okay, but that China is sort of
toys. I don't give a shit if China makes our toys. Let them make toys.
I think that's fine. I think there remains a balance question there, and a question of sort of what core inputs.
Oh my God!
So putting China is sort of in a separate category.
We really need to care about the trade deficit, because China's making a bunch of our toys. Really, this is the issue. We don't export enough toys to China.
Disagreeing the most is on the question of
sort
of baseline tariff, and that's where my view has always been that a baseline tariff on the order of 10% is a sort of skewing of the playing field in international trade. in a way that helpfully reflects a preference for domestic production, and that if you could do it in a way that actually had
They would
certainty and
help.
predictability, and if you could actually also then use it as a revenue source, which meant that, relatively speaking, you also need less revenue from elsewhere, that it would be a very...
Yeah, definitely most efficient way to raise revenue there. Why can't it doesn't even raise that much revenue? It probably a 10% universal tariff probably raises about as much revenue as a 5% VAT, and obviously a 5% VAT probably going to be much more efficient than a 10% universal tariff.
Good element of what is otherwise a quite skewed global trading system. And so, that's sort of how I look at it. I think, certainly we don't agree on all the pieces of it, but it seems to me there are pieces of it that we do agree on, and also that the intuition of those who are pushing for this kind of approach, myself included, I think there's a lot to debate, but also that it is not the kind of, baseless and unfounded and incoherent way of thinking of things that it sometimes gets presented.
Assuming tariff policy gets pretty much continued, and that we have somewhere around the 15 to 20% tariffs that we're going for right now, suppose that continues, and suppose our manufacturing sector continues to not flourish, manufacturing investment continues to weaken and deteriorate, manufacturing orders continue to weaken and deteriorate. At what point, how many years will it take for you to say, oh, maybe I should have read an economics paper or two. Maybe economics isn't all just hooey and bullshit.
Oh, no, it's with my goat.
Maybe the economists were onto something. How many years must I wait for you to sort of update?
That's in a velocity favorite trader nowadays.
I think it's an unfortunate way to end the conversation, given that we both know that I've read lots of economics papers on these topics, and
I was being, figurative.
Have you?
Yeah, well, you also wrote a very long Substack that wasn't at all figurative, making the same accusation. So
what's up, Tron?
I don't think that's a constructive way to conduct the conversation on the substance of the question. What I would say is that I think we need a year or two to see whether or not you actually get the investment response. Secondly, and related to that, I think it's very important to see whether you get the useful accompanying policies. That is, if what people are saying is we really want to invest, but we can't because of workforce.
Yeah, oh my God, we need more. We need more artificial government protection. Tariffs aren't. It's just that tariffs aren't enough. If it doesn't work, it wasn't enough. We need tariffs, and we need subsidies, and we need deportations, or whatever the fuck he's going to say.
From now, you are not seeing the investment response, and either we can't do the workforce stuff, or for political economy reasons, it is not feasible for us to do that stuff. Then I would be the first to admit this is apparently not an effective strategy for pushing toward reshoring.
Got it. Well, that seems reasonable to me.
Wow.
Take it.
What is this localist?
How many sides are there on a square?
4.
What's the square root of 9?
3.
Okay. What is 3 plus 5?
8.
You the fuck up.
Incredible.
No,
I'm using that from now
I was
on.
going to ask if any of you wanted a last word, but I feel like this has been a constructive conversation. As someone who's not an expert in these topics, I feel like being able to hear the discussion and debate kind of in real time and understand. But
Dude, this is like, this is like the meme of like the climate scientist versus like climate denier, and it's like, oh, I'm not an expert. I really need to hear out both sides here. It's like, oh my God, dude.
Has been edifying, and I really appreciate you guys coming on and having a discussion.
This was a lot of fun. Thank you for having me.
Well, non-fun Orin cast debate when? Michael, if you're still here, I'll watch this, but I do need to get to bed relatively soon, because I have to get up. I have to get up early for me tomorrow, and I didn't get much sleep last night/day. So, if you want me to watch, I can watch the base video tomorrow if you want, or I can watch it off stream today even. I probably don't want to spend 40 minutes watching that. I'll watch both of these if you want me to. Thought we were staying up, but yeah. Do you want me to watch the Friedman one or this or both? I'll watch both if you really want me to. So. And then I kind of want to watch not the full thing, but just the clips I saw from this. Maybe we'll watch the abortion debate thing. Up to you. Wrong transmission of good ideas, whatever, if it still tastes that. Sure, I'll watch I'll watch the Milton Friedman thing, and if you're cool with it, I'll watch just the basing off stream while I'm getting ready for bed, basically. Dude, we had, I went to bed at like, well, I went to bed, like I got in my bed at like 12 p.m. today, about. But we had roofers here doing like putting new shingles on, and it was miserable. It was so loud. It was so loud. And then I woke up at like a little before 6 p.m. But I was definitely not sleeping that entire time from 12 to 6 p.m. There were multiple stretches of being away because of the fucking roofers, man. But
I mean, yes. I mean, Israel, and I know a lot of people over in Israel, obviously, and I know a lot of soldiers who've been gravely wounded going house to house in a conflict where
you
clearly...
people in Israel?
I know, shocker, right? What was the giveaway? Exactly.
But you believe that, so you understand why people are upset about what Israel is doing?
I mean, I certainly understand that conflict is
what is it exactly?
incredibly ugly, and when you look at pictures, particularly drone pictures of wrecked areas, then it's very...
Kids being killed.
I mean, any conflict...
Casual civilians, as you just
I mean, yes, although I will say, obviously, that I believe that Israel has been as meticulous as any army in history in terms of its tactics in urban...
Like, oh my God.
Bear this out. And again, I know people have had their lights blown off.
I don't know if there is a way to optically look good in this situation when you do this, but it just seems so...
If Israel just didn't care about civilian casualties, they would have leveled the place October 8th. And they did not. Right? They've been going house to house. They've been moving populations. Obviously, all of this is ugly. There's no such thing as a pretty war, particularly in an urban environment. And could things be done differently, or should they be done differently? In case-by-case situations, I'm sure, yes. I mean, again, war is very ugly. But the sort of large-scale accusations that have been made that Israel doesn't care about civilians, or that Israel has been attempting a genocide, that's just factually untrue.
I was going to ask, with you being in media, it seems like these days you don't know who to trust in media, right? Because it seems like media gets it wrong.
And then they get sidetracked or whatever, but especially put the Instagram reel meme music under it or whatever. Also, yeah, I will. Don't worry, Michael. I'll be better than the Gen Z attention span, hopefully.
Are you surprised that the economy has done as well as it has when we're having a record trade deficit, the current accounts deficit, and record fiscal deficits?
Not at all, because neither of those necessarily...
Man, I wonder if those two things could be related.
...impedes our progress. First of all, the trade deficit is not it's not a deficit in another sense. It's a capital surplus. You look at the so-called...
Oh, my goat. I don't even know if Milton Friedman was going to raise that point, but my goat.
Trade deficit. And on the books, the U.S. is a borrower. We owe money to the rest of the world. But that's because the books are kept in a misleading way. If you look not at the capital, not at the balance sheet, but at the income account, and ask how much income are we getting from foreign-owned assets, from assets that we own abroad, right, and how much do we have to pay people who own assets here? It turns out that the outflow of funds from to foreigners is exactly equal, or I say exactly, roughly equal to the inflow. Although on the books, the value of our assets, of the assets that we own abroad, is less than the value of the assets that they own here on the books. It yields as high an income.
But there are constantly people making this argument. We don't save enough, we borrow too much, and we consume too much. On the other hand, countries in Asia especially, which have a lot of American dollars, lend, don't spend, and they're in a better position than we are.
But the statement that we don't save as much is because we measure savings not by these income flows. We don't value our assets appropriately.
Also, that's it. I mean, to the extent that's a problem, again, that's probably a problem with the budget deficit in our tax code, not really the practices of other countries and not really trade in general. You know, that's not something that can even really be rectified with tariffs.
Our foreign-owned assets.
Unless you're going to blame exchange rate shit, and then I guess you can use tariffs as a threat to get other countries to change their exchange rates, but even that's a little silly.
Are worth more than they are valued on the books because they are yielding a higher return. They are risky assets, and
I feel like I said there's no genocide 2 years ago, but I haven't been following Israel Palestine very closely, and I want to say I have no idea, and everyone lies, so you can't trust headlines. That's real. I don't know. I mean, I kind of went over my general feelings. Like, I still, like, to me, genocide just seems like a stupidly high bar that there's no relevance in even, like, really debating. I don't think it's a genocide, but I definitely think Israel does not adhere to international humanitarian law particularly well. Not nearly as well as Ben Shapiro seems to think they do. Yeah.
That's why. The thing the United States has, it's a one place in the world where people around the world can go for security, for political security. And nobody who invests his money in the United States is afraid that it's going to be taken away from them by the government except through legal taxes and so on.
So they want our debt because they think the American economy is more stable politically and economically than any other.
They want no-risk money. Let's say you're a Chinese entrepreneur, and you've got you've been one of those lucky people who have built up a lot of money. Do you want to keep it all in China? Don't you think you want to have a little no-risk fund in the United States? So then I think we are a market for people who want no-risk funds.
Okay, but there are many people who will argue there's great danger for us. That South Korea and Japan and the United States and Taiwan hold so many American dollars because if they become disenchanted, they might dump it.
How would they dump it?
They would sell it back.
Sell what?
The debt that they have, the dollars they have.
To whom would they sell it?
Your point is that there's no buyer.
Well, there are buyers. Of course, there's always a buyer. At what price?
But who would lose
money on that?
Wouldn't that be destabilizing? Wouldn't that suggest a lack of
All the trades are going to presumably be positive some still.
confidence in the American economy?
Yes, it might. But the people who would lose by it would be the foreigners who held that and who dumped those dollars.
Well, then are they in a frozen position then, so that they have no
they're not in a
flexibility?
frozen position. They're in a position they want to be in, because that's why they're holding these assets, because they are free of risk, of political risk.
What happens if they would allow?
And in general, let's suppose foreigners start dumping their assets here. They would dump them at distressed prices. They would have low
Once
prices.
it started, this line would
And
begin.
who would buy them? The people at home. Here, the people in the United States who had confidence in the United States. So what you would have would be that the assets would go from weak hands to strong hands. It isn't going to happen because there's no reason for foreigners to dump the dollars.
Well, but nothing is certain, is it? I mean,
Sure,
in
yeah.
economics.
Of course not. And nothing is absolutely certain. But you can be pretty damn sure of what's likely to happen and what isn't.
Let's go. Yeah. My fucking goat. Milton Friedman, Oren Cass debate when? If only, if only. You cannot say that 2 years ago. The genocide started in 1948. Wow. Okay, anyway, yeah, I'll watch debate's video off stream, Michael, and then on stream tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. No, probably not tomorrow. I'm probably not streaming tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, so I'm probably not streaming tomorrow, but I will Thursday, the day after. Tomorrow I have other shit to do. But yeah, I'll watch the economic calculus video or whatever on stream tomorrow if you want me to, Michael. Or on stream Thursday if you want me to. Technically, I guess it is tomorrow because it is now past 12 a.m. But you get my point. Anyway, yeah, I love streaming. I gotta see. Is there anyone I can send you over to on YouTube? If you guys haven't already, like the stream, subscribe to the YouTube channel. What state do you live in? I live in North Carolina. Need to work on this? What? Oh, what's your best match opener template? I don't know. I mean, like I said earlier, it's gonna typically, it's gonna just depend a little bit on the girl whether or not I'm like, oh my god, your cat's so cute. What's its name? Or like, have some type of, if we have some activity in common, I'll suggest something. We do something or whatever. But you copped out earlier. Like this, basically the same answer. Okay, but I'm encouraging you to have fun. Well, I appreciate it, Michael. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Should be basically doing daily uploads on the fucking YouTube channel for the next little bit here because I finally got around to editing my backlog. So if you guys are not subscribed to the YouTube channel, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. And who should I send you to? I'll send you to Visora, I guess. I don't know. Unable to rate at this time. Okay, well, rip. Never mind then. Night, buddy. Yeah, I'm back. Well, what's up, Jessica Johnson? I'm about to end stream, but yeah, I'll see y'all on Thursday. Obviously, daily uploads on the YouTube channel for the foreseeable future. For all the old content that some of you guys missed. Okay, because you can't be watching me 24/7. Appreciate it. Love you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Like, subscribe, donate.